Moving on, these are visuals from Tel Aviv in Israel, where which essentially captures the aftermath of an Iranian missile strike. These are visuals from the city of Tel Aviv, which you can see is up in flames after repeated offensive by Tehran. And emergency workers are working round the clock on war footing to evacuate citizens, to take control of the situation and to douse the flames. Meanwhile, we also have pictures of residential buildings across Tel Aviv in Israel, which have been completely damaged in the aftermath of Iranian missile strikes. The city has been reduced, parts of the city, I beg your pardon, has been reduced to rubble and debris as response teams and quick relief teams work round the clock to evacuate citizens and to ensure that they are moved to safer locations. Now back in India, viewers, shifting focus to what's been happening in Uttar Pradesh, where multiple encounters have taken place as part of Operation Langra. We are learning that encounters have taken place in Bahraich, Shamli, Firozabad and Kushinagar. In Bahraich, a daring encounter unfolded between the police and a criminal who attempted to escape after firing at the police team. The accused was shot in the leg during the exchange of gunfire and is currently receiving treatment in hospital. In Shamli, there is a murder-accused person in the village of Mamur under police station area by Kairana, where one accused was injured in an exchange of gunfire. And in Firozabad, we're learning that the police has arrested at least 4 notorious thieves and 2 accused belonging to the Odisha Jajpur interstate gang who used to do recce of goldsmiths and dupe them. They were injured in a police encounter in the Hata area in Kushinagar. Those are the visuals. On your screen. This is Operation Langra, which is in action in full swing across the state of Uttar Pradesh, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Yogi model, which is in place where multiple encounters have been taking place across the state of Uttar Pradesh. This is hard action that the government has taken against criminals, murder accused, history sheeters, robbers and gang members. And those are the visuals from Bahraich, Kushinagar and Firozabad respectively on your screen. The police have been working round the clock to identify and track criminals who have been evading the law for a long time, and now the law has finally caught up to them. And we have Operation Langra now, which is in place in full swing across the state of Uttar Pradesh, and this is tough action that the police has taken against the criminals. All right, viewers, now after the Congress alleged a U-turn by the central government in the Gazette notification on the 16th caste census, the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Press Information Bureau has in fact fact-checked the Grand Old Party and busted the misinformation over caste census. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
Congress MP and senior leader Jairam Ramesh said that much-touted Gazette notification on the 16th caste census to be conducted in late 2026 and early 2027 has just been issued and is a damn squib. Jairam Ramesh further alleged U-turns by the central government. The Ministry of Home Affairs fact-checked the Congress party, saying that caste census enumeration is a part of the upcoming census, and misleading information is being spread that there is no mention of caste count in the Gazette notification. Not the Home Ministry, the Press Information Bureau too fact-checked the Congress. In a post on social media platform X, PIB said several social media posts are claiming that the central government is not including the caste enumeration in Census 2027. These claims are misleading. PIB further said the government has already announced that the caste enumeration will be conducted along with Census 2027.
All right, viewers, now stay with us as we take a quick check of everything else that is making news across the country. This is Bharat in 5 minutes. Union Home Secretary H.S. Govind Mohan will chair Amarnath Yatra Security Review meeting today in Srinagar. Top brass of the Indian Army and Air Force along with heads of Jammu and Kashmir Police, CRPF and BSF will also be in attendance. Agenda of the meeting is to finalize an action plan on security front as well as preparations for the Amarnath Yatra, which will commence from July 3rd. Locals have staged a protest over the building collapse incident in the Govindnagar police station area limits of Mathura, which happened yesterday. SSP Shlok Kumar said that the kin of those who died in the incident have filed a case. The police are searching for the accused, and SSP Kumar stated that he has declared a prize money of 25,000 rupees on a person who was named in the matter. He said that the accused will soon be arrested and strict action will be taken. 4 boys have passed away after a truck hit them and drove off in Sitapur of Uttar Pradesh. Superintendent of Police Ankur Agarwal said that the 4 boys were standing near a motorcycle on the roadside. Suddenly, a truck coming from the front went out of the driver's control and overturned. All 4 of the boys got crushed under the truck. The police took them to the hospital where they later passed away due to injuries. An FIR has been lodged. The police have assured that the truck driver will be found and arrested. A fresh language-related confrontation has surfaced in Bengaluru, where a senior citizen and a businesswoman clashed over compliance with the language policy for commercial signage. The heated exchange has now gone viral on social media, highlighting the simmering tensions over linguistic identity in Karnataka. The argument stemmed from a rule mandating that 60% of text on all business signboards be in Kannada language. Angered by frequent power cuts, 2 youths entered the substation and set a table on fire by pouring petrol on it. These 2 unidentified youths also attempted to attack the operator on duty. However, the furniture inside the office was set ablaze. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee courted controversy after she displayed lack of empathy for the victims of the Khidirpur market fire. CM Mamata told victims that it was their fault. More than 1,300 shops were gutted in a fire that burned down the market area in Khidirpur locality of southwest Kolkata. The livelihoods of thousands of local traders were destroyed in the fire accident that took place in the early hours of Monday. All right, viewers, we have some more breaking news coming in. This is the MEA statement that has been released by the Ministry of External Affairs on the evolving situation in the Middle East. The MEA has said that Indian students in Tehran have been moved out of the city for reasons of safety through arrangements made by the embassy. Other residents who are self-sufficient in terms of transport have also been advised to move out of the city in view of the developing situation. This is a statement that is now coming in from the Ministry of External Affairs as tensions continue to simmer in Iran and in Israel in the wake of the rising conflict in the Middle East. And now the MEA has taken quick action and urged its citizens to maintain caution while also evacuating Indian students out of Tehran. And just to bring you more details on what the MEA has said, viewers, the MEA has said that separately some Indians have been facilitated to leave Iran through the border with Armenia, and that the embassy remains continuously in touch with the Indian community, with the Indian diaspora in Tehran, with a view to extending all feasible assistance to Indian nationals in the country. And further advisories will be issued by the MEA in accordance with the situation. And now it's time for a very quick break, viewers. But on the other side, engine snag in San Francisco to Mumbai Air India flight. Another Ranchi-bound flight, which was an Air India Express flight, has also been diverted after technical issues. And Prime Minister Modi has now reached Canada. He is set to attend the G7 summit. On the other side of a very quick break, more details on that.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
What it takes to report from the front lines: accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin on June 30th. Apply now.
We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. We have a lot lined up for you in this show. We will be talking about the Iran-Israel conflict, multiple developments coming in. G7 summit leaders have issued a joint statement backing Israel and saying that Iran has to de-escalate. All this and much more coming right up. But as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. US moves 30 Air Force bombers aircraft closer to Europe. More Air India snacks found, technical snacks found in 2 Air India flights. Prime Minister Modi reaches Canada to attend G7 summit. Israel-Iran escalation overshadowed G7 joint statement, says Iran can never have nuke. US President Trump leaves G7 summit midway, orders National Security Council meet in the White House. And evacuated 10,000 Indian students in Tehran, begins batch of 100 Indian students being evacuated through Armenia. Pakistan FM rejects Iran's official claims that Pakistan will use its nuclear weapons on Israel if the latter uses it on Iran. Yesterday, diplomatic sources in Pakistan had denied these claims. Now it has been formally confirmed by the Pakistan FM. That is right. Big update coming in right now. Viewers on Republic TV, Pakistan rejects Iran's nuclear weapon claims. And remember that this is coming in just after the joint statement
that has come in from the G7 leaders, where they have spoken about Iran and its nuclear weapons, saying that Iran cannot and never have a nuclear weapon. And now we see Pakistan going ahead and endorsing Iran in this case. Back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV. The leaders of the G7 countries have issued a joint statement saying Iran should not have nuclear weapons and affirming Israel's right to defend itself. After this, Pakistan going ahead and reaffirming, I repeat, reaffirming what and rejecting the G7 leader statement. That is right. So back-to-back is coming in right now. So let's go ahead and hear what the Pakistan FM Ishaq Dar had to say. Pakistan endorsing Iran after G7 leaders say Iran can never have a nuclear weapon.
पाकिस्तान ने ये कहा है कि अगर इसराइल ने हमारे ऊपर न्यूक अटैक किया तो पाकिस्तान इसराइल के ऊपर न्यूक्लियर हमला कर देगा। ये गैर ज़िम्मेदाराना और इतने झूठी खबर है, और वो सोशल मीडिया में चलती चलती अभी मुझे थोड़ी देर पहले पता चला कि डेली मेल ने पिक कर लिया इंग्लैंड में। तो मैं और पाकिस्तान का डिटरेंस इज ऑब्वियसली, अल्लाह ताला ने इस मुल्क को ना सिर्फ न्यूक्लियर कुव्वत बनाया बल्कि मिसाइली कुव्वत भी बनाया हुआ है, और कई ममालिक को तकलीफ भी होती है, लेकिन ये हमारी अपनी सिक्योरिटी के लिए है, हमारी अपनी स्टेबिलिटी के लिए है, इस रीजन में स्टेबिलिटी के लिए। वरना 9/11 के बाद दोनों फौजें 11 महीने आई बॉल टू आई बॉल खड़ी रही। अगर ये ना होता तो शायद पता नहीं क्या हो जाता उस वक्त, क्योंकि इंडिया को तो कोई मौका चाहिए था। तो मैं सिर्फ ये क्लैरिफाई करना चाहता हूँ, चूँकि अभी भाई ने बात भी की है, तो मैंने सोचा कि मैं हाउस को जो अब तक की डेवलपमेंट्स हैं बैठा हूँ तो मैं शेयर कर लूँ। तो हमने कोई ऐसी स्टेटमेंट, हमारी तरफ से कोई ना स्टेटमेंट किसी ने दी है, इसको फैब्रिकेट किया गया है इसको। और मैंने आपको एक वो मिसाल दे दी है कि कल प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप की चल रही थी, और वो जब हमने 3 जगह से चेक करवाए तो वो AI जनरेटेड यानी वो फेक थी वो जो क्लिप था।
All right, big event coming in right now, viewers. Let's go ahead and reiterate what exactly has happened. Israel versus Iran war is exploding, and we saw that the G7 leaders have backed Israel, but warned Iran, gave a very important warning to Iran. Iran can never have nuclear weapons. But Pakistan coming out and going ahead and rejecting the nuclear threat claim against Israel. So we see the camps being split right now, and this is coming just after the leaders of the G7 countries issued a joint statement saying Iran should not have nuclear weapons and affirming Israel's right to defend itself. Pakistan coming out with its own statement and clearly saying that Iran's nuclear capabilities and Iran's nuclear statement by the G7 leaders has been completely denied by Pakistan. So these are some back-to-back updates coming in right now. Pakistan absolutely rejecting what the G7 leaders have said, calling it fabricated and irresponsible. That is right. So big update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. And remember, this is coming just after the leaders of the G7 countries issued a joint statement saying Iran should not have nuclear weapons and affirming Israel's right to defend itself.
जनरल्स को कोट करके कि जी पाकिस्तान ने ये कहा है कि अगर इसराइल ने हमारे ऊपर न्यूक अटैक किया तो पाकिस्तान इसराइल के ऊपर न्यूक्लियर हमला कर देगा। ये गैर ज़िम्मेदाराना और इतने झूठी खबर है, और वो सोशल मीडिया में चलती चलती अभी मुझे थोड़ी देर पहले पता चला कि डेली मेल ने पिक कर लिया इंग्लैंड में। तो मैं और पाकिस्तान का डिटरेंस इज ऑब्वियसली, अल्लाह ताला ने इस मुल्क को ना सिर्फ न्यूक्लियर कुव्वत बनाया बल्कि मिसाइली कुव्वत भी बनाया हुआ है, और कई ममालिक को तकलीफ भी होती है, लेकिन ये हमारी अपनी सिक्योरिटी के लिए है, हमारी अपनी स्टेबिलिटी के लिए है, इस रीजन में स्टेबिलिटी के लिए है। वरना 9/11 के बाद दोनों फौजें 11 महीने आई बॉल टू आई बॉल खड़ी रही। अगर ये ना होता तो शायद पता नहीं क्या हो जाता उस वक्त, क्योंकि इंडिया को तो कोई मौका चाहिए था। तो मैं सिर्फ ये क्लैरिफाई करना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि अभी भाई ने बात भी की है, तो मैंने सोचा कि मैं हाउस को जो अब तक की डेवलपमेंट्स हैं बैठा हूँ तो मैं शेयर कर लूँ। तो हमने कोई ऐसी स्टेटमेंट, हमारी तरफ से कोई ना स्टेटमेंट किसी ने दी है, इसको फैब्रिकेट किया गया है इसको। और मैंने आपको एक वो मिसाल दे दी है कि प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप की चल रही थी, और वो जब हमने 3 जगह से चेक करवाए तो वो AI जनरेटेड यानी वो फेक थी, वो जो क्लिप था।
All right, big updates coming in right now. I just want to go across to our guest who's joining us for more. We have with us Colonel Malik, a defense expert, on the phone line. Thank you for joining us, Colonel. What do you make of this statement which is coming in, where Pakistan is rejecting Iran's claims? And remember that this is coming in as the G7 leaders have clearly said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. The G7 leaders have backed Israel, and it looks like that Pakistan once again has rejected the threats that Iran poses to Israel and the West Asia region.
Okay, ma'am, thank you for inviting me. I'm Colonel Malik, just to want to air my, contribute with my views. Ma'am, first of all thing, the Pakistan saying that we will nuke Israel and vice versa, I think this story does not stand its ground. Reason being, if you go to the roots of this issue, the roots is that Israel is not threatened by Pakistan. And the Pakistan is a well-known nuclear power today and for the last 25 years. The Iran is always threatening Israel based on its proxy. Because the modus operandi of Pakistan and the Israel looks similar. Like if Pakistan believes that let India suffer through its 1,000 cuts, let India bleed through its 1,000 cuts. Similarly, without employing its manpower, its equipment, Iran also thinks let Israel also die through our proxies. That is why the Israel feels always threatened from the proxies, and he sees the root cause in Iran. Iran is openly saying that we don't want to see Israel on this mother earth. So that is the reason that Israel is always looking the decimating Iran in all terms, economic terms, nuclear terms, and resources and energy terms also. They are not looking at Pakistan, although they also see that Pakistan is the epicenter of the terrorism all over the world. But however, seeing the current situation, Israel also will not get involved in the Pakistan, seeing that it's stretching too much of far, and Pakistan doesn't have the capability to strike Israel directly or indirectly. Neither Pakistan has the allies of those kind of that. कहने की बात अलग होती है, but when it comes on the ground and operationability, Pakistan does not have that capability to strike Israel. So this is my say on this, ma'am.
All right. Thank you for joining us. Pakistan FM has said very clearly that if Israel nukes and attacks Iran, then Pakistan will attack Israel with nuclear weapons. He says this is irresponsible and false news, adding that the claims had become viral on the internet, and says that from our side there has been no such statement made. It was fabricated. Thank you for joining us there, Colonel Malik. I am getting some more updates coming in right now, where the Air India flight from San Francisco to Mumbai through more updates in terms of what is happening. Now, this was going through Kolkata, and it suffered a technical snag as usual. That is right. Back-to-back updates coming in right now, where we see that Mumbai-bound flight has hit technical snags. And not the first time that we have seen this. There are 3 cases already of technical issues being reported from an Air India plane. Air India flight from San Francisco to Mumbai through Kolkata suffered a technical snag in one of its engines, requiring passengers to be deplaned during a scheduled halt at the city airport early. Flight arrived on time at the city airport, but a technical snag in the left engine delayed the takeoff at around 5:20 hours. An announcement was made in the aircraft asking all the passengers to deplane. The captain of the plane told that the passengers, the decision was being made in the interest of flight safety. Another incident has come to the fore. The Air India has expressed that this was a technical snag which has led to this issue. Now, what we see is that on your screens are 2 flights and 1 technical snag. the exact scenario repeating time and again. There's Air India flight AI-180, Air India Express flight, both the flights facing technical snags, one which has led to the travel plans of the passengers being disrupted. All right, we have with us our guest, Group Captain JP Bajpai, aviation expert, joining us right now. Thank you for joining us, Group Captain. I just want to ask you a simple question, and that is that more cases of snags and technical snags coming out when it comes to Air India planes, but it is also important to note for our viewers that a center has formed a high committee, a panel, where these issues are being looked at. The fleets of Air India are being scanned, especially to understand why these technical glitches are happening in the first place.
Madam, on backdrop of such a massive air crash which took place at Ahmedabad, everybody, not only public at large, media, and all the people associated with the aviation becomes very critical on our observation with respect to any flight disruptions. Unless until we know what were the details of technical difficulties or technical snag on these aircraft, these flights, it will be difficult to make a comment or to link with each other. However, in routine operations and the flights, such technical snags keeps emerging. But one thing I would like to mention, which is of paramount importance over here, what happens when such a massive air crash takes place, though the original equipment manufacturer, OEM, recommends certain equipment or certain system which are having redundancy, or if they are unserviceable, their flight can still go on, and the list of such system and such equipment gets compiled and is provided to the captain of the aircraft on board the aircraft, that is known as MEL, Minimum Equipment List. Simultaneously, pilot is assisted for its operations. There is a quick reference handbook. There is a reference of these systems which are having a minor difficulty get listed, which stipulates the aircraft maintenance engineer's actions, followed by acceptance by the captain, and ultimately captain should be comfortable to fly the aircraft with minor unserviceability which are approved or cleared by MEL handbook. But in such a scenario, when everybody is so critical for the technical unserviceability, and if pilot has to take his own discretion, he prefers for the sake of flight safety to put down the snag and aircraft remains on the ground till the time it is rectified.
All
this
right,
is I say on the subject.
Yes, thank you for joining us there. That's Group Captain GP Bajpai, aviation expert, ex-consultant, flight safety, Air India, joining us there. I think we have with us Iona as well from our Republic newsroom to help us understand the story a little bit better. Iona, we are trying to help our viewers understand what really is happening. But one thing is very, very clear: technical glitches have been caught, thankfully, on time, so passengers are safe. That is very important to note for our viewers. But the question is that what is really wrong in these Air India flights that so many technical glitches are being caught back to back every day, Iona?
Absolutely, Shivangi. In fact, that's a question that Air India and Tatas must answer as to why Air India so far has failed to comply with DGCA rules and carry out and enhance their safety checks. Because if this is something that they've always maintained, that passenger safety is paramount for them. Yet we're seeing that over the last few days, and especially in the aftermath of that tragic AI-171 crash, that several such snags have been reported. In fact, as we speak, I'd like to report to our viewers two more instances. This is a case of Air India flight AI-180, which reported an engine snag, and this was a flight that was bound to Kolkata. Passengers were deplaned due to engine trouble, and the flight was headed from San Francisco to Mumbai via Kolkata, and a technical issue absolutely grounded the flight and passengers were left in the lurch. And we have another case of an Air India Express flight, which was a Ranchi bound flight, which was diverted back to Delhi after reporting dropping technical slags mid-air. Now, these two instances, of course, come a day after we extensively reported on the case of the Delhi-bound Hong Kong Air India flight, which had to be diverted back to Hong Kong after it reported snags mid-air. And it puts the focus back on the question of passenger safety, Shivangi, and why Air India is reporting so many issues over the past couple of days. And the DGCA has come down heavily on Air India and Boeing 787 fleets over failure to comply with their safety standards. And of course, there's a lot of scare among passengers at the moment, and this is something that the Air India company and the Tatas must answer.
That is right, Ayuna. Thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you. 2 flights, same glitches, same technical issues. Okay, we move ahead right now, viewers, because we're getting some more updates after Congress alleged U-turn by central government in the Gazette notification on the 16th census. The Ministry of Home Affairs and the PIB fact-checked the Grand Old Party and busted the misinformation over caste census. Here's a report. Take a look.
Congress MP and senior leader Jairam Ramesh said that much-touted Gazette notification on the 16th caste census to be conducted in late 2026 and early 2027 has just been issued and is a damn squib. Jairam Ramesh further alleged U-turns by the central government. The Ministry of Home Affairs fact-checked the Congress party, saying that caste census enumeration is a part of the upcoming census, and misleading information is being spread that there is no mention of caste count in the Gazette notification. Not the Home Ministry, the Press Information Bureau too fact-checked the Congress. In a post on social media platform X, PIB said several social media posts are claiming that the central government is not including the caste enumeration in Census 2027. These claims are misleading. PIB further said the government has already announced that the caste enumeration will be conducted along with Census 2027.
All right, getting some updates coming in. Home Secretary HS Govind Mohan will chair Amarnath Yatra Security Review meeting in Srinagar, and top brass of Indian Army and the Air Force, along with heads of Jammu and Kashmir Police, CRPF, BSF will also be in attendance. Agenda of the meeting is to finalize action plan on security front as well as preparations for the Amarnath Yatra, which will commence from July 3rd. Locals have staged a protest over the building collapse incident in the Govind Nagar police station area limits of Mathura, which happened yesterday. SSP Shlok Kumar said that the kin of those who have died in the incident have filed a case. Police are searching for the accused. SSP Kumar stated that he has declared a prize money of Rs 25,000 on a person who was named in the matter. He said that the accused will soon be arrested, with strict action will be taken. 4 boys have passed away after a truck hit them and drove off in Sitapur of Uttar Pradesh. Superintendent of Police Ankur Agarwal stated that 4 boys were standing near a motorcycle on the roadside. Suddenly, a truck coming from the front went out of the driver's control and overturned. All 4 of the boys got crushed under the truck. The police took them to the hospital, where they later passed away due to injuries. An FIR has been lodged. The police have assured that the truck driver will be found and arrested. Fresh language-related confrontation has surfaced in Bengaluru, where a senior citizen and a businesswoman clashed over compliance with the language policy for commercial signage. The heated exchange has now gone viral on social media, highlighting the simmering tensions over linguistic identity in Karnataka. The argument stemmed from a rule mandating that 60% of text on all business signboards will be in Kannada language. Angered by frequent power cuts, 2 youth entered the substation and set a table on fire by pouring petrol on it. These 2 unidentified youths also attempted to attack the operator on duty. However, the furniture inside the office was set ablaze. West Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee courted controversy after she displayed lack of empathy for the victims of the Khidirpur market fire. CM Mamata Banerjee has said that 2 victims said it was their fault. More than 1,300 shops were gutted in a fire that burned down the market area in Khidirpur, locality of southwest Kolkata. The livelihoods of thousands of local traders were destroyed in the fire, the accident that took place in early hours of Monday. Heavy rainfall has been witnessed in parts of Shimla. Shobit Katiyar, senior scientist IMD Himachal Pradesh, stated that in the last 24 hours, Light to moderate rain has been observed at many places in Himachal. In the last 24 hours, thunderstorms have been recorded in some areas. Heat wave conditions have not been recorded in anywhere. He informed that today and tomorrow, light to moderate rain with thunderstorms and showers can be seen in Shimla and other areas of the north and west eastern Himachal area. A yellow alert has been issued in all these districts. Operation Langra is in full swing in UP. Another encounter took place in Kanpur between miscreants who demanded extortion from trader and Kanpur police. Miscreants opened fire on the police when they were stopped during checking. During the encounter, one miscreant was shot on the leg and another miscreant tried to flee from the spot. Police seized one pistol, one mobile and cartridge shells from the spot.
में हमारी चेकिंग कर रही थी, उसी समय दो बदमाश बाइक से आते दिखाई दिए, जिनको पुलिस पार्टी द्वारा रोकने का प्रयास किया गया, लेकिन उन बदमाशों ने पुलिस पार्टी पर दो फायर किए और मुड़कर भागने लगे। हमारी पुलिस की टीम ने भी अपने बचाव में फायर किया, जिसमें एक गोली बदमाश के पैर में लगी और वो बदमाश बाइक सहित गिर गया, लेकिन दूसरा बदमाश वहां से भागने में सफल रहा।
Private bus fell into a gorge. This happened in Mandi district in Himachal Pradesh. As per reports, 15 to 20 people have been injured in the accident. Meanwhile, relief and rescue operations are obstructed due to heavy rains in the state. 2 people are suspected to be trapped under the bus. So coming up, viewers, engine snag in San Francisco to Mumbai. Air India flight, another Ranchi-bound Air India Express flight diverted after technical issue. Prime Minister Modi has reached Canada for the G7 summit. Multiple bilateral meetings lined up. Stay tuned, we are live and breaking.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। 15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। हाँ। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या। हाँ। और वाया फ्लाइट था। हाँ। तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे, यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था। हाँ। UK जाना था।
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी, क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं, राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी, क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा, तो 241 का ही था, और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे। वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुंचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी। फिर उनसे बातचीत करी तो उन्होंने बताया कि प्लेन क्रैश हो गया है, बिटिया उसी में ही थी।
16 तारीख को शायद हरप्रीत के जो हस्बैंड हैं रॉबी, उनका बर्थडे था, उनसे मिलने जा रही थी।
हाँ जी, पहले 19 को जा रही थी, 16 को बर्थडे था, तो बेटे के साथ उसने प्लान किया कि यूरोप भी घूमेंगे साथ में हम, तो वो इस हिसाब से 12 तारीख को निकल गई थी। 15 तारीख को यूरोप घूमने की तैयारी थी उनकी जी।
हादसे के लिए आप
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
US moves 30 Air Force bomber aircrafts closer to Europe. Engine snag in San Francisco to Mumbai. Air India flight, another Ranchi-bound Air India Express flight diverted after technical glitch. PM Modi lands in Canada to attend the all-important G7 summit. Israel-Iran escalation overshadows G7 joint statement, says Iran can never have nukes. Donald Trump contradicts Macron's statement on Israel-Iran ceasefire, says Macron has no idea why he cut short his G7 visit. Trump hints at something bigger than ceasefire, says stay tuned. MEA issues advisory for Indian students in Iran. Evacuations of 10,000 Indian students in Tehran begins. Batch of 100 students being evacuated via Armenia. Hello and thank you for tuning into Republic TV viewers. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar and we are live and breaking at 12, and we have some big breaking news coming in after Macron had said Trump has offered to ceasefire offer to negotiate ceasefire agreement between Iran and Israel. Trump has slammed the French president, saying he has no idea on why Trump left early from the G7 summit. Trump has denied claims of French President Macron on Iran and Israel ceasefire and hints at something bigger on the conflict. Donald Trump has now rejected Macron's statement. It's a diplomatic flashpoint that has erupted right in the middle of the G7 summit. And US President Donald Trump has fired a direct shot at French President Emmanuel Macron on Truth Social, calling him a publicity seeker who has no idea why Donald Trump abruptly left the G7 summit in Canada. Macron claimed it was to broker a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, but Trump says wrong. The move, he says, is much bigger than just a ceasefire. And in typical Donald Trump style, on his Truth social media account, he said, "Stay tuned," which means Donald Trump is hinting at something bigger than just a ceasefire. This is the latest breaking news that we are tracking. Macron earlier claimed that Donald Trump abruptly left the G7 summit to broker a ceasefire between Israel and Iran, but Donald Trump there, after landing in in Washington D.C. in the United States, has now shot down Macron's statement, saying that Macron has no clue about Donald Trump's decision to abruptly leave the G7 summit. Donald Trump has contradicted Macron's statement, calling him a publicity seeker who has no idea why he left the G7 summit in Canada. It's a diplomatic rift that we are seeing bang in the middle of the G7 summit. We have Akanksha also joining us live. Akanksha, it's a diplomatic flashpoint in between the G7 summit. Macron issued a statement first, then Donald Trump shot it down, saying that this is more than just ceasefire. Tell us more.
Absolutely, Deepak. Remember earlier today, Donald Trump had to cut short his trip to G7. In fact, he was in Canada. He had to cut short his visit and return back to Washington. And after that, the French president had said that this is a positive move, given the urgent need to push both Israel and Iran towards a ceasefire. And after that, this clearly did not sit right with Donald Trump. He issued a statement, as you also rightly pointed out on social media, saying that publicity-seeking president of France mistakenly said that I left G7 summit in Canada to go back to DC to work on a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Wrong. He has no idea why I am now on my way to Washington, but certainly has nothing to do with the ceasefire. Much bigger than that. Whether purposely or not, French president always gets it wrong. Stay tuned. So this is what he had posted on social media, countering the French president, saying that he has gone back to United States for something much bigger, but definitely it is not about the ceasefire. Deepak.
Right, Akanksha, stay on with me because we have more breaking news coming in. The Ministry of External Affairs has now issued an advisory for Indian students living in Tehran. ME has said that Indian students have been relocated to safer locations and have been advised to move out of the city in view of the developing situation. Separately, some Indians have been facilitated to leave Iran through the border with Armenia. This is India now beginning to move out its citizens from Iran. The embassy has confirmed that Indian students have been evacuated from Tehran amid fears of escalations in the Iran-Israel conflict. Other Indian nationals have been told to leave the city immediately if possible. And in a sign of growing tensions, some Indians have already crossed the border into Armenia to leave the conflict zone. Akanksha, coming back to you. Take our viewers through the statement issued by the Ministry of External Affairs.
Well, absolutely, Deepak. You see, West Asia is on the edge again. And given that situation, now India has issued this advisory. There are as many as 10,000 people in Iran. 6,000 of them are students. So what India is trying to do is trying to relocate them within Iran, moving them to safer places. And also some of them have also been moved to the Armenian border. And that is why External Affairs Minister, he took to social media to inform that he has discussed the ongoing developments in the region with the Armenian counterpart, Armenian foreign minister. He's also discussed the role of diplomacy with the foreign minister of UAE as well. So India is trying to move their people in Iran to a safer place within Iran, and some of them have also been moved to the border area adjoining Armenia, and that is why India is also seeking out help from Armenia as well. There are as many as 10,000 people. That's a huge number. 6,000 of them are students, and that is why it is very important for them to move to a safer location.
Right, Akanksha, thank you for joining us with those details. Akanksha, we have some pictures coming in from Bengaluru where BJP leaders who are protesting against the Congress government are being detained by the Bengaluru police. And this is the protest that is being staged by the BJP leaders in Bengaluru over the stampede that was witnessed outside the KSCA or the Chinnaswamy Stadium, which also saw 11 people being crushed to death while RCB was celebrating its historic milestone of achieving the IPL title after 18 long years. But that celebration turned out to be deadly for 11 RCB fans. And now you can see the BJP workers there staging a protest. And what we also understand is that on ground zero, BJP leaders are being detained by the police. The Congress government so far has no answers. It's just blame game that's going on. In fact, just a couple of days back, former Chief Minister of Karnataka and Congress's own Veerappa Moily had also called out the Siddaramaiah government over its decision to sack the former Bengaluru top cop, Dayanand, saying that the decision must be re-looked at. Now, to give us more insights about what's happening on ground zero, we have Abhishek joining us live from Bengaluru. Abhishek, we can see visuals of BJP leaders in large numbers protesting in Bengaluru, and some of them are even being detained. Take us through the latest that's happening.
Well, these are the BJP leaders who were protesting against the Karnataka state government for the dereliction of their duties, which was directed to the June 4th incident, the stampede incident that happened in front of Chinnaswamy Stadium on the 4th of June. Now we see P.Y. Vijayendra, the state leader of BJP, who has been detained, has been produced in front of the Donasap police station. So how do you feel when the Congress government has taken into custody for making or protesting against them? For state government's attitude.
But there you can see that's the massive police deployment at the protest site, and these protesters are also being detained while the police are trying to push them back. The protesters are now demanding accountability and responsibility for the stampede that claimed the lives of 11 innocent RCB fans who were just there at the Chinnaswamy Stadium to celebrate RCB's IPL title. But the state government completely turning a blind eye to those arrangements, to those requests, to those letters that were written by the Bengaluru top cop, the governor, the KSCA. All of these letters were completely ignored. There was no adequate police deployment. Arrangements were not made, and due to the lapses on the part of the administration, it was the 11 innocent RCB fans who paid the price with their lives. And now it's almost 2 weeks since that horrific stampede took place. So far, there has been no accountability yet from the state government. All they're doing is blaming RCB, blaming the event organizers, blaming the top cop, so much so that they even sacked him. Within 24 to 48 hours from the stampede, the Karnataka government sacked the top cop. And this decision hasn't really gone down well within the Congress party itself, because we've seen Veerappa Moily, the former chief minister, asking the Siddaramaiah government to relook at their decision of sacking the top cop. And he claimed that the Karnataka government must take responsibility for what happened. And days after that, we are seeing BJP leaders, BJP workers arriving in large numbers, staging a protest against the Congress government in Bengaluru. And while they stage a protest, police are now detaining these protesters. There you can see several of these women protesters being taken away in a bus, and more crackdown is to follow, is what we understand from what's happening on ground zero. The mood clearly indicates that the police will be detaining all these protesters in Bengaluru, and the protesters continue to demand the resignation of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar, who are having a gala time inside the Chinnaswamy Stadium and outside the Vidhana Saudha while ignoring public safety. We also have Abhishek live with us. Abhishek, BJP workers are being detained. Tell us about this protest, their demands and the crackdown. Well, Abhishek is at the protest site, and let me try and reconnect with him. Abhishek, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
There's a lot of commotion and there's some drama happening on Ground Zero, viewers, and Abhishek is right in the middle of that. He's trying to get us the latest from Ground Zero, but we'll try and connect back with him. But these are the pictures on your screens. On the left side, you can see the horrific stampede that took place on June 4th, a day after RCB won its IPL title, maiden IPL title in 18 years. And on the right side of your screens, you can see BJP women protesters holding up placards against the state government by launching a massive protest against the Siddaramaiah government over the negligence, the lapses, and the attempt to cover up by sacking the Bengaluru top cop, the former Bengaluru top cop Dayanand, and the other police officials as well. Heads have rolled, but Veerappa Moily believes that the right ones haven't really rolled. Moving on, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in as far as the Amarnath Yatra is concerned. A high-level security meeting will now be chaired. And this is the review meeting, a security review meeting that will take place today just ahead of the Amarnath Yatra. The Union Home Secretary is all set to hold the Amarnath Yatra security review meeting today. And the Union Home Secretary will get an update about the security deployment, the security grid, and also whether or not additional forces will be required to bolster the security or not. All of this will be discussed in the security review meeting today that the Union Home Secretary will be chairing. Moving on, viewers, we have more breaking news coming in, this time from Telangana, where the Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has admitted that the state has no funds for Lakshmi scheme. Just a couple of days back, we've told you how bus fares were hiked, bus pass fares were hiked, and now comes the admission. In damage control mode, Revanth Reddy has openly admitted that there is no fund for Lakshmi scheme. This is a massive failure of the Khatakat model of Telangana, and we are seeing the ripple effect in the state, where the state doesn't have any more funds left to implement a scheme that was promised by them before they came to power. And similar is the situation in Karnataka as well. They tried to replicate the Karnataka model in Telangana, but it seems like it has fallen flat. The Telangana government clearly, they're having no funds for the implementation of those various schemes that they had promised. We have Aneri also joining us live from Hyderabad. Aneri, this is an open admission by Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy that the state government doesn't have any funds left to implement the Lakshmi scheme.
Well, that's right, Deepak. What we see is that earlier also the Revanth Reddy government and Chief Minister himself had openly stated that they do not have funds to implement the schemes, or let it be the fees reimbursement for the students and pensions for the ones who have retired. But now once again we see that Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has, during a program, he has stated that for the loans, for the debts that have been taken back then by the BRS regime, by KCR, that is the reason why they have been facing a lot of problems in implementing these schemes and promises. And also at the same time we have been seeing that how Chief Minister Revanth Reddy has very clearly stated that they are facing what the difficulties which they have been facing today. They have been facing a lot of difficulties like reimbursement of the students' fees, pensions, and also implementation of Shadi Mubarak or Kalyan Lakshmi scheme, which provides financial assistance to the girl who during her marriage. And now very clearly we see that Chief Minister Revanth Reddy coming out in open and admitting that how Telangana has been facing financial crisis amid the ongoing situation. Well, similar like situation we have been seeing in Karnataka as well.
Rananeri, thank you for joining me with those details. This is proof of Khatakat model once again failing, and Telangana Chief Minister openly admitting that they have no funds. Now let's move on and shift our focus back on Washington DC, where US President Donald Trump, after leaving the Group of 7 summit abruptly in Canada, has arrived in Washington DC. Here's a quick report on that.
US President Donald Trump has left one day early from the G7 summit that is being held in Kananaskis of Canada. Due to the Israel-Iran conflict and the current situation in the Middle East, President Donald Trump headed back to the White House early. Speaking with the press at the G7 summit, Trump shared that he will be heading back after having dinner with the leaders.
Well, I have to be back. Very important. I want to just thank our great host. You did a fantastic show. Thank you with Canada. But you probably see what I see. I have to be back as soon as I can. When I have dinner with these wonderful leaders, and then I get on the plane, I have to be back early.
President Trump reflected on the meeting and said that a lot got done. He said that the other leaders understand that he has to leave early. Trump was seen boarding an airplane at Calgary Airport to head back to the United States.
Viewers, Ambassador Deepak Vora has explained India's balanced stand on the Israel-Iran conflict with strong ties with both the nations. India promotes dialogue and diplomacy without choosing sides. He also highlights India's strategic autonomy, its role as a voice for the global south, and the importance of peace in global affairs.
Vande Mataram. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora and I am Special Advisor in some African countries. We are going to talk today about an issue that is exercising a lot of minds, and I read a lot of stuff in the Indian and international media about the challenge that India's diplomacy faces because of the conflict between Israel and Iran, both friends of India. Let me set this in perspective. We never allow our relationship with any one country to determine our relationship with another country. Chanakya had said something very interesting 2,400 years ago, that my enemy's enemy can be my friend. He did not say that my friend's enemy must also be my enemy. We are friends with both. We compartmentalize our relationship. As far as Israel is concerned, the relationship has a very strong defense component. It has a very strong agricultural component and education and high technology. With Iran, we were major importers of oil, but because of American pressure and sanctions, we do not import oil from Iran at the moment. So that can be ruled out. Anybody who says that we're not going to be able to get oil from Iran and oil prices in India therefore will rise as a result of that is talking nonsense. Essentially, I'm sorry to be rough, but that doesn't make any sense. However, the Chabahar port, which we have invested in and which was to provide an alternative route to Central Europe and beyond, bypassing Atankistan. Now that is a major issue. Nevertheless, some time ago there was an attack on the port. Some people, some Baloch rebels or some others attacked the port. There were some people who died. Nevertheless, it bounced back. As far as the present conflict is concerned, we've made it clear to all concerned that this is not a way out. When the Israeli Prime Minister spoke to his Indian counterpart, and they respect each other enormously, we said very clearly that we have to find a solution through dialogue and diplomacy. And since we know both, if you would like us to help in any way, it doesn't mean mediation. That's a very dangerous term. But we are ready to talk to both sides and say, okay, tigers, it's time for you to cool down. So, as far as Iran is concerned, we are not going to dilute our relationship because of Israel. As far as Israel is concerned, we are not going to compromise our relationship with Israel because of Iran. Now, those who understand this about India have understood the essence of Indian diplomacy, which is the best in the world. Take it from me, Chanakya had said, the first thing for any nation to be a great power, and he was talking 2,400 years ago. First is leadership. We have the best in the world. And second, its influence that comes through its diplomacy. Here again, we have the best diplomacy in the world. I have been in diplomacy 52 years and counting. I'm 74 years young. Let me assure you, I've never seen this kind of cohesion as far as our diplomatic efforts are concerned than I am seeing now. It's no longer just the Ministry of External Affairs, or it's no longer the other ministries. It's no longer all of government. It's an all of people approach. And today I find, as the Prime Minister had said, there should be Jan Bhagdari in diplomacy. I find that the people are very interested in what India is doing and its reputation overseas. Let me also tell you that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to attend the G7 meeting. Of course, the Israel-Iran issue will be discussed at this meeting in Canada, but the Prime Minister has also made it clear that he will be representing the voice of what we refer to as the Global South. 125 countries, no one listens to them. He will be their ambassadors. This is the strength of Indian diplomacy. When we speak to the world, it's not just as Bharat. We're also speaking on behalf of another 125 countries. And I conclude by saying that on my WhatsApp group, an American general, a former general, we have a large group, academics, professors, we have military people, I have Congress people all across the world. One of them sent me a message saying, Mr. Ambassador, the Iran-Israel conflict can either be resolved bilaterally or with the intervention of one of the four superpowers of the world. Listen to this carefully. He said, of course, the United States is very partisan, so nobody will listen to them. Russia is involved in Ukraine, so that dilutes its credibility. Nobody trusts China. That's number 3. He said that leaves one superpower that everybody respects, and he used the name Bharat. I can tell you that I'm 6 feet 2. At that moment, I stood 6 feet 8 inches tall. All I'll say is, we will find a solution. We will help. They have to resolve it bilaterally, but we are ready to do what we can. India's target is a developed nation by 2047. We would like to achieve that. We don't want the world to be in conflict, the world to be in war. We want a peaceful world that helps everybody, including India. Thank you for your attention.
Moving on, viewers, Meghalaya police is all set to recreate the crime scene of murder of Indore tourist Raja Raghuvanshi. An accused wife Sonam Raghuvanshi will also be present on the spot. Here's a quick report.
Days after the heinous murder of Indore tourist Raja Raghuvanshi, the Meghalaya Special Investigation Team is set to recreate the crime scene of the murder. The murder scene is expected to be recreated by the SIT at a parking lot in Sohra in the presence of accused wife Sonam Raghuvanshi, her partner Raj Kushwaha and 3 other accused in the case.
राजा रघुवंशी मर्डर केस की जांच कर रही मेघालय पुलिस आज क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट करेगी। तमाम तैयारियां जो है वो पुलिस के द्वारा कर ली गई है। तस्वीरें मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं, ये वो स्पॉट है, देखिए वो पार्किंग है जहां पर सोनम और राजा ने अपनी स्कूटी पार्क की थी और उसके बाद उस सेल्फी पॉइंट पर पहुंचते और पूरी वारदात को अंजाम देते हैं। अब से कुछ देर में पूरे क्राइम सीन को रिक्रिएट किया जाएगा और आप तस्वीरें देखेंगे कि पुलिस की गाड़ियां वहां पर खड़ी हुई है। तमाम जो बैरिकेड्स ब्लॉक्स लगाकर उस पूरी जगह को कॉर्डन ऑफ कर दिया गया है और तकरीबन 1 किलोमीटर पहले से ही तमाम वो रास्ते बंद कर दिए गए ताकि कोई भी टूरिस्ट या कोई शख्स उस स्पॉट पर ना पहुंच सके।
Viewers, we have some big breaking news right now. High alert at Nagpur airport. An Indigo flight has made an emergency landing after a bomb threat message was reportedly discovered, and the aircraft landed safely in Nagpur. All passengers have been safely deboarded. Security agencies have rushed to the spot. The entire aircraft is now being checked, and this is the developing situation, viewers. Sources say that the threat message was found mid-flight. The exact origin of the threat and the sender is still unclear. Indigo and the airport authorities are yet to issue a full statement. But what we know is that all passengers are safe. Akanksha is live with us. Akanksha, another day, another bomb threat. Indigo flight has made an emergency landing in Nagpur. What more details do we have?
Absolutely. What we're learning so far is that this Delhi-bound flight, which took off from Kochi, made an emergency landing in Nagpur. It was all because there was a bomb threat. The entire where was this bomb threat, whether it was a letter, a note, etc., was found is something that remains to be seen. But very concerning news coming in as far as this Indigo flight is concerned. It made an emergency landing in Nagpur. What we're learning so far is that all the passengers have been deboarded, and the plane has been taken to safety. Inspection is going on. The probe has started in this entire incident. But where was this bomb threat found? Whether there was a note or where there was an email or something, it remains to be seen. Details are still awaited, Deepak.
Right, Akanksha, thank you for joining me with those details. With that, viewers, with that, we'll slip into a very short break, but we'll be right back with live and breaking news updates on the other side. Do stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
पंद्रह साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। हाँ। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या। हाँ। और वाया फ्लाइट था। हाँ। तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे, यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था। हाँ। यूके जाना था।
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not a theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin from June 30th. Apply now.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
अहमदाबाद प्लेन क्रैश में इंदौर की एक बहू की भी जान गई है। सैकड़ों लोग इसमें अपनी जान गंवाए हैं। बहुत ही दुखद हादसा है, लेकिन इंदौर की जो बहू है उनके घर में हमें हरप्रीत होरा जो बच्ची है वो अपने पति से लंदन मिलने जाना चाह रही थी क्योंकि उनके पति का 16 जून को जन्मदिन था। हरप्रीत के ससुर जी हमारे साथ हैं राजेंद्र होरा, उनसे हम बात करते हैं। सर, कैसे आपको कब फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन कब मिली इस हादसे की और आपकी बहू की?
सर, मीडिया के माध्यम से प्लेन क्रैश की जानकारी मिली, प्रथम वहीं से मिली। अब बिटिया उसी प्लेन में जा रही थी तो नैसर्गिक रूप से मन में डाउट हुआ, पर एक उम्मीद की किरण थी क्योंकि पहले 30 लोगों का सुना, फिर 50 लोगों का, फिर संख्या बढ़ती चली गई। फिर
आपको वहां से किसका फोन आया जिसने जानकारी दी कि आपकी बहू भी नहीं रही?
ये न्यूज़ चैनल के माध्यम से कि 242 लोगों में से एक बचा तो 241 का ही था, और उनके फादर उनको छोड़ने गए थे। वो छोड़ के निकले, कुछ दूरी पहुंचे थे, फिर उनको प्लेन हादसे की जानकारी लगी, फिर उनसे बात।
Hello viewers, top headlines. US moves 30 Air Force bomber aircrafts closer to Europe. Engine snag in San Francisco to Mumbai Air India flight. Another Ranchi-bound Air India Express flight diverted after technical issues. Prime Minister Modi reaches Canada for the G7 summit. Israel-Iran escalation overshadows G7 joint statement, says Iran can never have nuke. Trump contradicts Macron's statement on Israel-Iran ceasefire, says Macron has no idea why he cut short his G7 visit. Trump hints at something bigger than ceasefire. And MEA issues advisory for Indian students in Iran. Evacuation of 10,000 Indian students in Tehran begins. Batch of 100 Indian students begins. They are being evacuated through Armenia. Well, I've been breaking up Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. Okay, big update. An Air India flight from San Francisco to Mumbai through Kolkata suffered a technical snag in one of its engines, requiring passengers to be deplaned during a scheduled halt at the city airport. Early flight at, this was Air India 180 arrived on time at the city airport. It arrived on time, but a technical snag there in the left engine delayed the takeoff at about 5:20 hours, that means around 5:20 in the morning. An announcement was made in the aircraft asking all the passengers to deplane. The captain of the plane told the passengers that the decision was being made in the interest of flight safety. Another incident has come to fore. That means that there are two incidents we are talking about right now, where Air India Express Ranchi-bound flight was diverted back to Delhi after facing technical snags. That is right, viewers. So two incidents of technical snags in an Air India flight. Latest coming in on your screen, you can see this is Air India flight AI 180 Air India Express flight. Two flights, both of them suffering technical snags, both of them are being diverted, returning mid-air or forcing deplaning due to technical issues. You know, again, we see that many questions being raised about safety when it comes to Air India flights. Already the center has formed a high-level probe when it comes to making sure that the issues are solved or what exactly is lacking in terms of technical safety in this Air India flight. So that probe has already been ordered by the central government. Yes. Okay. So we have with us, my colleague is joining us live right now. We have Deepak with us, with me. And Deepak, you know, not the first, not the second, not the third, not the fourth. Many similar incidents being reported in the past few days itself. And please take our viewers through what has been happening when it comes to Air India flights, technical glitches, diversions, deplaning, or emergency landings.
That's right, Shivangi. In 24 hours alone, there have been 5 flights that have encountered technical glitches, and most of them were Air India flights, and among them there are Airbus and Boeing. Let's now take our viewers quickly through what has happened in the last 24 hours. On June 16, that is yesterday, AI 315, Air India 315, Hong Kong to Delhi flight, there was a mid-air glitch, and this had forced the flight to return to Hong Kong. It made a landing, all passengers were safely deboarded, but checks were conducted only after it made a landing back in Hong Kong. Now let's tell you what exactly happened on the Saudi airline. This is the SV3112. It's an air scare that was witnessed on the Jeddah to Lucknow flight, where about 250 passengers who were there, and on that particular flight, sparks and smoke was seen from the wheels of the plane, and following that, it was moved to the taxiway, and passengers of the SV3112 were disembarked safely. Also, Shivangi, we have more such incidents. This was another incident that we came across yesterday. A plane that was forced to make a U-turn to Delhi over technical issue, and it was upon landing that they took care of it. They found the issue, they fixed it, and after that the takeoff was given a green signal from Delhi. And all of these passengers were made to first leave the plane, then the checks were carried out, and then they got back on the plane, after which the plane successfully left from the Delhi airport. And let's also tell you what happened today, because today there were multiple air scares also. Air scare on Mumbai-Ahmedabad plane. This was the AI 2493, another Air India plane. The operational issue had delayed the flight, and what we also understand is that the flight was cancelled because of the flight duty time limit. That means the flight personnel, they have a fixed time, and after it exceeded that time, it was cancelled. And another AI 180, Air India 180, that's another plane that we saw today, another technical snag on the San Francisco to Mumbai via Kolkata, and after they landed the plane in Kolkata, a technical snag was reported in the left engine. Again, passengers were made to leave the plane. The technical snag delayed the takeoff from Kolkata because necessary checks had to be conducted. But the big question is, Shivangi, why aren't these checks done prior to takeoff and landing? Back to you.
Well, thank you, Deepak, for helping our viewers understand what really is happening when it comes to technical glitches. But let's tell our viewers passenger safety comes first. All right, let's move ahead, viewers. We're getting some more updates coming in. Let's move ahead to some more breaking updates we're getting for our viewers right now. And what we are seeing is the Israeli Air Force. In fact, we're getting some more updates. Indigo flight is making an emergency landing in Nagpur. The bomb threat message was found in the flight. All passengers, I repeat, all passengers have been deboarded. More details are awaited. Now, big update coming in right now. Indigo flight makes emergency landing in Nagpur. And Indigo flight is making a emergency landing in Nagpur as a bomb threat message was found in the flight. Not the first time we have seen such incidents of bomb threat messages being found in flight. Some of them turn out to be hoaxes. But latest, all passengers have been deboarded. More details are awaited in this case. All right, I want to come across to you, Deepak. One more bomb threat. That this is an Indigo flight. This is the Indigo flight. It has forced this Indigo flight to make an emergency landing. We're still waiting for more updates, but we understand this is a Kochi-Delhi Indigo flight making emergency landing in Nagpur. Deepak.
That's right, Shivangi. First, they had received a bomb threat message. We'll have to wait for the details, whether there was a note that was found on the plane or whether it was a threat email that was received. But what we know is that after the flight made the emergency landing in Nagpur, necessary scanning was done by the authorities. And what we understand is that the DCP of Nagpur has also issued a statement. And the latest statement as per the DCP is that an Air Indigo flight 6E2706 from Muscat, Kochi, Delhi made an emergency landing at Nagpur airport after a bomb threat was received. All passengers have been deboarded. Investigation is underway. Nothing suspicious has been found so far. So this is the confirmation coming in from the DCP of Nagpur that nothing suspicious was found on the Nagpur plane.
All right, let's move ahead, Deepak, right now because we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. We shift our focus to some of the other stories, especially what is happening in the Iran-Israel conflict. Getting to know the Israeli air has completed several extensive strikes on military targets of the Iranian regime in western Iran. During the strikes, dozens of surface-to-surface missile storage and launch infrastructure were struck. In addition, surface-to-air missile launchers and UAV storage sites were struck in western Iran. That is right. Big update coming in right now, viewers. Things are getting a little intense in that escalation. Already we have seen that the G7 has come out with a joint statement. But at the same time, getting some more updates coming in terms of what is happening. The Air Force of Israel has completed many extensive strikes on military targets of the Iranian regime in western Iran. And during the strikes, dozens of surface-to-surface missile storage and launch infrastructure was struck. In addition, surface-to-air missile launchers and UAV storage sites were struck in western Iran. So that is the big update that we are getting. And we have the picture coming in for you as well. IDF destroys Iran military targets. You can see those pictures coming in, and the entire war is getting more and more intense. For the second time, the IDF has eliminated Iran's wartime chief of staff as well. This is a new update that we're getting for our viewers. IDF keeps making sure that they are putting Iran on the back foot. Okay, viewers, let's now get you more visuals from across Iran and Israel. So we'll put those visuals out for you. We are also learning that Israeli Defense Forces struck command centers which belong to the Kurds force of the IRGC and the Iranian military as well, viewers. So you can see exactly in that video, these different videos are showing. Video 1 showing you IDF taking out the IRGC command centers. Very important because we have seen how Israel has targeted multiple areas, which are important strategically to Iran. So what is Iran's IRGC? And Iran's IRGC is a very important group of commanders. This is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC commanders. And Israeli strikes have killed at least 4 senior Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC commanders, including the chief Hussein Salami. All right, let's put the next video out for our viewers. So this is the IF, which is identified and eliminated surface-to-air missile launch. Troops seconds before they reached a launcher south of Tehran. The troops were eliminated and the launcher was dismantled. So this is video number 2 on your screens. Israel destroying Iran missile launch troops. So very specific and strategic areas have been targeted by Israel. And just remember that this current escalation had begun after Israel launched strikes on Friday morning involving 200 fighter jets that hit dozens of nuclear, military and infrastructure targets across Iran, including the country's main nuclear facility. All right, let's also move ahead right now to the next video. Let's go to video number 3 on your screen. So what you see these are visuals from the aftermath of the Iran attack on Tel Aviv. That is right. Visuals of the aftermath of the Iran attack on Tel Aviv. So we have seen a counter-offensive from Iran as well. So both of them are launching assaults at each other. Iran has struck Tel Aviv and Haifa as the Israel conflict has entered its 5th day. So what you see on your screens is the Iranian missiles have struck Israeli cities of Tel Aviv, destroying homes, fueling concerns, especially as the G7 summit is taking place, that the conflict between the two regional nations could lead to a broader Middle East war. Meanwhile, we also have a new video. This is video number 4. Iran missiles hit residential area. So meanwhile, we also have pictures of residential buildings completely damaged by Iran missile strikes. And like we are telling our viewers, a lot of Iranian missiles are targeting civilian areas, residential areas, destroying homes in residential areas. So you can see that picture coming in where a residential area has been hit. Extensive damage can be seen in that video on your screens, viewers. All right, let's go straight across to our guest who's joining us right now. We have Colonel Sanjeev Malik, defense expert, joining us on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us, Colonel. Sir, I just want to ask you, we showed our videos to our viewers of the extensive damage, not just on one side, on both sides, Israel and Iran. And we also see the G7 leaders backing Israel, warning Iran. How do you see this escalation now moving forward?
Ma'am, thank you very much for inviting me. The escalation in the ongoing conflict is likely to remain in the similar situation, plus minus for the next few days. Reason being, ma'am, this is a G7 meeting going on, and Iran will target most of the civilian installations or civilian localities with the same intention what in Operation Sindoor Pakistan wanted us to get involved. Pakistan laid a trap and flying its civilian aircraft so that India mistakenly or willingly attack those civilian aircrafts, and then he can go and crying all over the world, okay, India is targeting our civilians. Similarly, he's provoking Israel that he attacks in more areas and more civilian casualties occur, so that he can go in the international community and he can cry, okay, they see the Israel, he is now killing our civilians besides our other facilities. But however, it's a good thing that Israel is training itself and it's attacking only the energy installations, military installations, and all other installations like of supply or ammunition dump or fuel dumps where he gets the forces strength of conducting this operations on Israel. Now, second thing coming to the aspect of this, the Mossad, its elements inside the Iran, they are giving the pinpoint information to its country, means Israel. That is why they are able to pinpoint the things and not to escalate to the civilian areas. Now, coming to the G7 thing, we have seen in the morning itself, the G7 countries are backing Israel in the very core, because logic stands with Israel, not with Iran. When a country says that we don't want to see this country, means Israel, on this earth, it means they are basically working with some malefied intentions. This is well known. But however, seeing the current situation, Israel also is well aware that it cannot sustain very prolonged conflict with Iran without the backup of US. Now the role of after G7, the US probably, if this conflict continues, the America has to come in support of Israel. In case, for example, in giving the cover of the defense, air defense against the Israel missiles, because this is well-known fact that Iran manufactures a lot of the Iran manufactures a lot of missiles, and it has a huge stockpile of that. So given this thing, this conflict is going to continue for some more time, till the time Iran comes to the talking table.
All right, please hold on, Colonel Sanjeev Malik. I'm getting some more breaking updates coming in, and I want your perspective on that. Some more news coming in, and it looks like there's some strikes which have been made for the second time. The IDF has eliminated Iran's wartime chief of staff, the regime's top military commander. That is right. Following the precise intelligence received by the IDF Intelligence Directorate and sudden opportunity overnight, IF has struck a staffed command center in the heart of Tehran and eliminated Ali Shadmani, the wartime chief of staff, the most senior military commander and the closest figure to Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. That is right, viewers. Big update. Let's go back to our guest who's coming in right now. Colonel Sanjeev Malik is joining us, defense expert joining us right now on Republic TV. This is an update coming in on Republic TV, but we have some more breaking news coming in. Let's go to the next breaking news. We have to cut across, viewers, because there is a fresh update that we are getting for our viewers. And the Air India 159 flight has been cancelled after a snag. So yet another Air India flight from Ahmedabad to London has been forced to be cancelled due to a technical snag. Air India flight number AI 159, a Boeing 788 scheduled to take off from Ahmedabad for London at 1:10 p.m. has been cancelled due to a technical snag. Cancelled, absolutely cancelled. That is right. This was a domestic flight of Air India which is flying internationally. And Air India 159 flight cancelled after a snag. It was outbound for, from what we understand, outbound for abroad. It was outbound for London. And I have to go across to my colleague Gopi, who's joining us. She's in Ahmedabad. This is where the flight took off, Ahmedabad to London, but had to be cancelled. Okay, we have some reactions coming first.
कुछ नहीं बताया, वापस बस वो हमारा नाम नंबर लिख दिया, PNR नंबर लिख दिया फ्लाइट टिकट का। बोल रहे हैं कल सुबह 11 बजे आ जाओ। मैंने कहा ठीक है, अभी मैं पाटन से आ रहा हूँ, ठीक है, तो अभी मेरा आने जाने का एक्सपेंसेस वो कैसे होगा? वो बोला वो हम नहीं जानते, वो आप देख लो अपने हिसाब से। अगर आपको होटल जाना है तो ये आप देख रहे हैं, उन्होंने बस की है स्लीपर कोच, वो अभी होटल ले जा रहे हैं। अभी मैं मेरी फैमिली के साथ आया, होटल में जाके क्या करूँ? मैं और मेरी वाइफ 2 लोग जा रहे थे। तो ये बिल्कुल है कि अभी एयर इंडिया में ट्रैवल मत करो प्लीज, टू बी ऑनेस्ट। थैंक यू।
All right, let's go to Gopi, who's joining us right now. Gopi, one more Air India flight from Ahmedabad to London has been absolutely cancelled after a technical snag, and we saw that a lot of passengers they don't know what to do next. They don't know what to do next right now because their flight is cancelled. I just want to come across to you. Yes, Gopi, what is happening?
Shivangi, as you have correctly mentioned, Air India 159, which was to start from Ahmedabad and land in London, stands cancelled today. I am being joined by one of the passengers. क्या नाम है आपका?
My name is Arnab Goswami.
ओके, और ये फ़्लाइट कैंसिल क्यों हुई? आपने कितनी बार ये फ़्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है? आप कब आए, कितने बजे आए? आपका परिवार भी आपके साथ आया है, कुछ बताएंगे?
I booked a flight on 14 June because we want to back in London on 14 June. But on the 13 June, I got an email that you have to cancel this flight because of the atmosphere and weather. So they messaged me, emailed me that you have to reschedule your ticket. And on they emailed me that you have to reschedule on 17 June. So today we are on Sardar Patel airport, but they told me I got email on 12 p.m. in the morning that your flight is cancelled, 17 June flight cancelled. So my husband is there on the window and he's doing that we want to do new flight and they are doing.
So what is the reason that they are quoting? What is the reason why is the flight cancelled?
उन्होंने बोला कि दिल्ली से फ्लाइट डिले हुई है, इसलिए हम आगे कुछ नहीं कर सकते, आपको न्यू फ्लाइट लेनी पड़ेगी वरना हम लोग रिफ़ंड करेंगे। उन्होंने 2 ऑप्शन दिया है कि आपको न्यू फ्लाइट लेनी है कि फिर आपको रिफ़ंड पूरा हम देंगे। हमने बोला कि हमको रिफ़ंड नहीं चाहिए, वी डोंट वांट रिफ़ंड, वी वांट न्यू फ्लाइट। आप न्यू फ्लाइट के तो न्यू टिकट हमको करके दो, तो वो सब मेरे हस्बैंड कर रहे हैं।
तो यही सेम फ्लाइट पहले 2 बार और भी कैंसिल हो चुकी है?
हाँ, 2 बार हमारी ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। हम मैसेज भी करते तो इतना होल्ड होता है, हमको 15-15 मिनट होल्ड रखना पड़ता है और हमको सामने से भी अच्छा कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आता है एयर इंडिया में से। अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं हैं।
So in fact, see Shivangi, people here, the passengers here of this particular Air India flight are, there is utter chaos. I would ask my camera person to kindly show you the visuals. This is the window from where they have in fact, this is the T2 departure from where they were going to enter. In fact, we would ask a few passengers here if they are willing to speak to us. आप में से कौन जा रहा था? अच्छा, आप जा रहे थे। I would ask my camera person to kindly show you. आपका नाम क्या है?
विशाल पटेल।
और आप ये एयर इंडिया की फ्लाइट में जाने वाले थे?
यस, नहीं मैं नहीं, मेरे मम्मी पापा जाने वाले थे। तो अभी क्या है, मॉर्निंग में मैंने कॉल किया था एयर इंडिया में, उन लोगों ने बताया कि जो फ्लाइट है वो ऑन टाइम है। फिर हम इधर आए तो बता रहे थे कि फ़्लाइट है वो डिले हुई है 3 आवर्स। सो हमको 1 PM की जगह 3 PM का टाइम दिया। और अभी जब टाइम बोर्डिंग का आया, अंदर जाने का आया, चेक इन का टाइम आया, तो वो लोग बोल रहे हैं कि अब फ़्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई है। सो वो लोग अच्छे से रिफ़ंड का भी आंसर नहीं दे रहे हैं। हम लोग कॉल सेंटर में बात कर रहे हैं, वहाँ भी कोई भी कॉल रिसीव नहीं कर रहा है। और वो लोग यही बता रहे हैं कि हम आपको 10-15 दिन में रिफ़ंड कर देंगे। और दूसरी फ्लाइट लेने की हम बात कर रहे हैं तो वो लोग ये बताए नहीं, हम लोग आपको रिशेड्यूल करें, कल दे देंगे।
यहीं से सेम फ्लाइट के लिए क्या ऐसा हुआ है कि ये फ्लाइट पहले भी कैंसिल हुई?
पहले भी कैंसिल हुई है मैम, पहले भी कैंसिल हुई है। और
एयर इंडिया ने रीजन क्या बताया है कैंसिलेशन का?
नहीं, कोई रीजन ही नहीं बता रहे, वो कुछ भी रीजन नहीं बता रहे। कोई लोग बोल रहे हैं कि टेक्निकल इश्यू के लिए, कई लोग बोल रहे हैं कि हम क्या है कि अभी प्रॉब्लम खराब वेदर के लिए, वो सब बोल रहे हैं।
We have one more passenger with us who was going to in fact fly in this very flight. So what is your name?
My name is Vijay Singh Zala. I am an advocate in practicing in Gujarat High Court.
So did they tell you what is the reason behind the cancellation of this particular airplane?
Actually, when we reached here, there are 3-4 persons from the Air India Airlines, and the reasons stated by them are different. There are 3 persons who are here to respond, and each and every person is giving a different reply. One is saying that there is some technical issue. The second one is saying that there is a delay in the flight to reach here from Delhi to Ahmedabad. Therefore, today takeoff is not possible, and other reasons are being stated which are not plausible.
So what is your next step? What are you going to do? Are you going to seek response from Air India? Since you are also an advocate and you have seen a horrendous incident that happened just a few days back, Air India का ही crash हुआ था. What are you? What is your next step that you are going to take?
First of all, as we have seen that the 12th of June was the incident जो इंडिया में इतने सालों बाद इतना बड़ा इंसिडेंट हुआ था, इसलिए जो पैसेंजर्स को जाने के लिए बहुत ही अर्जेंट था वही लोग ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं। एज वी हैव सीन इन न्यूज़ कि 50% लोगों ने एयर इंडिया में जाने से कैंसिल कर दिया। तो अभी जो 50% है वो लोग हैं जिनको बहुत जाना ज़रूरी था, इसलिए वो लोग ट्रैवल आज कर रहे थे। और कल रात को जब एयर इंडिया एयरलाइंस का फर्स्ट फ्लाइट टेक ऑफ किया, तब जाके हम लोगों ने एयर इंडिया हेल्पलाइन नंबर पे कांटेक्ट करके पूछा कि क्या आज फ्लाइट टाइम पे टेक ऑफ करने वाला है। तब वहाँ से आंसर मिलता है कि हाँ, आज 1:10 को जो 159 वाला फ़्लाइट है वो टाइम पे ही टेक ऑफ करेगा। तो जब सुबह हम लोग उठे तब एक मैसेज आता है कि सॉरी फॉर द इनकन्वीनियंस, योर फ्लाइट इज़ डिलेड बाय 2 आवर्स। सो 1:10 की बजाय अभी 3 बजे टेक ऑफ करने वाला है। इसलिए फिर भी हम लोग टाइम पे आ गए। हमको पता था कि ये ट्रैजिक इंसिडेंट होने के बाद कुछ भी हो सकता है, इसलिए हम लोगों को टाइम पे पहुंचना पड़ा। इसलिए पूरे गुजरात से और आउट ऑफ गुजरात से बहुत सारे लोग ट्रैवल करके आज टाइम पे यहाँ एयरपोर्ट पे पहुँचे। जैसे ही एयरपोर्ट पे पहुँचते हैं तो यहाँ एक काउंटर लगा है, वहाँ से एयर इंडिया एयरलाइंस वालों ने आंसर दिया है कि योर फ्लाइट हैज़ बीन कैंसल्ड। और जब सब लोगों को ये कैंसलेशन वाला मैसेज दिया गया तो सभी लोग ऑलरेडी तो पैनिक में थे, वो डर का माहौल तो था ही सबके अंदर, बट वो लोग ट्रैवल कर रहे थे क्योंकि उनको मोस्ट अर्जेंट जाना था। अब जब रीज़न पूछा गया तो वो 3-4 लोग हैं, वो अलग अलग रिप्लाई दे रहे हैं। और जब लोग सब पैनिक होके सब बोल रहे हैं कि हम लोगों को जाना इसलिए तो हम लोग ये फ़्लाइट ट्रैवल करके जा रहे थे, वरना कैंसिल करके कोई दूसरी फ़्लाइट में चले जाते हैं। तो अभी उन लोगों ने सबको सेटिस्फेक्शन देने के लिए ये बोला है कि मोस्ट टू मोस्ट हम लोग आपको एकोमोडेशन दे सकते हैं। अगर आपको कोई ट्रैवलिंग अलाउंसेस, कोई ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कॉस्ट लगा है तो आप कल या परसों आके हम लोगों से क्लेम कर सकते हैं। और अगर आपको रिफ़ंड चाहिए तो हम लोग आपको रिफ़ंड कर देंगे। बट जब कोई कंफर्मेशन पूछ रहे हैं कि कब रिफ़ंड होगा, क्या रिफ़ंड का प्रोसेस होगा, तो वो यहाँ से कोई आंसर नहीं मिल रहा है। और लोग बोल रहे हैं कि अगर आप हमको तो कोई दूसरी एयरलाइन से अगर भेज सकते हो तो दूसरी एयरलाइन से भेजो। तो ये एयर इंडिया वाले के जो स्टाफ है वो बता रहे हैं कि अभी कोई दूसरी एयरलाइंस हमारा हाथ पकड़ने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। यह ट्रैजिक इंसिडेंट हुआ है इसलिए हमारे पैसेंजर्स को एक्सेप्ट करने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। और जब पूछ रहे हैं कि कल अभी दूसरा फ्लाइट कब टेक ऑफ करने वाला है तो वो बोल रहे हैं कि 11:40 मॉर्निंग को टेक ऑफ करेगा, बट उसका भी कोई श्योरिटी नहीं है।
Well, in fact, these are a few voices that we are getting for you from the passengers, the flight which has been cancelled. We will be giving you minute-to-minute update from the Ahmedabad Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Airport, where a flight which was going from Ahmedabad to London has been cancelled. Stay tuned with Republic TV. We will be back after a short commercial break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass-comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
और इंडिया में कब से आए थे?
इंडिया यहाँ पे उनके मम्मी का हार्ट हो गया था बोल के उनको मिलने आए थे। तो 6 दिन में रिटर्न था उनका जाने का, तो 6 दिन में ये हादसा हो गया।
कहाँ से? अहमदाबाद की प्रॉपर रहने वाले?
नहीं, वो एक्चुअली रहते हैं हम लोग बॉम्बे है क्या, और वाया फ्लाइट था, तो बॉम्बे से यहाँ आए थे। यहाँ से हम लोग को उनको लंदन जाना था, यूके जाना था।
तो उसमें छोटी बच्ची भी थी, मतलब कितनी उम्र के लोग थे? उनकी उम्र क्या थी?
वो एक की 4 है और एक की शायद मेरे ख्याल से 8 है। 4 या 6 ऐसा कुछ है लड़की के।
कब से रह रहे थे, क्या करते थे वहाँ पे?
होटल मैनेजमेंट का को ये था उनका जॉब, और 15 साल हो गया उनको वहाँ पे, 10-15 साल से।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
US moves 30 Air Force bomber aircrafts closer to Europe. Engine snag in San Francisco to Mumbai Air India flight. Another Ranchi-bound Air India Express flight diverted after technical issues. Prime Minister Modi reaches Canada to attend the G7 summit. Israel-Iran escalation overshadows G7 joint statement, says Iran can never have nuke. Trump contradicts Macron's statement on Israel-Iran ceasefire, says Macron has no idea why he cut short his G7 visit. Trump hints at something bigger than the ceasefire. MA issues the advisory for Indian students in Iran. Evacuation of 10,000 Indian students in Tehran begins. Batch of 100 Indian students being evacuated through Armenia. An Indigo flight 6C2706 from Muscat to Kochi, Delhi made an emergency landing at Nagpur airport after a bomb threat was received. All passengers have been deboarded. The investigation is underway, noting something suspicious has not been found so far. This is what the DCP there is saying, Nagpur. So this is the update coming in. When we see, this is the Indigo flight, by the way. It has deboarded. All passengers have been deboarded after a bomb threat was received. Investigation is underway. So far, nothing suspicious has been found inside that plane. The pictures coming in of the plane, first on Republic TV. Indigo is making an emergency landing. You can see the plane there. It has deboarded. This plane was on its way from Muscat, Kochi and Delhi. That was a route that this plane was taken. And as we keep getting our viewers more updates, let's tell you that this plane right now has been deboarded. This is a Kochi-Delhi Indigo flight making an emergency landing in Nagpur after a bomb threat. No suspicious items have been found so far. This is the Indigo flight operating on the Muscat-Kochi-Delhi route, making an emergency landing at Nagpur after a bomb threat was reported. But let's go to Akansha, who's joining us right now. Akansha, all passengers deboarded. Thankfully, nothing suspicious has been found so far. This is what the DCP there is saying. Yes, over to you, Akansha. What do we know so far?
Absolutely, Shivangi. What we're learning so far is that nothing suspicious has been found. As far as this bomb threat is concerned, what we're learning is that this Delhi-bound Indigo flight was, in fact, it left from Kochi. It was on the way to the national capital when it made an emergency landing in Nagpur because of a bomb threat. We don't have details about what this bomb threat was, but as per the Cochin International Airport is concerned, they have informed that nothing suspicious has been found so far. They have issued a statement. Let me quote them. A bomb threat was received with regard to an Indigo flight which arrived from Muscat and departed for Delhi, prompting it to make an emergency landing at Nagpur airport for undergoing operations. What we're learning is that this bomb threat was received from on the official email ID about the Indigo flight which departed for Delhi with 157 passengers and 6 crew at 9:31 a.m. in the morning. And after that, a bomb threat assessment committee, which is BTAC, was convened and the threat was declared as specific, but nothing so far has been found. So what we know so far is that this threat was given through the email. Nothing suspicious has been found so far. Passengers have been reboarded. This flight has been sent to a safer place and the inspection of this flight is underway, Shivangi.
That is right. Thank you for joining us there, Akansha, with all those details. We see that this is the Indigo flight operating on the Muscat-Kochi-Delhi route, making an emergency landing at Nagpur. And from what we understand so far, all the passengers were safely deboarded following the emergency landing. A thorough investigation was immediately launched by the airport security and bomb disposal teams. All right, let's go to the next big update we're getting for our viewers. Now we have one more Air India flight which was cancelled. Yet another Air India flight from Ahmedabad to London has been forced to be cancelled due to a technical snag. Air India flight number AI-159 Boeing 788 scheduled to take off from Ahmedabad for London at around 1:10 p.m. has been cancelled due to a technical snag. That is right. We're still trying to get our viewers more updates on what really happened so far, but the passengers are stranded in Ahmedabad, and we see Gopi. Okay, let's go to Gopi. Yes, Gopi is there with the passengers, and Gopi, you were talking about this a short while back. This is a flight which has been cancelled. Ahmedabad to London flight cancelled, but the question is, what about the passengers?
Well, in fact, this is about the AI-159, which was about to start from Ahmedabad and land in London. We are joined by, in fact, a few passengers. Sir, आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम अनिरुद्ध सिंह जाला, एडवोकेट, मेंबर बार काउंसिल ऑफ गुजरात।
क्या आप ये फ्लाइट में ट्रैवल करने वाले थे?
यस, आज मैं लंदन जाने वाला था। हमारे यहाँ लीगल कॉन्फ्रेंस है, तो मैंने टिकट आज 10 बजे की थी। मैं 9 बजे यहाँ टाइम सर आ गया। बीच में मैसेज आया था कि 2 घंटा लेट है, मगर तो भी मैं टाइम सर आ गया। यहाँ आया तो बोला कि आज की फ़्लाइट कैंसिल है। हमने
और आपको वो रीज़न क्या बता रहे हैं, क्यों कैंसिल?
पहले तो रीज़न कोई बताया नहीं, मगर मैंने थोड़ा सा किया कि कोई रीज़न तो चाहिए। तो उसने बोला कि यहाँ से लंदन से आने वाली फ़्लाइट डिले है, शाम को आएगी, और शाम को जो यहाँ से लंदन जाएगी तो रात को लंदन में लैंड नहीं होती, इसलिए वो कैंसिल होगी। आपको कल 11:40 बजे की टिकट हम ट्रांसफ़र कर देंगे, ऐसे बोलता है।
रद्द होगी तो अगर रिफ़ंड की बात करें तो उन्होंने कुछ बोला है, रिफ़ंड वगैरह देंगे आपको कि नहीं?
नहीं, वो बोला था कि किसी को जो रिफ़ंड चाहिए तो आपको यहाँ से मेरे को काउंटर के ऊपर इन्फॉर्म कर दो, और जो किसी को 24 घंटा ठहरना है तो भी मेरे को इन्फॉर्म कर दो। मगर सभी पैसेंजर बहुत अभी परेशान हो गया है।
आपका कॉन्फ्रेंस है तो आप लेट नहीं होंगे उसके?
तो मैंने बोला कि मैं एडवोकेट हूँ, मैं लीगल कॉन्फ्रेंस में जाने वाला हूँ, और जो ये टाइम में फेरफार आपकी वजह से हो गया, तो मैं अभी आपको नोटिस देता हूँ और कल आपको कोर्ट में मैं खड़ा कर दूँगा। तो मैंने को बोला है कि अभी आपका अरेंजमेंट कर देता हूँ, शाम को मेरे को दूसरे अरेंजमेंट कर दे जाए, ऐसा मेरे को आश्वासन दिया है।
क्या आप सोच रहे हैं कोई लीगल एक्शन लेने का?
हाँ, जो मेरे को तो परेशानी पड़ेगी और कोई पैसेंजर भी मेरे पास जो आएगा तो मैं उसके ऊपर लीगल एक्शन अवश्य लूँगा, वो मेरा फ़र्ज है।
ये वी हैव वन मोर पैसेंजर हु इज जॉइनिंग अस. आपका नाम क्या है?
मेरा नाम सावन बारोड है.
और आप भी यही फ्लाइट में ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं?
हाँ जी, मैं यही फ्लाइट में ट्रैवल करने वाला था.
क्या आप पहली बार जा रहे हैं कि वहीं के हैं?
मेरा 5 और 6 बार है. 6 बार ट्रैवल कर रहा हूँ ऑलरेडी. मतलब
ऐसा हुआ है पहले कभी?
ऐसा तो पहले कभी हुआ नहीं है. ये मेरा खुद के एक्सपीरियंस में ये पहली बार है. ये
आपको क्या रीजन बताया इन्होंने कि कैंसिल क्यों हुई?
मैंने पूछा, अंदर क्रू मेंबर को पूछा जाके कि क्या रीज़न है, तो उन्होंने बोला कि अभी वी डोंट नो. राइट, उन्होंने ऐसा मुझे आंसर दिया, वी डोंट नो सर, व्हाट्स द प्रॉपर रीज़न अबाउट दैट. मैंने कहा भाई ये मतलब ये कोई बात नहीं है. मैंने उनसे पूछा कि ये ऐसी बात ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है. अगर वेदर का कुछ है तो आप बताओ हमें, तो हमें कुछ हम अपने फैमिली को इन्फॉर्म करें कि इसकी वजह से फ्लाइट डिले है. फिर एक घंटे बाद उन्होंने डिक्लेयर किया अंदर कि भाई फ़्लाइट कैंसिल है, अभी नहीं, उड़ान नहीं भरेगी आज.
तो अभी आगे उन्होंने क्या बोला है? कल फ्लाइट है, ये कौन सी कब रीशेड्यूल हुई है?
कब? अभी उन्होंने अंदर बोला है कि हम आपको टुमारो की फ़्लाइट जो है 11:40 के सुबह के उसी फ्लाइट में हम आपको शिफ्ट कर देंगे.
क्या आप सब अहमदाबाद से हैं कि कहीं और से आए हैं?
हम भावनगर से आए हैं.
आप कहाँ से?
मैं पाटन से आया हूँ.
तो एक बात जानकारी के लिए ये है कि ये सब अहमदाबाद से नहीं आए. वन हैज़ कम फ्रॉम भावनगर, द अदर हैज़ कम ऑल द वे फ्रॉम पाटन. वी ऑल्सो हैव वन मोर पर्सन हु इज़ जॉइनिंग. ही इज़ द रिलेटिव ऑफ वन ऑफ द पर्सन्स हु वाज गोइंग टू ट्रैवल इन दिस फ्लाइट. आपका कौन ट्रैवल कर रहा था ये फ्लाइट?
ये मेरे जमाई हैं और मेरी बेटी, ये दोनों आज ट्रैवल करने वाले. मेरी बेटी फर्स्ट टाइम जा रही है आज. हम यहाँ करीबन 20 लोग उसको छोड़ने आए हैं. हम यहाँ टाइम पे आ गए. हम सुबह से यहाँ आ गए, अंदर गए. अभी कुछ आ रहा है, कोई अलग अलग आदमी सिक्योरिटी गार्ड वगैरह बोल रहे हैं कैंसिल है. अंदर कोई नहीं बोल रहा है. ये लोग अंदर चेकिंग में भी गए, लास्ट टेबल तक गए, वहाँ जाके ये बोल रहे हैं कि भाई फ़्लाइट कैंसिल है. और मुझे अभी भी पता चला है कि जब से ये प्लेन क्रैश हुआ है उसके बाद लंदन की एक भी फ़्लाइट गई ही नहीं है. तो फिर ये लोग टिकट क्यों बार बार दे रहे हैं? पता ही नहीं चल रहा है ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हैं. अरे बोल दो, कितने लोग यहाँ आ रहे, परेशान हो रहे हैं. और ये बारिश का माहौल. मैं भावनगर से हूँ.
वही बोल रही हूँ, आप भावनगर से हैं, ये पाटन से हैं. अब आप मुझे ये बताइए, अगर ये फ़्लाइट कल के लिए रीशेड्यूल भी होती है तो क्या अकोमोडेशन वगैरह एयर इंडिया प्रोवाइड कर रही है? आप लोग रुकेंगे कहाँ? क्योंकि अगर कल दिन की फ़्लाइट होगी तो आना भी मुश्किल होगा. बारिश का मौसम है, उस तरफ तो फ्लड लाइक कंडीशंस भी हैं. तो इसमें आप क्या करेंगे?
अभी हमारे पास और कोई चारा नहीं है, हमें यहाँ रुकना ही पड़ेगा. एकोमोडेशन की जो बात की है वो ओनली फॉर टिकट पर्सन की है. जितना टिकट है, जिसके पास पासपोर्ट टिकट है उसको ही मिलेगा. उसके कोई भी कलीग या कोई भी है उसको किसी को भी नहीं मिलेगा. कई लोग ऐसे भी है, बूढ़े बुजुर्ग भी है, जिनके साथ कोई नहीं है, वो छोड़ने आए एक आदमी को, तो वो कहाँ जाएंगे?
सो दीज आर द वॉइसेस दैट वी आर गेटिंग. आपका कौन ट्रैवल कर रहा है? क्या आप खुद ट्रैवल कर रही हैं?
नहीं, भाई ट्रैवल कर रहा है.
कौन ट्रैवल कर रहा है?
भाई.
अच्छा.
भाई और भाभी दोनों की फ्लाइट थी, वो सब जा रहे थे. हम रात को 3 बजे से उठ के आए क्योंकि
कहाँ से आए हैं?
राधनपुर.
अच्छा, राधनपुर.
हाँ.
तो अभी आपको इन लोगों ने क्या बोला, रीज़न क्या बोला, फ्लाइट क्यों कैंसिल हुई है?
अंदर तो पता ही नहीं था उन लोगों को. वो तो वेट ही कर रहे थे कि अभी हमारा लगेज जाएगा, हम बैठे. ये वो बाहर सिक्योरिटी गार्ड ने इन्फॉर्म किया कि भाई ऐसे ऐसे फ्लाइट डिले हो रही है. हम कॉल करके उनको पता ही नहीं अंदर की क्या चल रहा है.
तो क्या बोला है? अभी रीशेड्यूल की है कि अभी वो भी कंफर्म नहीं?
रीशेड्यूल करेंगे तो भी ये कंपनसेशन वाला तो कोई सीन नहीं है ना. अभी देखिए ये सर है, इनकी कॉन्फ्रेंस है, वो रुक गई. भाई भाभी को जाना था, वो रुक गए. अब वो उनके पास तो यूँ नहीं ना कि वहाँ वैकेशन करने जा रहे हैं. उनका भी काम धंधा है, कुछ ना कुछ है, तो उनमें डिले नहीं होगा. कितना कॉम्पनसेशन देंगे ये लोग सबको? ये कोई वैलिड नहीं. आपको करनी कैंसिल है तो पहले बता दो, अंदर जाने ही मत दो. तो हम सबको अभी हम लोगों का ऐसा है कि चलो हम एक कार मतलब बोलते हैं ना ऊबर करके आए थे, ठीक है. अब वो उनको हम भेज दिया वापस कि भाई चलो रिलेटिव था, बोले कि आप चले जाओ, हम अपने हिसाब से देख लें, क्योंकि अब लगेज तो लेके जाना नहीं है. अब वो भाई चला गया था नंदासन, हमने उनको वहाँ से रिटर्न बोला. कंपनसेशन देंगे, कितना देंगे ये लोग?
तो आप क्या एयर इंडिया को क्वेश्चन करेंगे? आप करिए एयर इंडिया को क्वेश्चन.
उनको खुद को शर्म आनी चाहिए कि भाई हम क्या कर रहे हैं. क्वेश्चन करने उनको आंसर ही नहीं पता, क्वेश्चन करके क्या हुए. कैंसिल हुई, हमने बोला कि भाई क्या सीन है, तो बोल रहा है कि हमें नहीं पता. हम बोल रहे वो हाँ में हाँ कर रहे हैं. मतलब ये क्या चल क्या रहा है जो हाँ में हाँ कर रहे हैं? बातचीत तो नहीं चल रही जो आप हाँ में हाँ करो. क्वेश्चन आंसर दो।
Well, Shivangi, these are the voices that we are getting from you from the Ahmedabad airport. While there are a few passengers, while there are others who are the relatives of these passengers, and when you speak of these passengers' urgency, one is going for a law conference. Imagine he is going to miss out on his conference, while he has also said that he might take a legal action if Air India does not respond to his questions. While we saw how others were also willing to reach there on time, as there are a few people who are working there in London, and this is the anguish of people, voices of people that we are getting for you from Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport in Ahmedabad. Back to you.
That's right, Gopi. So we see those pictures coming in. The Air India flight cancelled. You can see the passengers stranded, looking for answers. And this is not just one case, there are multiple cases. One emergency landing has been made and one Air India flight has been halted. All of it coming back to back and on the same day in the last 24 hours. So what you see on your screens is yet another Air India flight from Ahmedabad to London, which has been forced to be cancelled due to a technical snag. Air India flight number AI 159, a Boeing 788, scheduled to take off from Ahmedabad to London at 1:10 p.m. has been cancelled due to a technical snag. And there are similar incidents which have been reported from Nagpur and Kolkata. So all three pictures are on your screen. One is this, the middle one is an Indigo flight operating on the Muscat-Kochi-Delhi route, which made an emergency landing at Nagpur airport early in the morning. All right, let's move ahead right now because like we were telling our viewers, an Air India flight from San Francisco to Mumbai through Kolkata was a stopover, suffered a technical snag. And this happened in one of its engines, requiring passengers to be deplaned once again during a scheduled halt at the city airport early flight. It was a very early morning flight. It arrived on time at the city airport early in the morning, but a technical snag in the left engine delayed the takeoff. An announcement was made in the aircraft asking all the passengers to deplane. The captain of the plane told the passengers that the decision was being made in the interest of the flight safety. Another incident has come to the fore where Air India Express Ranchi-bound flight was diverted back to Delhi after facing a technical snag. Okay, so you can see the two flights that we have been talking about. One is the Air India flight AI 180 and Air India Express flight. Both of them have been not been able to take off or were grounded or had to return due to technical issue which were found on that plane. We'll try to go across to our colleague in just a short while from now. And we have Iona joining us from our newsroom to help us understand more on the story. Now, Iona, already Air India is being scanned very closely because a probe has been ordered to have a look at its fleets, its operations, its SOPs, its systems. But at the same time, we saw Indigo flight as well, which had to, we saw that this Indigo flight had to make an emergency landing in Nagpur. But my question to you is, and if you could take our viewers through this, the issue is passenger safety right now. And passengers and whoever takes a flight, and in fact, our entire nation cannot afford putting our own citizens' lives at risks when they board a plane, whether to travel in India or travel abroad.
Absolutely, Shivangi, you've pointed out what we're trying to really focus on over here. It's not just about Air India or Indigo, it's about passenger safety overall across all airlines. And over the last 5 days, especially in the aftermath of that tragic AI 171 crash, we've seen a number of incidents, and the spotlight is back on just how much accountability and responsibility are these airlines willing to take. In fact, as we speak, there are about 200 passengers who are currently stranded at Kolkata airport after a Mumbai-San Francisco flight was it landed in Kolkata for a routine check, after which passengers were left in the lurch. They've now been deplaned, and then they've been told that they have absolutely no clarity on when the when the flight will take off for Mumbai, and the airline has is yet to answer on how they are willing to address these technical issues. Now, parallelly in Ahmedabad, a London-bound AI-159 flight has absolutely been cancelled. In fact, we've heard those accounts, passenger accounts that Gopi, our colleague, was bringing us a while back on how the airline has given them absolutely no clarity on when the flights will take off, what are the alternative arrangements, and if the passengers are going to get any refunds at all. So, Shivangi, the question is really not just about the airlines complying with DGCA standards and enhancing their safety checks, but also taking some amount of responsibility and getting over this casual attitude that we have seen over the past few days.
That's right. Iona getting us all these updates coming in. Iona, before I let you go, I also want to help our viewers understand that the centre has taken steps to review the airline safety. And in fact, the centre has created a panel. The DGCA is also probing issues of passenger safety, coordinating with international airlines as well. So there is a SOP which has been put in place. There will be a report which will be made, and there will be a review done of passenger safety. Iona.
Absolutely, Shivangi. In fact, it was Union Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu who addressed a press conference just a few days ago, and he made it very clear that passenger safety is paramount, and this is something that the airlines must understand come what may, no matter how many technical issues they face. And while investigation continues into the AI-171 flight, there should be more action from the centre. We are expecting more high-level meetings that is to be conducted by the Civil Aviation Ministry to take into account everything that has happened over the last 3 days, and to give the citizens of India a more a kind of a safe space for them to continue their air travel, because as of this moment, as we were hearing the experiences of the passengers from Ahmedabad just a while back, they have absolutely no clarity. They've been left in the lurch, and some of them even went on to say that they would rethink before taking a flight, to continue their journeys. So it only remains to be seen, Shivangi, what action is taken by the DGCA, by the BCAS and the Civil Aviation Ministry into holding all these airlines more responsible.
All right, I think we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Hold on, Iona. One more case, Air India flight AI-143 Boeing B787 Delhi to Paris, which was scheduled, I repeat, which was scheduled for departure at 1:15 p.m. The flight is currently on hold after boarding due to a technical issue, a hydraulic leak. It looks like a hydraulic leak. This is initial updates coming in. We'll try to get our viewers more updates, but it's a hydraulic leak which was detected, and it is right now delayed. It's on hold due to technical issues. This plane was leaving from Delhi to Paris. It was scheduled to depart at 1:15 p.m. The flight is currently on hold after boarding due to technical issues or a hydraulic leak. So one more case coming in. Within the past 24 hours, viewers, we have told you about back-to-back cases of technical glitches of Air India flights making emergency landings, of being cancelled, of many other issues due to technical problems. One more Air India flight grounded due to hydraulic leak, putting the focus back when it comes to passenger safety. And already we know that Air India is under the scanner after back-to-back incidents of passenger safety being compromised. All right, back to updates coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV, and this is an Air India flight. It's a Delhi to Paris flight, which is right now grounded. It's on hold after a technical issue was reported in this flight. Air India flights are being scanned very closely, and Air India has also gone ahead and issued a travel advisory a couple of days ago. However, from their side, it looks like that the technical issues are not stopping at all, and it's risking the passenger safety. So let's talk a little bit more about the other technical issues which were found. This is Air India flight from San Francisco to Mumbai through Kolkata suffered a technical snag, and now we see that Air India flight from Delhi to Paris, which was scheduled for departure at 1:15 p.m. The flight is now currently on hold after boarding due to technical issue. Okay, we have to take a short break right now. Matsu coming right up. We are live and breaking. The United States moves 30 Air Force bombers aircraft closer to Europe. Plus, Prime Minister Modi reaches Canada to attend the G7 summit. Stay tuned. We are live and breaking.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. NTHP 157, say again. With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back in Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. NTHP 157, maintain passenger level, advise and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in 315.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Vande Mataram. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora and I am Special Advisor on some African countries. We are going to talk today about an issue that is exercising a lot of minds, and I read a lot of stuff in the Indian and international media about the challenge that India's diplomacy faces because of the conflict between Israel and Iran, both friends of India. Let me set this in perspective. We never allow our relationship with any one country to determine our relationship with another country. Chanakya had said something very interesting 2,400 years ago, that my enemy's enemy can be my friend. He did not say that my friend's enemy must also be my enemy. We are friends with both. We compartmentalize our relationship. As far as Israel is concerned, the relationship has a very strong defense component. It has a very strong agricultural component and education and high technology. With Iran, we were major importers of oil, but because of American pressure and sanctions, we do not import oil from Iran at the moment. So that can be ruled out.
कायदा जवाब तलब किया कि संभवतः शायद 91 में 73 जातियां मुस्लिम समाज की थीं। राहुल गांधी और इंडी गठबंधन वाले इस पे जवाब क्यों नहीं देते? और आपको एक बड़ा मजेदार तथ्य बताऊं कि जब ओबीसी कमीशन ने उनसे पूछा कि ये इतना कैसे हो गए, तो उन्होंने कहा कन्वर्ट होने से पहले ये इस जाति के थे तो इसमें हो गए। अब आप एक और बात सुनिए, उसमें यह भी कहा गया बंगाल में, भाई तो फिर इतनी भारी मात्रा में कन्वर्जन कैसे हो गया? तो चुप हो गए। मगर एक और मजेदार बात, अभी जो लेटेस्ट चेंज किया है पश्चिम बंगाल की कैबिनेट ने, उसने संभवतः 141 जातियों को उसमें डाल दिया है। अब मजे की बात क्या है, हिंदू समाज में 71 जातियां हैं एज पर वेस्ट बंगाल, और मुस्लिम समाज में 100 से अधिक ओबीसी जातियां हैं। भाई अगर कन्वर्ट होने से पहले थे 71, तो ये कन्वर्ट होने के बाद 71 से ज्यादा कैसे हो गए? यह साफ दर्शा रहा है कि आरक्षण के नाम पर वोट बैंक की राजनीति करके पिछले दरवाजे के द्वारा पिछड़े वर्ग के आरक्षण में सेंध ही नहीं लगाना, जिसे कहते हैं ना पूरी की पूरी दीवार ढहा देने का काम इंडी गठबंधन की सरकारों के द्वारा किया जा रहा है। इसीलिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी एनडीए की सरकार ने जो एक सकारात्मक निर्णय लिया है, उसके द्वारा होने वाले इस सकारात्मक पक्ष को वो स्वीकार करने को तैयार नहीं रह रहे हैं। वैसे कर्नाटक में सर्वे में उन्होंने 165 करोड़ रुपए लगाए हैं और आप कह रहे हैं रीसर्वे कराएंगे। और याद करिए, कर्नाटक के डिप्टी सीएम मात्र साल भर पहले की बात है, यह भी बोल चुके थे कि सर्वे जारी नहीं होने दूंगा। यह ऑन रिकॉर्ड दिया गया बयान था, वहां खुद ही घमासान हो रहा था। तो अब पहले मैं उनसे पूछना चाहता हूं कि आपने कर्नाटक में सर्वेक्षण कराया तो पहले गलत कराया था क्या, या फिर रीसर्वे क्यों करवा रहे हैं? अब तेलंगाना में कह रहे हैं कि करवाएंगे फिर से। और तेलंगाना में जो आपने सर्वेक्षण कराया है उससे जो अनुपात निकल के आया, मैं राहुल गांधी से सीधा पूछना चाहता हूं, उस अनुपात में मंत्रिमंडल में परिवर्तन किया कि नहीं? आज सबसे ज्यादा ओबीसी मंत्री मोदी जी की सरकार में है। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं तेलंगाना में कितने ओबीसी मंत्री हैं? और मैं राहुल गांधी जी से यह भी पूछना चाहता हूं और कांग्रेस पार्टी से कि 2014 में जब डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी की सरकार ने इस्तीफा दिया, कितने ओबीसी मंत्री थे? 2-3 भी नहीं थे पूरी कैबिनेट में। इसलिए इससे बहुत साफ हो जाता है कि इनका उद्देश्य समाज के अंदर भ्रम पैदा करना और अपने परिवार के हाथ में सत्ता रखना है। चूंकि वह उद्देश्य बिखरता हुआ नजर आ रहा है, इसलिए इस प्रकार के प्रपंच, झूठ और मिथ्या प्रचार का सहारा लिया जा रहा है।
We have a breaking news coming in for you. Another Air India Boeing 787 aircraft operating from the national capital to Dubai AI 915, which was to depart at 4:50 p.m. in the evening, and return time of the departure from Dubai stands cancelled for the day. This is in fact another Air India technical snag that has come to the fore, the third one in the last few hours. In fact, in the last 12 hours, this is the third technical snag in the Air India flight. All right, so this is another Air India Boeing 787 aircraft operating from Delhi to Dubai, which has been cancelled. And this is shocking because just a while back what we learned is that another Air India flight, AI 143 Boeing 787 Delhi to Paris, which was to depart at 1:15 p.m. in the afternoon, and that was also put on hold because of the technical issue as far as the hydraulic leak is concerned. And just few hours before that, another Air India flight from Ahmedabad to London was cancelled due to the technical snag, and that was Boeing 788 AI-159. Let me go across to my colleague Madhurima, who joins us from the newsroom. Madhurima, back to back we are seeing technical snags as far as Air India is concerned, not just one but multiple in the last 24 hours.
Well, absolutely, Akanksha. What needs to be seen here is that in less than 24 hours, this is the 5th incident coming in from Air India. And in this particular incident, it's a 787 Boeing, which is under the scanner for multiple technical snags, especially ever since that crash that took place in Ahmedabad. What needs to be seen here is that the past few days have been exemplary embarrassing for Air India, though they have been issuing a very AI-generated, very typical statements for a very long time, but there has been no concrete reason given on the part of Air India as to why these multiple delays. We just spoke to multiple passengers as well there in Ahmedabad, where a flight, yet another flight got cancelled and of Air India, and just in few minutes that of that flight being cancelled in Ahmedabad, we have yet another incident. It appears like Air India is going all down south. Akanksha, the details as to why this flight was cancelled is yet to be ascertained. We'll bring that as well for viewers.
Absolutely big embarrassment for Air India since morning. Not just one but 3 incidents have come to the fore as far as technical snag is concerned. Madhurima, has any reaction, any statement, be it templated statement, come from Air India so far?
No, Kanksha, no early statement has come from the side of Air India. But remember, even when Air India is issuing statement, they are issuing that templated statement that they send out every time. But nothing seems to be improving, because we've seen multiple cancellations, multiple technical snags, and in just less than 24 hours, this is the 5th case pertaining to Air India where a flight either has been cancelled or delayed, or there were technical snags. So it appears like Air India has multiple issues that they need to deal with, Akanksha.
Absolutely. Madhurima, keep tracking those details for us. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Very shocking news, in fact, coming in that back to back we are seeing that Air India Boeing 787 are being cancelled or put on hold. Now we are shifting our focus to the plane crash tragedy that took place on June 12th. Students jump off buildings to escape. Now video has gone viral, and let us show you the video. In fact, the Ahmedabad plane crash incident was marked by a massive explosion and a terrible fire. Video of the incident are coming out one after the another. Students and staff jumped off the unbelievable building to escape the fire caused by the plane crash. Heartbreaking videos from the scene have gone viral on social media as well. As you can see in the visuals there, students, teachers jumping off that building after plane crashed in the vicinity of that area. Very disturbing visuals of people trying to save their life. Clearly it had happened.
नहीं पड़ा नहीं पड़ा
Let me go across to my colleague Gopi, who joins us from Ahmedabad and who's been tracking this story very closely. Gopi, we have the visuals on the screen right here of students jumping off. First, give us clarity. How far was this building from the place where the crash took place? Tell us about this incident.
Well, in fact, Akanksha, see, if you understand that very site, there were 6 different buildings in the same vicinity of that campus of BJ Medical Hostel. The first hostel was Atulyam Hostel, where the plane crashed. This is the 4th building in that same row. where students are, we can see in that video that students are jumping off the building to save their lives. Now, the 4th, 5th and 6th buildings were not as affected as the 1st and 2nd buildings were. But yes, obviously, the fear, the trauma and the, in fact, voice of that plane crash was horrendous, and precisely why students would have decided to save their life and to jump off that building. As you can see in that video, that was a horrific incident. But yes, let's tell our viewers that the first building, which was the Atulyam building hostel of BJ Medical, there were around 156 students, out of which 50 to 60 were having their meals in the ground floor of that particular building, where the roof fell on those 50 to 60 students. And as per the JDA, which is the Juniors Doctors Association, only 4 students have lost their lives, while 11 were rescued from that very site. But as you can see, this is the 4th building in that same row from the crash site, where students are jumping off the building to save their lives. Back to you.
Absolutely, very disturbing video coming to the fore, and we can see the panic on their faces. As my colleague Gopi has been mentioning, that is the 4th building near the vicinity where the crash took place. The plane crashed on the BJ Medical College. 4 people lost their life. In fact, we have another breaking news coming in as far as Air India is concerned. Air India flight AI 143 Boeing B787 Delhi to Paris, which was to depart at 1:15 p.m. Just a while back. The flight is currently on hold after boarding due to the technical issue. Technical issue, what we know so far, is hydraulic leak. This flight, Paris-bound Boeing, got cancelled. Another technical snag as far as Air India is concerned has come to the fore, as my colleagues have been mentioning. This is the 5th incident in the last 24 hours. 5 flights so far have witnessed the technical snag, and right now we are telling you about Air India flight AI 143 Boeing 787. Remember, Boeing 787 Dreamliner, a different flight a few days back, crashed in Ahmedabad, leading to loss of life as far as 241 people are concerned. Another Boeing 787 operated by Air India AI 143 from Delhi to Paris, which was to depart at 1:15 p.m. that has been cancelled, and the reason is the hydraulic leak. Very concerning news, and no response whatsoever till now in the last 24 hours from Air India. All right, so this is the breaking news that we are getting for you. Just a while back, we told you about another incident related to Air India, where the Ahmedabad to London flight got cancelled. The reason that was given to the commuters and the passengers there was of a technical glitch. Another Air India incident, AI 143 Boeing 787. This was going from the national capital to Paris, and this has also been cancelled. So in the last 24 hours, 5 such incidents. In the last 4-5 hours, I can tell you that Air India flight from Ahmedabad to London was cancelled because of technical glitch. Then Air India flight from Delhi to Paris, again cancelled because of technical glitch, that is a hydraulic leak. And now Delhi to Dubai flight was also cancelled because of the same reason. Let me now again bring in my colleague Madhurima. Madhurima, we've been speaking about the technical glitch. No response whatsoever from Air India in the last 24 hours. 5 incidents have taken place. Another incident has come to the fore. AI 143 Boeing 787. Again, that same Dreamliner, Delhi to Paris, has been cancelled, and the reason again is technical snag. Give us more details on this.
Well, absolutely, Akansha. What needs to be underlined here is it's yet another hydraulic leak. And remember, Akansha, that this was one of the issues that that was highlighted by Boeing whistleblower earlier as well, where he went on to say that the maintenance in the past couple of decades has reduced in Boeing. And also remember, he had highlighted that he is aware of the fact that a lot of pressure is being put by the Boeing staff to manually make these parts work. He had seen people jumping on those parts, Akanksha, to make them fit. So after such, statements that were made by the whistleblower in front of the US Senate, and now the way the situation with Air India is unraveling, Akanksha, what needs to be seen here is one after another, whatever claims that whistleblower had made are coming to be true, and yet another hydraulic leak, and this would be the 6th incident in less than 24 hours, an embarrassing day for Air India as this yet another flight has been put on hold. Interestingly, once again, it is a 787 Boeing Dreamliner. Akanksha.
Absolutely. 787 Boeing Dreamliner was the one which suffered that tragic incident just 6 days back, and now we are seeing back-to-back technical snags despite being alerted by the whistleblower too last year. Now, West Asia is on the edge again. Ambassador Deepak Vora explains India's balanced stance on Israel-Iran conflict. With strong ties to both the nation, India promotes dialogue and diplomacy without choosing sides. He highlights India's strategic autonomy, its role as a voice for the global south, and the importance of peace in the global affairs. Have a look at this report.
Vande Mataram. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora and I am Special Advisor in some African countries. We are going to talk today about an issue that is exercising a lot of minds, and I read a lot of stuff in the Indian and international media about the challenge that India's diplomacy faces because of the conflict between Israel and Iran, both friends of India. Let me set this in perspective. We never allow our relationship with any one country to determine our relationship with another country. Chanakya had said something very interesting 2,400 years ago, that my enemy's enemy can be my friend. He did not say that my friend's enemy must also be my enemy. We are friends with both. We compartmentalize our relationship. As far as Israel is concerned, the relationship has a very strong defense component. It has a very strong agricultural component and education and high technology. With Iran, we were major importers of oil, but because of American pressure and sanctions, we do not import oil from Iran at the moment. So that can be ruled out. Anybody who says that we're not going to be able to get oil from Iran and oil prices in India therefore will rise as a result of that is talking nonsense. Essentially, I'm sorry to be rough, but that doesn't make any sense. However, the Chabahar port, which we have invested in and which was to provide an alternative route to Central Europe and beyond, bypassing Atankistan. Now that is a major issue. Nevertheless, some time ago there was an attack on the port. Some people, some Baloch rebels or some others attacked the port. There were some people who died. Nevertheless, it bounced back. As far as the present conflict is concerned, we've made it clear to all concerned that this is not a way out. When the Israeli Prime Minister spoke to his Indian counterpart, and they respect each other enormously, we said very clearly that we have to find a solution through dialogue and diplomacy. And since we know both, if you would like us to help in any way, it doesn't mean mediation. That's a very dangerous term. But we are ready to talk to both sides and say, okay, tigers, it's time for you to cool down. So, as far as Iran is concerned, we are not going to dilute our relationship because of Israel. As far as Israel is concerned, we are not going to compromise our relationship with Israel because of Iran. Now, those who understand this about India have understood the essence of Indian diplomacy, which is the best in the world. Take it from me, Chanakya had said, the first thing for any nation to be a great power, and he was talking 2,400 years ago. First is leadership. We have the best in the world. And second, it's influence that comes through its diplomacy. Here again, we have the best diplomacy in the world. I have been in diplomacy 52 years and counting. I'm 74 years young. Let me assure you, I've never seen this kind of cohesion as far as our diplomatic efforts are concerned than I am seeing now. It's no longer just the Ministry of External Affairs, or it's no longer the other ministries. It's no longer all of government. It's an all of people approach. And today I find, as the Prime Minister had said, there should be Jan Bhagdari. in diplomacy. I find that the people are very interested in what India is doing and its reputation overseas. Let me also tell you that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to attend the G7 meeting. Of course, the Israel-Iran issue will be discussed at this meeting in Canada, but the Prime Minister has also made it clear that he will be representing the voice of what we refer to as the Global South. 125 countries, no one listens to them. He will be their ambassadors. This is the strength of Indian diplomacy. When we speak to the world, it's not just as Bharat. We're also speaking on behalf of another 125 countries. And I conclude by saying that on my WhatsApp group, an American general, a former general, we have a large group, academics, professors, we have military people, I have Congress people all across the world. One of them sent me a message saying, Mr. Ambassador, the Iran-Israel conflict can either be resolved bilaterally or with the intervention of one of the four superpowers of the world. Listen to this carefully. He said, of course, the United States is very partisan, so nobody will listen to them. Russia is involved in Ukraine, so that dilutes its credibility. Nobody trusts China. That's number 3. He said that leaves one superpower that everybody respects, and he used the name Bharat. I can tell you that I'm 6 feet 2. At that moment, I stood 6 feet 8 inches tall. All I'll say is, we will find a solution. We will help. They have to resolve it bilaterally, but we are ready to do what we can. India's target is a developed nation by 2047. We would like to achieve that. We don't want the world to be in conflict, the world to be in war. We want a peaceful world that helps everybody, including India. Thank you for your attention.
We have another breaking news coming in. Indigo Goa-Delhi flight 6E6811, which took off from Goa on Monday, 16 June at 4 p.m., experienced major turbulence 10 minutes after the takeoff. The flight was immediately after takeoff, couldn't be balanced. And after some time, pilot managed to control the flight with the help of the air traffic controller. Major accident has been averted. This is as far as the Goa to Delhi flight is concerned. And this time the flight is of the Indigo, which took off on 16th June at 4 p.m. and experienced major turbulence 10 minutes after taking off.
सवा 2 घंटे की भयानक फ्लाइट के बाद अब हम लखनऊ ऊपर वाले के से लैंड कर चुके हैं। लेकिन आपको ये बता दूं कि जब ये जो फ्लाइट है 6C6811 ये गोवा से लखनऊ डायरेक्ट फ्लाइट है और ये सवा 2 घंटे की फ्लाइट है। लेकिन जैसे ही ये फ्लाइट टेक ऑफ करी, ये पूरे की पूरी फ्लाइट ऊपर से नीचे अपसाइड डाउन आ गई। शायद ये वो महसूस कर सकते थे जो एयर इंडिया अहमदाबाद में क्रैश हुई है, उसके पैसेंजर्स महसूस कर सकते थे। आज हमने वही मौत का मंजर महसूस।
With this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, United States moved 30 Air Force bomber aircraft closer to Europe. We'll also tell you about Prime Minister's arrival in Canada. He will be attending the G7 summit. We'll tell you about these two stories and much more after this very short break. Stay with us.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. And yes, you are transferring again.
percent ಇರಬೇಕು ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಓಕೆ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ
This is India and we are living here. You are nobody to tell me what I have to do.
A fresh language-related confrontation has surfaced in Bengaluru, highlighting the ongoing Kannada language debate. An elderly man clashed with a woman shop owner over the compliance of the state government rules for commercial signboards. In the 44-second clip that has now gone viral, the shop owner accuses the elderly man of torture over English signboard, saying, "This is Kannada land."
ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದವನು ಈ ನೆಲದವನು ಕನ್ನಡ 60% ಇರಬೇಕು ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಓಕೆ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ
This is India and we are living here. You are nobody to tell me what I have to do.
The man then confronted her, demanding to change the signboard to comply with Kannada language rules.
This man is torturing me to change the board to Kannada. Already my board is having Kannada.
The shop owner insisted that a text in Kannada is already written on the board, but the man continues to argue that the Kannada text must cover 60% of it. The man later threatened the shop owner, saying he will file a complaint against her. In the video, the woman is also seen questioning the elderly man over his request.
Who are you to tell me?
I will public. I Karnataka.
To which he replies that he is a public citizen from Karnataka and has every right to point out the signboard. The Kannada Language Comprehensive Development Act of 2024 requires that 60% of all commercial, industrial, institutional and public signboards in Karnataka be in Kannada, which has previously sparked outrage in the state. The Act also says that the Kannada text must occupy the upper half of the board, with the remaining 40% allowed in any other language.
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, United States has moved 30 Air Force bomber aircrafts closer to Europe. And Donald Trump has contradicted Macron's statement on Iran-Israel ceasefire, says that Macron has no idea on why he cut short his G7 summit visit. Trump hints at something bigger than the ceasefire. This and much more on the other side. With this, a short break.
You can see behind me the American embassy in Tel Aviv, and this is not damaged from the outside at least, but still all the places next to the embassy suffering from a damage. Here behind me is the center of Tel Aviv, and Iranian ballistic missile hit here, and the destruction is massive. Many residential buildings all over destructed, devastated, and they can collapse any moment. Iran targeting civilian areas. There are no military targets here, just regular people living here. A lot of shops destroyed and places for around 300 meters all around are destroyed.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल्दी और जीरा सिप MDH का जल्दी और जीरा सिप
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Wow, bebatesiku.
see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing each and every one of the...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
I have seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, courage, urgency, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It is not theory. It is live learning from inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, Republic School of Journalism is where you begin. Course begins on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Massive crisis hits Indian aviation crisis. Multiple Air India flight reports technical slag. Delhi-bound Indigo flight emergency lands in Nagpur. Passengers deplaned after the technical snag. Under 10 Indian students evacuated from Tehran amid escalation in Israel-Iran hostilities. Students across over border to Armenia. Trump contradicts Macron's statement on Israel-Iran ceasefire, says Macron has no idea what he said and why he has cut short his G7 visit. Trump hints at something bigger than the ceasefire. PM Modi in Canada to attend the G7 summit to meet Zelensky on the sidelines of the summit. We have a breaking news coming in. Israeli Air Force completes several extensive strikes on the military targets of the Iranian regime in western Iran. And during these strikes, dozens of surface-to-surface missile storages and launch infra were struck. In addition, surface-to-air missiles, launchers and UAV storage sites were also struck in the western Iran. So as you can see in the visuals, these are the attack by the Israeli Defense Forces. All right, so as you can see in the visuals, these are in fact, this is the attack that has been done by the Israeli forces. They have destroyed Iran's military target is what we are learning. In the last 5 days, we've been seeing attack and counter-attack by both the nations. And just a while back, IDF had also issued the statement on Iran Chief of Staff Ali Shadmani also being killed. And we have another breaking for you. Iran has issued a fresh statement hours after the G7 nations slammed the country. Iran said that Israel is the main cause of instability and war in West Asia and that they have violated articles under the UN Charter. A statement that has come from Iran as far as the G7 summit is concerned. Remember, earlier in the day, the G7 nations had issued a statement. They had passed a resolution, and I quote that, "We, the leaders of G7, reiterate our commitment to peace and stability in the Middle East. In this context, we affirm that Israel has a right to defend itself. We also support for the security of Israel. We also affirm the importance of protection evacuation of civilians. Iran is the principal source of regional instability and terror. A big statement that had come from G7 countries. After that, Iran has issued a fresh statement slamming the countries. Iran said that Israel is the main cause of the instability and war in West Asia. All right, let's now get you more visuals from across Iran and Israel. As you can see on the screen, that is the video one of IDF taking out the command centers there in Iran. Several places have been targeted by Israel in the last few days, the capital of Tehran and other places as well, the nuclear facilities and the top military commanders as well. Let's now show you another video of the Israeli attack, and this in fact is a video of Israel destroying Iran missile launch troops there. The attack by the Israeli forces of destroying the missile launch troops on the visuals right there. Let's now show you another video of Iran launching missile strike on Israel. We've been seeing attack and counter-attack by both the countries, and this is the aftermath of Iran's missile strike on Iran. Several buildings have been damaged there. We are learning that at least 10 people have also lost their life in Israel. Attack and counter-attack in the last few days. The entire region of West Asia is on the boil again. Now look at this video, the next one of Israel missiles hitting the residential building. In the last 5 days, several buildings have been hit, starting Friday when the first residential building was hit. There was a lot of chaos in Israel. In fact, the Prime Minister also visited one of the residential area to take the stock of the situation. Now look at this video of Israel taking down Iran UAV there on the screen, and all these videos have been released by the IDF to show the damage that they have put on Iran in this conflict that is going on. Now look at this video of Israel targeting Tehran airport as well. In the last few days, Israel has targeted not just the main areas but also the nuclear facilities, the airport area as well as the military leaders as well. And that is on your screen. That is Tehran airport that was in target of Israel. Have a look at this video of Iran missile launch troops eliminated. Several, in fact, military leaders have been killed, and this is one of the videos that has been released by the Israel Defense Forces of the launch troops being destroyed. Have a look at this video of Israel annihilating Iran launch pads as well. Big attack there by Israel Defense Forces as far as the missile launch pads are also concerned. All these prominent areas in Iran have been destroyed by Israel in the last 5 days. In fact, we have breaking news coming in after French President Macron says that Trump has offered ceasefire agreement between Iran and Israel. Trump has slammed Macron, saying that he has no idea on why he is leaving early from the G7 summit. Donald Trump has denied claims of French President Macron on Iran-Israel ceasefire and hints at something bigger on the conflict. And this is what he has said after he had to leave from G7 summit, and then he posted about this on Truth Social. All right, so this is a statement that has come from Donald Trump. He has contradicted French president. Remember earlier that in the day, Donald Trump had to leave from a G7 summit. After that, French president had made a remark that the ceasefire between Iran and Israel is on the cards, after which Donald Trump has come down heavily on the French president. I'm joined by Dan Pfefferman, who joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. What we're witnessing right now are the statements that have come from the United States. Donald Trump had to leave G7 summit. He had to move back. After that, he said that ceasefire is not on the cards, but there's something bigger. How would you assess this?
It's clear that President Trump in the United States would like to see an end to this conflict. However, they want to see it in a way that actually ends the conflict. It's clear to much of the world, certainly to the United States, the G7, really to most of the Middle Eastern countries, that Iran is the engine of instability and of radicalism and of terrorism in the region. And such an Iran, such as a regime like this, who has been constantly provoking, stoking, and been behind much of the terrorism and conflict in the Middle East and much of the radicalization around the world in recent decades, cannot be allowed to have a nuclear program. And so Macron's statement that Trump very quickly rushed to correct said ceasefire, and President Trump correctly said, no, we're not talking about a ceasefire. He hinted that we need something that actually ends Iran's nuclear program, that ends their race to the most dangerous weapon in the world. The most dangerous regime in the world cannot have the most dangerous weapon in the world. Otherwise, we will be in conflict after conflict every time the Iranians are able to reconstruct. And just as they did in the last few decades, and we saw this come to the fore on October 7th, when Iranian proxies, unprovoked, whether it's Hamas in Gaza or then Hezbollah in Lebanon or the Houthis in Yemen and other Iranian proxies in Iraq and in Syria, backed an all-out attack on Israel, a good standing member of the international community, and such a regime was on the brink of achieving a nuclear weapon. And according to Prime Minister Netanyahu, there were even intelligence reports that it wanted to transfer some of those nuclear weapons to the Houthis, who have been firing unprovoked, nonstop on Israel since October 7th. And so what we can read into President Trump's statement is that if there is a deal in which Iran truly and verifiably gives up its nuclear program, then, of course, Israel will have achieved its goal, and this escalation can stop.
Well, absolutely. It remains to be seen how this pans out in the next few days. In fact, we have these visuals of United States rushing in bomber aircrafts closer to Europe is what we are learning. These are the visuals we have for you there on the screen. Massive buildup of American air assets in the Mediterranean. You can see that is the Morro Air Base in Spain. And the shortest distance between this air base to Iran is approximately 3,700 to 4,000 kilometers. And there is a direct flight path as well. A fighter jet traveling at a typical speed of 1,500 to 2,000 kilometers per hour could never cover this. In fact, but what we are learning is that United States has rushed in bomber aircraft closer to Europe. Let me once again bring in Dan. Dan, as we were discussing about the situation in US, now what we're learning is that US has moved a lot of fighter jets toward that region. How do you assess this?
I think this is a clear message from the United States that it doesn't wish to escalate, it doesn't wish to get involved, but it's signaling to Iran that Iran better get on board and come to the table in a way that verifiably and once and for all dismantles its nuclear program. The United States and President Trump understand that this is a very dangerous regime that not only speaks in very radical terminology, but has actively been the main engine and backer ideologically, financially, militarily, strategically, of radicalism in the Middle East and beyond since the inception of the Islamic Republic in 1979. The United States has so far refrained from entering this conflict, but I think it is clear that if Israel, a much smaller military, a much smaller air force, has achieved complete aerial dominance over the skies of Iran, has taken out all of Iran's air defenses, and has done significant damage to Iran's military and to Iran's nuclear program. The entrance of the most powerful military in the world, the most powerful military to ever exist, frankly, which has munitions, specifically the bunker buster munitions that Israel does not have reportedly, then that will be a major escalation that Iran, which might already be on the verge of collapse, the regime, of course, might already be on the verge of collapse. If the United States enters, this is a whole different level, and the Iranian regime will not be able to stand on its feet. I think this is a signal to the Iranian regime that they better come to the table. Until now, every time the Iranians came to the table of negotiations, it was to buy time, and they never gave any actual meaningful concessions giving up their nuclear program. The Americans mean business here, and they will take this escalation to a level that Israel cannot take it, and that the Iranians will not be able to bear.
Absolutely. Trump, as he has also stated that he has hinted at something bigger. No ceasefire between Israel and Iran yet, but something bigger. So it remains to be seen what it really is. I request you to stay on with us. In fact, we have another breaking news coming in and these visuals coming in from Tehran. In fact, what we are learning is that students there are being relocated from Tehran. Indian students in Tehran have been moved out of the city for reason of safety through arrangements made by the Indian embassy in Iran. The External Affairs Ministry has in fact stated in a statement that other residents who are self-sufficient in terms of transport have also been advised to move out of the city in view of the developing situation. There are as many as 10,000 Indians in Iran. 6,000 of them are students. So this is very important for India to move them to a safer place for their own safety, and that is why we are getting these visuals of these Indian students being moved out to a safer location, and the arrangements have been made by the Indian embassy in Iran. In fact, some Indians have been facilitated to leave Iran through the border with Armenia, and just a while back, External Affairs Minister also spoke with the Armenian counterpart on this. Let me bring in Dan once more. Dan, we are getting these visuals of students in Iran being relocated to safer areas. So situation remains very tense there. We can see in the visuals as well. There is a little bit of chaos. People are moving to safer location. How would you assess this?
Yes, sure. Anytime, of course, there is military conflict, there's going to be chaos on the ground. Something that's worth noting here is that Israel is targeting very specifically and very precisely military and regime installations, and is giving warning to the people of Iran to clear the area, to evacuate so that they're not harmed, while at the same time Iran is specifically targeting Israeli civilian populations. If it wasn't for Israel's billions of dollars spent on air defenses and warning systems and shelters throughout the country, you would see many, many tens of thousands of Israelis, maybe even more, maybe 1 million Israelis killed by the Iranian strikes, because they are directly aimed at Israeli civilian populations. At the same time, Iran has invested the same billions of dollars on missiles and terror groups over the last 20 to 30 years, and not on protecting its own population, something we see entirely consistent across the Iran-led radical axis from Hamas to Hezbollah to the Houthis and others. They spend money on offensive weapons to terrorize civilian populations in the Middle East, while Israel spends that same money on defensive solutions, whether to neutralize the missile attacks or protect civilian populations. And it's stunning that maybe a similar amount of civilians have been killed in Iran as have been in Israel, which shows how much Israel is taking considerable care and caution to avoid harming Iranian civilians, while Iran is doing everything it can to try to target Israeli civilians.
Absolutely. And in the last 5 days, we have seen this escalation between Iran and Israel, with the US also sending the bomber fighter jets towards Europe. How do you think this entire situation will pan out in the next 1 week?
This is a major statement of pressure and of intention by the United States. The United States, of course, under President Trump especially, has made clear that they do not wish to get involved in any more Middle Eastern conflicts, but it is clear that the United States gave Iran, the regime, 60 days to come to the table and negotiate an end to its nuclear program in good faith. The Iranians dismissed it, avoided it, and did everything they could to drag it out. It is clear that the Iranians regime were not willing to part with their military nuclear program. Of course, their people are suffering under sanctions and under a crippling economy. And at the same time, they choose to pump all of their money into proxies and this foolish nuclear program. Israel could not wait by anymore for an existential threat on it. And so this is a further statement of pressure by Washington that it will join the conflict if it has to in order to end Iran's nuclear program.
The entire situation pans out in the next 1 week. In fact, let us stay on with us, Dan. We have these visuals on the screen of the areas that have been attacked by Israel on Iran in the last 5 days. We have Tabriz there, explosion near Nuclear Research Center, Tehran. That is where the military base is. State broadcaster, remember, their building was attacked yesterday. Natanz, and this is the main nuclear enrichment facility which was attacked last week. Kermanshah, very important place in Iran, refueling plane at the area was also attacked by Israel in the last few days. These are the main areas, be it the nuclear facilities or military bases, nuclear research center, nuclear research site. Airport was also hit by Israel as well. So Dan, Israel has attacked all of these prominent places there, be it their nuclear facilities, military base, etc. And Iran has also hit back at Israel at several places as well. Buildings were destroyed. There have been several deaths that have been reported so far. How would you assess this?
Yeah, you can see a very clear unrolling of a carefully prepared Israeli targeting package that starts with air defenses, missile installations, nuclear program, continues on to the entire leadership cadre of the Iranian military regime and intelligence regime, and then goes after symbolic sites, but also sites that are directly connected to Iran's ability to manage the war effort and the country. You're talking about airports, you're talking about seaports, you're talking about eventually we'll probably start seeing energy installations. There seems to be, from what we're seeing here, an escalation strategy that Israel clearly prepared. And the timing and the coordination of these attacks is something that was clearly prepared years in advance, likely, with a clear understanding of how Iran's government, regime, society, economy, infrastructure work. And so each strike is intended to cripple or destabilize or disable a part of Iran's ability to conduct itself and to wage this war, but it's also meant to be another part of the strategy to show that Israel can continue escalating and continue taking more serious damage from the Iranian regime should it not seek some kind of end to this conflict, which ends verifiably Iran's nuclear military program.
Absolutely. So remains to be seen how it pans out in the next 1 week, but definitely attacks and counterattacks still happening, and it's been 5 days. Thank you, Dan, for giving us those details and speaking to Republic TV. Now we have a breaking news coming in. Footage, in fact, what we are getting is the footage from the center of Iran. Israeli Air Force aircraft targeted by surface-to-air missile and eliminated launch squad within seconds. An Israeli Air Force aircraft operating deep in Iranian airspace identified yesterday a squad firing surface-to-air missile at the aircraft. So we will be getting those visuals for you in just some time. And this is the breaking news that we're getting for you, that Israeli Air Force aircraft have been targeted by the surface-to-air missile and eliminated launch squad within seconds. Now shifting our focus, US President Donald Trump has left the group of G7 summit in Canada a day early due to the situation in the Middle East. French President stated that Trump had made an offer for a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. And earlier, President Donald Trump had urged everyone to immediately evacuate Tehran and reiterated that Iran should have signed a nuclear deal with the United States. Trump briefly spoke about his experience at the G7 summit before leaving for the United States. Here is more on the story.
U.S. President Donald Trump has left one day early from the G7 summit that is being held in Kananaskis of Canada. Due to the Israel-Iran conflict and the current situation in the Middle East, President Donald Trump headed back to the White House early. Speaking with the press at the G7 summit, Trump shared that he will be heading back after having dinner with the leaders.
Well, I have to be back. Very important. I want to just thank our great host. You did a fantastic show. Thank you, Canada. But you probably see what I see. I have to be back as soon as I can. I'm going to have dinner with these wonderful leaders, and then I get on the plane. I have to be back early.
President Trump reflected on the meeting and said that a lot got done. He said that the other leaders understand that he has to leave early. Trump was seen boarding an airplane at Calgary Airport to head back to the United States.
Well, the leaders of G7 nation, Canada, France, Germany, Italy and Japan, the United Kingdoms and the US have voiced their support for Israel, and they have issued a statement. European Foreign Minister have also urged Iran to, in fact, as far as negotiation with the United States and avoid escalating conflict with Israel. Donald Trump dramatically left the G7 summit in Canada a day early to rush back to Washington with the French president, claiming that US leader was considering the prospect of ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Meanwhile, Trump condemns Macron's statement by saying something bigger than ceasefire is coming. India has begun evacuating its nationals from Iran amid the escalating tensions between Tehran and Israel. The first batch of 110 Indian nationals who have safely crossed into Armenia will fly to the national capital tomorrow. MEA has urged Indian nationals living in Tehran to evacuate and contact the embassy. The military exchanges worsened between Israel and Iran overnight. Israeli strikes hit multiple locations in Iran, including its capital, Tehran. Indian Air Force completed several extensive strikes on military targets of the Iranian regime in the western Iran. During the strikes, dozens of surface-to-surface missile storage and launch infra was struck. In addition to this, surface-to-air missile launchers and UAV storage sites were struck in western Iran. Iran's missiles have struck deep inside Israel, causing significant damage to the key infrastructure. One of the hardest hit sites is the Haifa oil refinery, where pipelines and transmission lines were damaged in the assault. The attack marks a major escalation in the ongoing Israel-Iran conflict, raising concerns over the regional stability and the potential for a broader war. Now, despite the damage, Israeli authorities report no casualty and say that core refinery operations are still active. We're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, massive crisis hits India's aviation sector. Multiple Air India flights report technical snag and cancellation. Passengers have been left stranded.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. And yes, you are sorry, say again. With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong.
Well, good afternoon, viewers. You're watching live and breaking, and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's get started with all the top stories making headlines at 2:30. Massive crisis hits India's aviation sector. Multiple Air India flights report technical snags and cancellations. Passengers left stranded. Delhi-bound Indigo flight emergency landing in Nagpur. Passengers deplaned after technical snag. A 110 Indian students evacuated from Tehran amid escalation in Israel-Iran hostilities. Students cross over border to Armenia. Trump contradicts Macron's statement on Israel-Iran ceasefire, says Macron has no idea on why he cut short his G7 visit. Trump hints at something bigger than ceasefire. And Prime Minister Modi in Canada to attend the G7 summit to meet Zelensky on the sidelines of the summit. Breaking news coming in right now, viewers. Just after the recent terrorist attack in Kashmir's Pahalgam, top US security experts have strongly criticized Pakistan, calling for it to be officially designated as a state sponsor of terrorism. Asim Munir has been directly accused of supporting terrorism, equating him with Osama bin Laden in terms of threat and ideology. That's the breaking news we have right now. Asim Munir humiliated in the United States outside the hotel. That's what you're hearing about Asim Munir in the United States. Top security expert has compared him to Osama bin Laden. That's the breaking news we are getting in right now. If I go further, quoting what has been said about him, a former Pentagon official and senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute has called for the United States to officially label Pakistan as a state sponsor of terrorism. He also pointed to Pakistan's Army Chief Asim Munir, saying that he's no different from Osama bin Laden, accusing him of supporting terrorism, and said that the only difference between Osama bin Laden and Asim Munir is that Osama bin Laden lived in a cave and Asim Munir lives in a palace. But beyond that, the two are the same, he says, and their end should also be the same. That's the breaking news we have. And in fact, former Pentagon official says that Asim Munir and Osama bin Laden are the same. Massive embarrassment for Pakistanis in the United States. Asim Munir humiliated, and how in the United States the so-called field marshal been compared to terrorist Al-Qaeda terrorist Osama bin Laden, the mastermind of 9/11 terror attack. And this is coming in as Asim Munir was there in a hotel in the United States. And in fact, he has faced this sloganeering outside his hotel. These chants, these humiliating chants, butcher of Pakistanis also. These are the protests happening outside the hotel where Asim Munir was. and this is another embarrassment. You know, we've seen how Pakistan has made a mockery of itself, but it is humiliating. It is more than humiliating. Saying it's an embarrassment is just it's an understatement, viewers, because this is the army chief of Pakistan. Viewers, we shift our focus to the conflict between Iran and Israel. And in the wake of this conflict, several students have been evacuated from Iran. In fact, New Delhi has advised students to move away from Tehran, especially where we've seen there have been massive airstrikes in Tehran and in several parts of Iran. In fact, Kashmiri students studying in Iran have been also been affected by this. My colleague Zeenat is joining us live on the broadcast from Jammu and Kashmir. Zeenat, tell us more. What is the update on the students, especially who are from Kashmir, who are in Iran? What are their families saying? What is their latest communication?
See, Rakshita, the escalation between Iran and Israel has left many students stranded there, though there have been the effort being made by the ministry to evacuate them. But that has also left scores of parents worried about the children who are pursuing their professional courses. I'm joined by one of the family. They come from the downtown Srinagar, and the family, the parent of this very young girl who's doing her MBBS from the Tehran University, Nisar Saab, शिराज यूनिवर्सिटी. निसार साहब, आप बताइए कि कई दिनों से आपकी बच्ची के साथ जो भी बात हुई है, क्या बताया, क्या हालातों के बारे में बताया, अभी तक जो कॉन्वर्सेशन हुआ किससे रिलेटेड हुआ?
बेसिकली वो शिराज मेडिकल यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ती है, 3rd ईयर में पढ़ती है. तो जब से वहाँ ये स्टार्ट हो गया इसराइल और ईरान के बीच में जो
daughter of the family who's studying in Shiraz University, and she is the one who's still been stuck there, and I'm joined by her father, Nisar.
जी मैम, वो शिराज मेडिकल यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ रही है. 2-4 दिन पहले जब ये वार स्टार्ट हो गया बिटवीन इसराइल एंड ईरान, तो वो बहुत डरे हुए थे. तो पहले दिन तो उतने डरे हुए नहीं थे, लेकिन जैसे जैसे वो दिन चढ़ता गया तो वहाँ से भी रॉकेट आ रहे हैं, यहाँ से भी रॉकेट आ रहे हैं. तो वो हॉस्टल में स्टक थे. तो फिर वो क्या करते, यहाँ फ़ोन करते, हम क्या कर सकते थे. फिर यूनिवर्सिटी वालों से कांटेक्ट किया. यूनिवर्सिटी बोलने वाला, आप हॉस्टल में रहिए, आप बाहर मत निकले, हम देखते हैं क्या हालात रहेंगे, उसी हिसाब से करेंगे. तो रात को ज़्यादा जब वहाँ रॉकेट वगैरह मिसाइल चलने लगे तो वो बहुत डरे हुए, सहमे हुए थे. तो फिर उन्होंने हमारे साथ कांटेक्ट किया, हम क्या कर सकते थे. फिर लकीली हम थैंकफुल है इंडियन एम्बेसी के जो वहाँ ईरान में है, उनने उनके साथ कांटेक्ट किया, उनको अपना व्हाट्सअप नंबर दिया, कांटेक्ट नंबर, बोला आप घबराइए मत, हम कोशिश करेंगे कि हालात कैसे रहेंगे उस हिसाब से हम कोशिश करेंगे कि आपको सेफ जगह इवैक्यूएट करेंगे.
तो अभी तक इवैक्यूएशन हुआ है क्या?
आज मॉर्निंग में मेरी बेटी के साथ बात हुई, इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड टाइम 7 AM, तो वहाँ तेहरान में 5 AM थे. तो उनको उस टाइम इवैक्यूएट कर रहे थे वहाँ से सेफर प्लेस. इंडियन एम्बेसी की तरफ से उनका फुल सपोर्ट उनसे मिला, इंडियन एम्बेसी की तरफ से. वो कंटिन्यू इन दोनों के साथ टच में थे. वो 3-4 दिन से सोए नहीं, क्योंकि वहाँ उस होस्ट में लड़कियाँ हैं, 80% कश्मीरी है, लेबनानीज, इराकी और भी कई कंट्री की लड़कियां हैं. वहाँ लड़कियों का ही हॉस्टल है वो. तो लेकिन सपोर्ट बहुत ही मिला उनको, यूनिवर्सिटी वालों ने भी सपोर्ट किया. तो एम्बेसी वालों ने उनके
बच्चे जो है वो आपकी बेटी के साथ वहाँ फंसे हुए, कुछ बताया?
वहाँ उसने बताया कि हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी के 200 लड़कियाँ थी. जी जी जी.
तो अभी तक जो है उनको वहाँ से निकाला नहीं गया है?
आज मॉर्निंग में उनको वहाँ से निकाला गया. इंडियन एम्बेसी ने आज उनको इवैक्यूएट वहाँ से किया.
करके कहाँ ले गए?
वो उनको बोला नहीं गया कि हम कहाँ ले जा रहे हैं. अभी सवेरे से उनके साथ बात नहीं हुई है. सवेरे मॉर्निंग में उसने ISD कॉल की थी, उसका वहाँ का एक लोकल नंबर है, क्योंकि वहाँ नेट शेट नहीं चल रहा है. कल से तो उनके साथ बात ही नहीं हो पा रही थी. लेकिन इंडियन एम्बेसी ने उनको इन टच कंटिन्यू बच्चों के साथ थे. बोला आप घबराइए मत, हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं, कम से कम की एयर स्पेस बंद है, लेकिन कम से कम हम आपको सेफर प्लेस में इक्वेट करेंगे. और कल रात को इनको मैसेज आई थी, आप मॉर्निंग में रेडी रहिए, हम अरेंज कर रहे हैं गाड़ियाँ वगैरह, मॉर्निंग में हम आपको इवैक्यूएट करेंगे.
अंकल, अभी जो कम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम है काफ़ी ज़्यादा डाउन है, वहाँ कम्युनिकेशन नहीं हो पा रहा है, तो उसके बावजूद किस तरह से आपसे बात हो पाई?
उसने वहाँ का लोकल एक नंबर लिया है, उस ISD कॉल वो कर रही है और वो भी मुश्किल से कनेक्ट हो रहा है, कभी नहीं हो रहा है, आधे मिनट 1 मिनट कनेक्ट हो कट हो जाता है, इंटरनेट वगैरह सब बंद है वहाँ। तो वो बच्चे इस वजह से ज़्यादा सहमे हुए हैं क्योंकि वहाँ नेट कनेक्टिविटी है, फैमिलीज़ के साथ कंटेक्ट नहीं हो पा रहा है, और वो भी लड़कियाँ हैं तो और अदर कंट्री में है तो नेचुरली वो तो डरे हुए बहुत सहमे हुए थे वहाँ। वो
अभी तो अंकल एयर स्पेस भी बंद है, तो व्हाट डू यू एक्सपेक्ट फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट बिकॉज ऑफ द एयर स्पेस इज कम्प्लीटली शट?
हम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से कि वो इनको नियरेस्ट किसी कंट्री में लेके वहाँ से वेकेट करेंगे दिल्ली।
तो अभी 3rd ईयर की MBBS की स्टूडेंट है, तो इन सालों में कभी इस तरह का प्रॉब्लम देखने को मिला?
नहीं, इन सालों में कभी ऐसा कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, ये तो फर्स्ट टाइम वहाँ उनको ये प्रॉब्लम। पिछली बार भी थोड़ा बहुत हो लेकिन इनको कोई इफेक्ट नहीं पड़ा था। पिछली बार जो हुआ
पिछली बार स्ट्राइक,
हाँ उस टाइम को कोई इफेक्ट, कॉलेज भी खुला था, मार्केट भी, ये सब जा रहे थे, लेकिन आज जो हुआ ना इनको लगा था शायद पिछली तरह की था एक दिन में एक सारा खत्म, लेकिन जब बढ़ता गया और बच्चे बोल रहे थे, हम खुद देख रहे थे कि रॉकेट यहाँ से भी आ रहे हैं वहाँ से भी आ रहे हैं। और शिराज में उनके कॉलेज के हॉस्टल के पास ही एक बिल्डिंग को मिसाइल आया था, तो ये सहमे हुए थे। ये फिर ग्राउंड फ्लोर में सारे बच्चे एक जगह बैठे रहे।
तो जो आप बता रहे हैं कि एक नज़दीक की बिल्डिंग में एक रॉकेट हुआ था, तो जहाँ पर ये लोग हैं वहाँ पर उस विसिनिटी में कोई ऐसा डैमेज या कोई ऐसी चीज़ देखने को?
उस एरिया में कोई डैमेज नहीं हुआ, ना उस एरिया में रॉकेट गिरा है, लेकिन धमाके दाएं बाएं हो रहे थे, वो बहुत सहमे हुए थे और वो फिर एक जगह बैठे थे ग्राउंड फ्लोर में। वो 3 नाइट वो सोए ही नहीं क्योंकि रात को ये वहाँ ज़्यादा अटैक्स वगैरह होते, चाहे वहाँ से या यहाँ से।
तो इस बीच में जो कि आप कह रहे हैं कि ग्राउंड फ्लोर में उनको रेस्क्यू किया गया, वहाँ रखा गया, तो इस तरह इसमें कुछ खाने पीने को वगैरह कुछ मिला था कि या सप्लाईज भी नहीं पहुँच पा रही है?
सप्लाईज नहीं पहुँच पा रही है और बेसिकली वो खुद कुक कर रही है। तो वो बोल रहे थे हम बना रहे थे लेकिन खा नहीं पा रहे थे टेंशन की वजह से। तो बाकी यूनिवर्सिटी वालों का भी उनका सपोर्ट मिला, लेकिन एम्बेसी वालों के हम थैंकफुल है कि उन्होंने उनको कंटिन्यू उनके साथ इन टच रहे, उनको सपोर्ट किया, उनको आज मॉर्निंग में इवैक्यूएट किया।
तो कई सिविलियन कैजुअल्टीज़ का भी नंबर आ रहा है जो कि भी आइडेंटिफाई नहीं हो रहे हैं। कि स्टूडेंट्स कम्युनिटी के लिए आपकी बेटी ने कुछ बताया कि कोई उनके यहाँ कोई इंजरी, स्टूडेंट्स कोई इंजर्ड तो नहीं है उन ग्रुप्स में, या किसी का कैजुअल्टी या कोई प्रॉपर्टी उसमें डैमेज तो नहीं?
नहीं, ना उसकी यूनिवर्सिटी को कोई डैमेज, ना हॉस्टल को, ना कोई स्टूडेंट जख्मी हो गया है शिराज में। हाँ बोल रहे थे, सुनने में आया है कि 2-3 बच्चे तेहरान में कुछ माइनर इंजरी उनको हुई है।
क्या वो कश्मीरी स्टूडेंट?
कश्मीरी स्टूडेंट 3 है, लेकिन माइनर इंजरी बोल रही, मेरी बेटी बोल रही है, हम उनके साथ बात हुई, माइनर इंजरी हुई। बेसिकली वहाँ धमाके की वजह से हॉस्टल के शीशे टूट गए थे, उस वजह से उनको माइनर इंजरी हो गई थी। शिराज में कोई इंजरी नहीं है, वहाँ सारे बच्चे सेफ है, सबको आज इवैक्यूएट किया गया है। तो अब पता नहीं कहाँ किस
इवैक्यूएशन प्रोसेस जो हो रहा है उसमें आपकी बेटी को कहाँ रखा गया?
अभी पता नहीं है क्योंकि उसका कांटेक्ट ही नहीं है, अभी पता नहीं वो कहाँ पहुँचे, ना उनको बोला गया है कि हम आपको कहाँ ले जाएंगे, लेकिन खाली एम्बेसी वालों ने बोला हम आपको सेफर प्लेस पे ले जाएंगे, वहाँ से फिर हम देखेंगे, हम आपको इवैक्यूएट करके दिल्ली भेज देंगे। तो जहाँ तक लगता है कुछ बच्चों को, मेरे एक फ्रेंड का बेटा है, उनको आर्मीनिया बॉर्डर क्रॉस कराया गया और शायद नेक्स्ट विदिन 2-3 दिन उनको आर्मीनिया से भी दिल्ली ले जाएगा।
अच्छा, इवैक्यूएट करके कहाँ ले गए?
उनको आर्मी ने ले गए हैं कुछ बच्चों को, इनका अभी पता नहीं है, इनके से अभी कांटेक्ट नहीं है, इनको कहाँ ले गए हैं, तो अब जब कांटेक्ट हो तभी तो पता चलेगा।
One family from downtown Srinagar, the daughter is stuck in the Tehran University. You see the airspace is shut, the communication is not working, internet speed has gone drastically down. Now all eyes on Ministry of External Affairs for the help. Right. Zina, thanks so much for joining us with that conversation coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. We'll keep a close eye on the updates on the students in Iran. Viewers, right now we have some breaking news coming in. Top sources tell Republic TV that the black box from the recent Ahmedabad plane crash will be examined in India and will not be sent abroad for analysis. Remember, earlier there were talks about the black box being decoded in a lab in France or United Kingdom. But now what we know, and this is an exclusive input that Republic TV has received on the Ahmedabad black box that holds the key to understand what really happened. What top sources tell us that the black box will be examined in India. Gopi is joining us on the broadcast for more on that. Gopi, tell us more updates, because earlier it was told that this will be sent to maybe France or UK, but it's a good thing to know that it's going to be examined now in India itself.
Well, in fact, yes, Rakshita, what we are learning from our sources is yesterday it was the CVR which was discovered, which was found, in fact, from the crash site. And now the entire investigation is to be done here itself in India. What we are learning from our sources is there are two components in the black box, and both the components will be studied. This is, in fact, going to help reconstruct the entire sequence of the event, what went wrong before the plane crashed, a few seconds before the plane crashed, what was actually the pilot talking about, what were the background noises, the radio programming, everything would be figured out from this very CVR which has been recovered from the crash site yesterday.
Yes, Gopi,
but yes,
Gopi,
top sources are
stay on with us. We have senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joining us on the broadcast. Abhishek, well, what we know now that the key to this investigation is the black box, and it is going to be examined here in India. What more details can you share with us?
Well, you see what the pilot said, what the ATC heard, what the ATC responded with, and other parameters of the flight. Everything is there in the black box, which is made up of two components, as we know now, the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder, which has all the physical parameters of the flight. And the cockpit voice recorder not just records what the pilot is saying or the co-pilot is saying, but other ambient noises also. And that really helps the investigators piece together the puzzle in the case that there was not enough time for the pilots also to sort of encapsulate what was happening, and if, for example, if they failed to comprehend. So that way, it's very important that the black boxes are deciphered properly. Typically, depending on the arrangement, they would go sometimes to the Boeing plant in the or the NTSB actually in the United States, which is the National Transportation Services Board of the U.S., or to the BEA in Europe. This time it's been decided, like we do with other airline disasters, we would want to.
Just stay with us, Abhishek. We have some breaking news coming in right now. There's Donald Trump, who has just, I think.
We'll come down so hard, and then the gloves are off so beautifully. Now, I think they know not to touch our troops.
Are you sending the vice?
We're not troops.
Do you plan to send the vice president and Steve Witkoff? There's reports that you want to send the vice president and Steve Witkoff to meet with the Iranians and have discussions. Is that something you're considering?
Not sure yet. I may. Depends on what happens when I get back.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end. A real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that would be permanent?
Yeah, or giving up entirely. That's okay too.
Are you close there? Is that possible in the next 24
Why not? Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible, yeah.
Has the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and the Secretary of Defense drawn up plans for you if Iran were to attack U.S. bases or do any damage to U.S. bases?
Just can't tell you.
Can I ask you, because there's been some skepticism, is there any guarantee that if the U.S. did get involved militarily, that a U.S. bomb could destroy Iran's nuclear program and facilities?
On everything or anything in life, you know that. Look at you, right? There's no guarantee. But you're saying a guarantee on what?
Do you think if the U.S. got involved militarily, it would actually wipe out Iran's nuclear program? Or where's your assessment of that?
I hope their program's going to be wiped out long before that. But they're not going to have a nuclear weapon.
Do you have any reason to believe the Israelis are going to slow down, or are they going to hit the accelerator right now?
Well, we're going to see. You're going to find out over the next 2 days, right? You're going to find out.
Has the gang of eight?
Nobody's slowed up so far.
Has the gang of eight been notified about what's coming in the next couple days?
Well, we'll be talking to them.
What can you do?
It's not necessary.
What can you do in Washington that you couldn't do in Canada?
Just be a little bit, I think, more well-versed. Not having to use telephones so much, because I don't believe in telephones. Because people like you listen to them, you know. So being on the scene is much better. And we did everything I had to do on the G7. We had a good G7. We signed the deal with
in Kyiv?
When?
Very recently. Just now. Civilians in apartment building.
You mean as I'm walking back to see you? That's what it took place.
Something like that.
Sounds like it. I'll have to look at it.
Are you going to give this?
On the Middle East, what changed about that convinced you to sign on to it? The G7 joint statement.
Well, I haven't seen the statement yet, but I authorized them to say certain things. I don't know whether or not they said them correctly, but I think they probably did. We had a good meeting. I think that Canadian representatives were very good. He did a very good job.
How are the
Carney did a very good job.
How was your meeting with him? How are the trade talks looking up to Canadian?
I think it was good. I think we had a lot of good talks with a lot of people.
You said he's looking for something more complex. Can you tell me what you mean by
Well,
that?
they get too complex on the deals and they never get done. And we need speed. You know, we're dealing with really, if you think about it, probably 175 countries. And most of them are going to just be sent a letter saying, it'll be an honor to trade with you and here's what you're going to have to pay to do it. We're making a lot of money. You know, we took in $88 billion in tariffs. And I was called by Congress about 2 nights ago saying, we don't understand, the numbers are so far off. And I said, is that good or bad? He said, well, we're taking in so much more income than we thought. We've never seen anything like this. What is it? I said, check the tariff column. And it's about $88 billion that they've never seen before. And that's nothing compared to what it's going to be.
You've got other tariffs coming down the pipe here.
I have a lot of them, yeah.
What's the timing on those things like lumber, copper, pharmaceutical drugs?
Yeah, we're going to be doing pharmaceuticals very soon. That's going to bring all the companies back into America.
All of them, or focusing on?
It's going to bring most of them back in, at least partially back in. You know, they left us because we had presidents that didn't know what the hell they were doing. We should have never lost our car business. We lost 52% of our car business over the years. Should have never lost it. All they had to do is say, if you make a car, you're going to leave us, you're going to make a car, you're going to pay a 25, 30% tariff, and they would have never left. Nobody said that to anybody until I came along.
Homeland Security is saying that ICE is going to start enforcing in hotels and farms again. Is that a change of course from last week?
We're going to look everywhere, but I think the biggest problem is the inner cities. We're looking everywhere. Look, what they let into this country, what Biden let in, that were allowed to, I don't think he knew what the hell he was doing, frankly, but whoever worked for him, what they let into this country, we're never going to forget it. They let prisoners in, they let gang members in, drug dealers in, the mentally insane into our country. No, we're going to get them out. There are far more in the inner cities, Democrat-run cities, sadly. I mean, I'm just giving you, there's far more in there than you have on a farm or someplace.
And no one's getting exemptions anymore. Everyone is.
All right, that was Donald Trump. He was addressing the media right now. His live reaction coming in, and he has cut short the G7 visit. He has left Canada a day earlier. And he has, remember, also, this is amidst the Israel-Iran tensions. And Trump cut short this summit visit. He has requested his National Security Council meeting at the White House as well. So it's very important now to understand why this has happened, viewers, because Trump left this G7 summit in Canada, as I said, a day early, due to the situation in West Asia. French President Emmanuel Macron, meanwhile, said that Trump had made an offer for a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Earlier, President Trump had urged everyone to immediately evacuate Tehran and reiterated that Iran should have signed a nuclear deal with the United States. Trump briefly spoke about his experience at the G7 summit before leaving the United States, before leaving for the United States. Here's more.
U.S. President Donald Trump has left one day early from the G7 summit that is being held in Kananaskis of Canada. Due to the Israel-Iran conflict and the current situation in the Middle East, President Donald Trump headed back to the White House early. Speaking with the press at the G7 summit, Trump shared that he will be heading back after having dinner with the leaders.
Well, I have to be back. Very important. I want to just thank our great host. You did a fantastic show. Thank you with Canada. But you probably see what I see. I have to be back as soon as I can. I'm going to have dinner with these wonderful leaders, and then I get on the plane. I have to be back early.
President Trump reflected on the meeting and said that a lot got done. He said that the other leaders understand that he has to leave early. Trump was seen boarding an airplane at Calgary Airport to head back to the United States.
Massive crisis hits India's aviation sector. Multiple Air India flights report technical snags and cancellations. Passengers left stranded. We get you more on that. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च। Ini filho. Wow, vai bater esse cu.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing each and every one of these scenes.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong. And yes, you are sorry, say again. With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. And yes, you are sorry, maintain passion level, advance and able.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong. And yes, you are sorry, say again. With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. And yes, you are sorry, maintain passion level, advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in 315.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 3 p.m. and you're watching live and breaking with me, Shah Vincent. Let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Exclusive input on Ahmedabad, the plane crash. Black box to be examined in India, unlikely to be sent abroad for further examination. Major embarrassment for Air India. Another flight from Ahmedabad to London now cancelled due to technical snag. Passengers lash out at the airline. Aviation crisis deepens. Another airline now faces a bomb threat. Major Indigo accident that has now been averted. Israeli military says it killed Iran's wartime chief of staff. Israel-Iran conflict escalates. Prime Minister Modi in Canada to attend G7 summit to meet President Zelensky on the sidelines of the summit. Israel says that the conflict continues until and unless the supreme commander is actually eliminated. In fact, Israel says the end of the conflict will be after the supreme leader of Iran is eliminated. The conflict has only escalated with Iran hitting back. In fact, some reports now suggesting that key facilities, defense facilities in Tel Aviv have now been once again targeted by the Iranians. We're going to get you all the latest updates coming in a short while from now. And the fact of the matter is this. As the G7 summit is underway, President Trump has already cut short his G7 trip. Indications that this is because of the ongoing tensions in West Asia. In fact, the White House has once again clearly indicated that this is because of what's happening in the Middle East. Let's also take you through the latest details coming in. Iran has now attacked Israeli military base near Tel Aviv. Let's just take you through some of the details now coming in. Iran has made a stunning claim. In fact, they say that this is with regards to the latest targets that they've essentially identified. We're also getting in details. This is the claim that has been made that the intelligence unit has been targeted. This is near the Glilot base near Tel Aviv. In fact, Israel's interception failure is what Iran is now claiming. Israel's air defense failed again to intercept its missiles. In fact, the IRGC Cyber Corps has also once again put out a video that we are going to currently put out in a short while from now. This again, let me just quickly tell you that these are claims that have been made by the Iranians. Let's try and see if we can put this out as quickly as possible. These are the latest visuals coming in from the Iranian side. Now this, remember, comes at a time when President Trump has once again indicated that Iran cannot it cannot perhaps continue with their nuclear program. On your screens right now, these are the areas that have been targeted by Israel. Areas in the last few days. It started on Friday, and remember, the areas that have been targeted by Israel are those which are the nuclear enrichment facilities in Iran, which includes Natanz, as well as some parts of Tehran that have been targeted. Important to point out here that President Trump, on the sidelines of the G7, has once again indicated that Iran perhaps cannot have a nuclear weapon. In fact, the G7 statement that has been signed by all partners, which also includes President Trump, once again makes it very clear that Iran perhaps cannot continue with their nuclear program, and the Israelis have been indicating the same, that the aim of these attacks that have been carried out over the last few days, starting from Friday, is to perhaps cripple Iran so that they cannot continue with their nuclear program, because they say it's going to be dangerous for the entire region. That's what the Israelis have to say. The Iranians, on the other side, have been indicating that this is a Zionist regime and all that they want is to continue with the war. In fact, the Iranians have reached out to United States of America saying that if at all President Trump believes in dialogue, that this perhaps is the time to pick up that phone and make that call to Prime Minister Netanyahu to bring an end to this escalation in the region itself. On your screens right now, these are the latest developments that have taken place in the last few hours. Iran's wartime chief of staff has now been eliminated in the opening strike of Operation Rising Lion. I'm going to just quickly take you through what's coming in from the Israeli Defense Forces with regards to the wartime chief who has now been targeted. We're going to take you through some of the details that are now coming in. First, in the last 60 minutes, what has happened? On your screens right now, these are images that have been shot by Indian students. Large number of Kashmiri students who have been stuck in Iran, they have now been evacuated through Armenia. On your screens right now, these are the details. 1,300 medical students have been evacuated from Iran. Iran has attacked Israelis' military base near Tel Aviv. That's happened in the last 60 minutes. Mossad building in Herzliya has been targeted by a rocket attack that has actually taken place. Iran makes a claim saying that the main cause of instability and war happens to be Israel. Now, that's a claim that has been, once again, that's a statement that has been made by the Iranians. Trump, in all likelihood, may be sending across U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, as well as the Middle East envoy Witkoff to Iran for further talks, because there have been some indications coming in that there is a possibility that talks could take place between the United States of America and Iran. Iranians say that it is President Trump's responsibility to ensure that they dial the Prime Minister, and thereafter ensure that there is a de-escalation to take place. On your screens right now, these are multiple images that are essentially coming in from various parts of Iran right now, particularly from Tehran, where the evacuation is underway. In fact, President Trump once again has indicated that Tehran, those living in Tehran, should be leaving the city as soon as possible. Now, that's what President Trump had to say. I'm also going to go across to Ariella Rosenthal. He's the Director of International Relations, joining us from Ashdod. Ariella, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. The Iranians say that it is time for President Trump to dial Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu so that a ceasefire can be worked out. Do you believe that there is a possibility of any sort of ceasefire, particularly what we are witnessing right now with the United States of America upping the ante?
Well, I must say that on my personal belief that my country is knowing what it's doing now, in the terms that we will do all what is needed to eliminate the threat of Iran on the survival of the state of Israel. We must remember that in the last days since the escalation, Israel is only targeting military targets and not citizen targets like Iran is doing. We've had here several deaths and very hard bombardments throughout Israel. And I am sure that my country will finish first all the bank of targets that it has to do in order that in the future Israel will not be under a threat. And of course, Israel is now doing all what is doing not only for the safety of Israel, but the safety of the world.
Well, in fact, Arila, just to put this into perspective as to what's the end game right now for the Israelis, because it seems that there is a limitation that Israel faces right now. You do not have the ammunition to continue with the bunker bombers, and that is the reason why you need the United States of America to step in. What if US does not step in and US sees this as an opportunity to strike a deal? And if that really works out, where does Israel really stand?
Well, Israel and the US are allies. We are known for backing one another. I'm sure that the US, as I heard from the news, that even President Trump informed all to leave Tehran because he knows what will be in the near future. And I'm fully sure that Israel and the US are working together. And the US understands the situation that Israel is not only under a permanent threat and survival, but also all the Western countries, all who for favors free value, democratic values, and not dark ages like the regime in Iran.
Arila, one final question that I want to ask you for those who are outside Israel. Could you give us a sense of what's really happening in various parts of the country? Because we believe the Iranians have made a claim that some of the military facilities closer to Tel Aviv have been targeted. What's the truth like? What's really happening around you?
Well, I must say, in Ashdod, we're the fifth largest city in Israel. We're a strategic city in Israel. We are always on alert. Thank God, up till now, we have not received any bombardments in the city. Throughout Israel, yes, there are some strategic plants that have been hit, but we will overcome it. And we are a strong country, both morally and not only military. And we are listening very close to the guidelines of the home front, which have been proved to be very directing us how to conduct during emergency. And yes, we have lots of death, but it could have been worse. And thank God to the IDF that is looking and guiding the population how to behave during missiles attack. So I know that now Israel is already preparing everything that will be, the places that have been hit will be abolished and everything will be okay. The main thing is that we must immediately listen to the guidelines. They are life-saving, and that's what the population is doing. Right. And the rest, we leave it to the government, and God bless Israel.
Arla, thank you very much for joining us from Ashdod and giving us a sense of what's really happening on the ground. Now, as far as the United States of America is concerned and what's the role that it would essentially play, whether at all US gets directly into it, because that's what the Israelis would rather want, draw the United States of America into the war, because there is a huge limitation that Israel really faces right now, particularly if at all they want to cripple Iran's nuclear facilities. Now, let me take you through what has happened in the last few hours with regards to the United States of America and its Air Force jets. There are 30 aircrafts that have essentially moved towards Spain. In fact, the US has mobilized its resources, 30 Air Force aircraft that have been moved, all KC-135. 2 aircraft has already touched down in Sevilla. In Spain, more aircraft are approaching towards Europe. Now, that's the US airbase in Spain, where some of the aircraft have landed. Now, if at all the United States of America joins the Israelis, that would essentially mean that the talks have gone nowhere. United States of America has made it very clear that they are looking for a deal. And the deal is with regards to the fact that Iran will essentially not continue with their nuclear program. And the Iranians, on the other hand, have been a little iffy about this entire issue, but whether at all they are going to go ahead with the nuclear program itself, and how exactly would they do without the support of United States of America. Should we focus now to the other big story that we are tracking at this? It's the preliminary investigation in the Ahmedabad-London flight that we've now accessed. Boeing was flying with minimum equipment list. Also, the MEL approval comes from the DGCA. I'm just going to get you details of what is the MEL right now. We're going to go across to our reporters on the ground itself. Investigation is likely to be followed thereafter. Let me just quickly go and see if we can go across to Harsha for more details. Harsha, could you just perhaps flesh it out for all our viewers? What are the details that you're getting right now with regards to, number one, what's this approval in the first place? What is the equipment list that you're essentially talking about? And are you suggesting that Air India has basically come to a conclusion with regards to the list, the equipment list that they were essentially carrying at that point in time, which does not match the approval list?
So, Shawan, right now, through the preliminary report, there are so many technical points in the AIB preliminary report, but initially what we have got to know is the MEL. It's the minimum equipment list. The approval which comes directly from the DGCA, that means DGCA has to give the approval to the airlines if they are flying the aircraft, if they are flying the Boeing with the minimum equipment list. This clearly states that if there's some problem in the engine, if there's some problem in the landing gear, if some extra equipment is needed, that equipment is not available in the aircraft. That equipment Air India doesn't have. That equipment has yet not been restored in the aircraft to fly that particular aircraft. That means they are playing with the safety of passengers, not now, since long. These all MEL approval is given by DGCA, which is the regulatory body. So it also comes under the DGCA, also now comes under scanner. That how come DGCA was giving the approval to Air India to fly the aircraft with minimum equipment list? Flying an aircraft with minimum equipment list, it's itself very dangerous and it's very scary for the passengers. Anything could happen airborne, anything could happen mid-air. And right now what we have got to know is that DGCA is the one regulatory body which gives the minimum equipment list approval to Air India. And in this case, most of the Boeings which Air India is flying with minimum equipment list. Most of the equipments are not available in the aircraft. That means any point of time there could be problem in the landing gear, in the normal braking, in the flight control system, and something like this has happened in the Ahmedabad Gatwick flight as well, which crashed. It was flying with MEL. Most of the equipments were not in the aircraft, or most of the equipments were not maintained. There were equipment issues in the cockpit. There were equipment issues in the engine as well. What the prelim report is stating and suggesting. Now, this is the preliminary report which we have accessed from the AIB. More details is yet to come. But yes, Shravan, this is the very important thing which we need to highlight is that DGCA should also be kept under scanner, because DGCA has been giving MEL approval to Air India. Back to you.
To the DGCA has now issued a summon, and this is to Air India as well as Air India Express. Let me just quickly take you through some of the details that Harsha is getting us. Can we just go full frame with the latest visuals coming in, because there is also details coming in from various airports, particularly from Ahmedabad, where we are given to understand the same very aircraft, or the same very aircraft, that is the Boeing aircraft that was supposed to take off from Ahmedabad to London, has been cancelled. Now I'm going to just take you through some of the details that we are getting in right now. Air India's engineering department head as well as engineering officials have all been called by the DGCA. The meeting has already begun. The DGCA DG is questioning the engineering officials on the technical issues in Boeing aircraft AI-171 and other Boeings too. Remember, there are other aircrafts that have also come under the scrutiny right now. And let me also take you through some of the details that we're getting in right now with regards to the details now coming in with the examination that has been done so far by the DGCA. Number one, with regards to the the number of incidents that have been reported over the last 48 hours. There is a crisis that has hit Air India at this point in time, particularly with the Boeing aircrafts that have come under the scanner. In fact, the DGCA has now issued a notice to Air India with regards to the inspection of the Boeing aircraft, particularly the Dreamliners being under the scanner right now. As we speak, I'm given to understand that the DGCA is questioning the Air India engineering chief and the other engineering officials from the very department, particularly with regards to the maintenance of the Dreamliner. In fact, we're given to understand that the Dreamliner was last serviced in the month of March, and that was from Mumbai, where the servicing actually took place. Those details have been obtained by the DGCA after the notice was issued. Now, in the last few hours, there have been multiple incidents that have been reported from not just Air India, but other airlines too. In fact, there is a breaking news now coming in with regards to the flights, the incidents that have been reported so far. So Goa, a Delhi flight which had taken off from Goa on Monday around 4 p.m. experienced a major turbulence 10 minutes after takeoff. In fact, we're going to move out of that. The turbulence is that has been reported from Indigo. Can I just quickly go back to the details coming in with regards to the DGCA examination? I'm given to understand that the DGCA is essentially questioning the engineering officials right now. Can we just go back to the breaking, please? The DGCA summons Air India Engineering Department head today, and the engineering officials have been rushed to the DGCA office. The meeting has also started. DGCA's questioning that has taken place. DGCA is questioning Boeing officials too. We are given to understand that this is part of the examination that is being done by the DGCA right now pertaining to the accident that took place in Ahmedabad. Let me bring in my colleague Harsha, who is also getting us more details. Harsha, this meeting, this perhaps is the first meeting after the accident that has taken place where Air India officials have now been called in for further questioning.
Yes, Shravan, you're absolutely right. This is the first time DGCA has summoned Air India officials, and that through the officials of both Air India and Air India Express, and also the officials from the particularly department, which is the engineering department. Not to forget to tell all our viewers that this department is majorly responsible for the technicalities and for ensuring that the flight and aircraft is properly serviced, maintained, and this department knows each and every nitty-gritty related to the technicalities of the aircraft. So right now what we've gotten to know is that Air India technical engineering department officials have been summoned. The meeting was called at 3 o'clock. They were asked to appear in front of DGCA, DG Faiz Ahmad Siddiqui at 3 o'clock. The meeting has already commenced. Now they are being questioned by DGCA DG regarding the equipments in the Boeing 787, which flew from Ahmedabad for Gatwick, which crashed, and also regarding other Boeing issues as well. Because from past 3 days, Shravan, since the time crashes happened, from that day to till now, this is the 5th day in a row continuously. Every day there are reports of technical snags in Air India and Air India Express flight, and therefore the engineering officials have been called to ask more on the issues of the aircraft, the technical snags which are continuously appearing. And we've gotten to know that they have already been summoned. They had reached in at DGCA office. They're right now present there, and the DG is questioning them right now regarding the Boeing issues. Back to you.
Harsha, with regards to whether at all this is the first meeting, I'm given to understand not just the engineering officials, but other officials of Air India have also been called in by the DGCA. Also, has Air India responded to the notice that was sent by the BCAS?
Important to know that yes, Air India officials have responded to the earlier letter to earlier notice which BCAS had issued them, Sean, which we had reported as well, which we had telecasted, that these were the issues which BCAS had written to Air India, which they wanted to respond by the end of the day, and we have got to know that Air India has responded to them. We'll soon get to know exactly what response Air India has given. But yes, what you asked me, this is the first meeting, and not only Air India Engineering Department, but other department officials have also been called. In total, what I'm getting to now, know exactly 12 to 15 officials from Air India have reached to DGCA office, and they have reached around 2:50 p.m. 3 p.m. was the time when they was asked to be there at DGCA office. All the officials are right now there. Air India Express, Engineering Department, Technical Department, and other officials are also present right now at DGCA. And this is the first meeting. This is the first time after the crash when Air India officials have appeared in front of DGCA, the regulatory body. Back to you.
In fact, that's the latest now coming in right now from the DGCA office, where we are given to understand that this is the first set of questioning that's actually taking place with the Air India officials, particularly the engineering department. We are given to understand where officials from the engineering department who have been called in for questioning by the DGCA. Just over the last few hours, what you have seen right now, multiple incidents have actually been reported. In Ahmedabad, the Ahmedabad-London Air India flight has been cancelled due to a technical snag. Moving on, there was an emergency landing that took place in Nagpur. We're given to understand it is an Indigo aircraft. There too, this was after a threat that was allegedly received. And then finally, Kolkata, where Air India's San Francisco-Mumbai aircraft could not take off due to a technical snag. In fact, the aircraft was headed towards Mumbai, where a technical snag was reported. Subhash Goel, aviation expert, is also joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Goel, multiple incidents that have been reported over the last few hours, and that is the reason why many believe that there is a crisis that not just Air India but the other airlines are too facing. Mr. Goel, am I audible? We seem to have lost the line with Mr. Goel. In fact, there is also more breaking news now coming in. I'm given to understand that another flight of Air India has also been cancelled. We'll try and get you more details. This is the flight from Amritsar to Gatwick that has also been cancelled. That's the Air India flight 2. We'll try and get you more details in a short while from now. In the last 4 hours, there have been 4 incidents that have already been reported, at least 2 that has been linked to Air India. On your screen, so I'm going to now take you through each of the details. 2 flights and 1 technical snag. That's the same that's coming in from both sides. Air India flight AI 180 and Air India's express flight. Air India's flight AI 180 from San Francisco to Mumbai. In fact, the Air India flight reported technical issue before, and the passengers were deplaned. And Air India Express flight from Delhi Ranchi, where once again had returned from mid-air because of that. That's all that we have right now. The details coming in with regards to the incidents that have taken place. 8 incidents that have been reported in just 48 hours. Israeli military says it killed Iran's wartime chief of staff. Israel-Iran conflict escalates. Prime Minister Modi in Canada to attend G7 summit to meet Zelensky on the sidelines of the summit.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Ini Philo. Wow, berbatas siku.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Exclusive input on Ahmedabad plane crash probe. Top sources say the black box will be examined in India.
दो बार हमारी ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं हैं।
Massive crisis hits Air India. Multiple flight reports, technical snags and cancellations. Passengers left stranded. Goa to Lucknow Indigo flight faces mid-air turbulence. 10 minutes after takeoff, pilot regains control, averts major accident. Israeli military says it killed Iran's wartime chief of staff. Israel-Iran conflict escalates. And Prime Minister Modi in Canada to attend the G7 summit to meet Volodymyr Zelensky on the sidelines. Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. It's not looking very good as far as the situation in West Asia is concerned. The Israeli Air Force has destroyed more than 20 surface-to-surface missiles last night before they were launched towards the state of Israel by Iran. And now the Israeli Air Force completed several waves of strikes overnight, targeting approximately 100 military targets in Isfahan, central Iran, that is. And as part of the strikes, approximately 50 fighter jets and aircraft identified and struck the missile storage sites, surface-to-surface missile launches that were ready for a launch towards the state of Israel, and command centers where launch squads were preparing to carry out launches towards the territory of the state of Israel. Now, these are fresh videos that we're bringing to you that have been released by the Israeli Defense Forces. Viewers, let's get you more and more visual that have come in from this conflict between Israel and Iran. Now, this is video number 1. The IDF taking out the IRGC, Iranian Revolutionary Guard command centers. There you have this area of impact in Tehran. These are the spots. Israeli Defense Forces struck command centers belonging to the Quds force of the IRGC. And in fact, video two is the IAF identified and eliminated surface-to-air missile launch troops. Seconds before they reached a launcher south of Tehran, the troops were eliminated and the launcher was dismantled. And how, as you can see in that video that we're running right now, that also is from Tehran. Video number 3 now on your screens. Israel's air defense systems shot down the Iranian drones. And this after Tehran unleashed a swarm of drones on Tel Aviv. So this is video number 3. You can see the missile strikes. And now the next video shows how the Israeli Air Force identified and eliminated surface-to-air missile launch troops seconds before they reached a launcher south of Tehran. The troops were eliminated. The launcher was dismantled there. High residential buildings being targeted in video number 4 that we are running on your screens. Iranian missile hitting the buildings and affecting the residential areas as well. And the next visual, we are showing you how Israel's precise strikes also annihilated missile launch pads across Iran. This is part of Israel's mission to obliterate the launch pads and other military assets of Iran. And Israel taking down the Iranian UAVs as well, neutralizing the Iranian drones. And then the U.S. Embassy in Israel has also sustained minor damages in the Iranian strikes. No casualties, however, been reported as far as the strike at the U.S. Embassy in Israel is concerned. The missile struck near the Tel Aviv branch, and it was the concussive force of the missile that damaged the building. We'll just run those visuals of the embassy there that has been affected. Iran, video number 6 shows Iran missile launch troops being eliminated and launches destroyed by the Israel Air Force. This is south of Tehran. The visuals coming in from the 16th of June, Iranian missile launch. The launch has been destroyed by the Israel Air Force. These are visuals now we are going to bring you from the aftermath. This is the aftermath, video number 7, aftermath of the Iranian attack on Tel Aviv. And this shows the destruction that has been caused on ground. Missile launch pads blown up, obliterated. Israel annihilating the Iranian launch pads. The Iranian launch pads have been dismantled, and how you can see in that explosion that has taken place in Tehran. And that's why you understand that why, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, had said that Tehran is burning. Meanwhile, we have also visuals of residential buildings completely damaged by the Iranian missile strikes, minor damages to U.S. Embassy. This is another video that I was talking about just a while back, but we'll also show you how the buildings have been completely damaged by the missile strikes by Iran as well. So we're showing you videos from both the sides, but you understand that what scale of damage has happened in Iran, as Israel has vowed to decimate all the missile launch pads and also targeting the nuclear facilities of Iran as well. And meanwhile, we have some more breaking news coming in right now. Visuals of students being relocated from Tehran. Indian students, remember, have been stranded in this entire conflict, but the Indian embassy has helped them evacuate, and they've asked them to leave Tehran immediately. And many students have been taken to safer places, students being evacuated there. Those are the visuals from the bus. Indian students being taken away in the buses. They have been shifted to a safer spot, a safer location, as there are hundreds of students from India that have in fact who are there pursuing studies. One such student is from Kashmir. My colleague Gazinat spoke to the family of that Kashmiri student who is in Iran right now. Listen in.
Is the daughter of the family who's studying in Shiraz University, and she is the one who's still been stuck there, and I'm joined by her father Nisar.
जी मैम, वो शिराज मेडिकल यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ रही है। 2-4 दिन पहले जब ये वार स्टार्ट हो गया बिटवीन इसराइल एंड ईरान, तो वो बहुत डरे हुए थे। तो पहले दिन तो उतने डरे हुए नहीं थे, लेकिन जैसे जैसे वो दिन चढ़ता गया तो वहाँ से भी रॉकेट आ रहे हैं, यहाँ से भी रॉकेट आ रहे हैं, तो वो हॉस्टल में स्टक थे। तो फिर वो क्या करते, या हम फ़ोन करते, हम क्या कर सकते थे। फिर यूनिवर्सिटी वालों से कांटेक्ट किया, यूनिवर्सिटी बोलने वाला आप हॉस्टल में रहिए, आप बाहर मत निकले, हम देखते हैं क्या हालात रहेंगे, उसी हिसाब से करेंगे। तो रात को ज़्यादा जब वहाँ रॉकेट वगैरह मिसाइल चलने लगे तो वो बहुत डरे हुए, सहमे हुए थे। तो फिर उन्होंने हमारे साथ कांटेक्ट किया, हम क्या कर सकते थे। फिर लकीली हम थैंकफुल है इंडियन एम्बेसी के जो वहाँ ईरान में है, उनने उनके साथ कांटेक्ट किया, उनको अपना व्हाट्सअप नंबर दिया, कांटेक्ट नंबर, बोला आप घबराइए मत, हम कोशिश करेंगे कि हालात कैसे रहेंगे, उस हिसाब से हम कोशिश करेंगे कि आपको सेफ जगह इवैक्यूएट करेंगे।
तो अभी तक इवैक्यूएशन हुआ है क्या?
आज मॉर्निंग में मेरी बेटी के साथ बात हुई, इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड टाइम 7 AM, तो वहाँ तेहरान में 5 AM थे, तो उनको उस टाइम इवैक्यूएट कर रहे थे वहाँ से सेफर प्लेस इंडियन एम्बेसी की तरफ से। उनका फुल सपोर्ट उनसे मिला इंडियन एम्बेसी की तरफ से। वो कंटिन्यू इन दिनों उनके साथ टच में थे। वो 3-4 दिन से सोए नहीं, क्योंकि वहाँ उस होस्ट में लड़कियाँ हैं, 80% कश्मीरी है, लेबनानीज़, इराकी और भी कई कंट्री की लड़कियाँ हैं। वहाँ लड़कियों का ही हॉस्टल है वो। तो लेकिन सपोर्ट बहुत ही मिला उनको, यूनिवर्सिटी वालों ने भी सपोर्ट किया, तो एम्बेसी वालों ने उनके से
बच्चे जो है वो आपकी बेटी के साथ वहाँ फंसे हुए, कुछ बताया?
वहाँ उसने बताया कि हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी के 200 लड़कियाँ थी। जी जी जी।
All right, in some more news from West Asia and more updates from across the globe on the conflict. The leaders of the G7 nations, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan and the United Kingdom and the United States have voiced their support for Israel and condemned Iran as the primary source of terror. In a statement, European foreign ministers have also urged Iran to return to nuclear negotiations with the United States and avoid escalating conflict with Israel. Donald Trump dramatically left the G7 summit in Canada a day early to rush back to Washington, D.C. with the French President Emmanuel Macron claiming that the U.S. leader was considering the prospect of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Meanwhile, Trump condemned Macron's statement by saying something bigger than ceasefire is coming. Remember, he's also called for a National Security Council meeting in Washington, D.C. India has begun evacuating its nationals from Iran amid the escalating tensions between Tehran and Israel. The first batch of 110 Indian nationals who have safely crossed into Armenia will fly to Delhi tomorrow. The Ministry of External Affairs has urged Indian nationals living in Tehran to evacuate and contact the embassy. The military exchanges worsened between Israel and Iran overnight. Israeli strikes hit multiple locations in Iran, including its capital, Tehran. The Israeli Air Force completed several extensive strikes on military targets of the Iranian regime in western Iran. And during the strikes, dozens of surface-to-surface missile storage and launch infrastructure was struck. And in addition, surface-to-air missile launchers and UAV storage sites were struck in western Iran. Iran's missiles have struck deep inside Israel, causing significant damage to key infrastructure. One of the hardest hit sites is the Haifa oil refinery, where pipelines and transmission lines were damaged in the assault. The attack marks a major escalation in the ongoing Israel-Iran conflict, raising concerns over regional stability and the potential for a broader war. Despite the damage, Israeli authorities report no casualties and say that the core refinery operations are still active. Viewers, we show you the footage that depicts the strikes moments ago by the Israeli Air Force on the studios and offices of the Iranian state-run broadcaster IRIB in Tehran. Here's a video from Republic Digital.
که شنیدید صدای متجاوز به خاک وطن، صدای متجاوز به صدای حق و حقیقت است. آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید، فضای غبارآلوده استودیو که شنیدید صدای متجاوز به خاک وطن، صدای متجاوز به صدای حق و حقیقت است. آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید، فضای غبارآلوده استودیو که شنیدید صدای متجاوز به خاک وطن، صدای متجاوز به صدای حق و حقیقت است. آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید، فضای غبارآلوده استودیو
All right, viewers, there you have those. That is a graphic that we are playing out right now that helps you understand how the U.S. Air Force jets have been targeting have flown into those air bases. Now, this is United States mobilizing resources. You can see it's flying to the southeast of Sevilla in Spain. And that is the Moron Air Base in Spain, and the aircraft movement there being depicted. The US mobilizing its assets, its resources. 30 Air Force aircraft have been moved so far, viewers. All KC-135. Remember, because US has maintained all this while that it is not going to do anything here, but we see that it has moved its fleet as well. The US Navy fleet has moved, ship has moved, and you see the Air Force also being mobilized. You have the Strato tankers, old KC-135 Strato tankers being moved. 2 aircraft touching down at the Moron Air Base. More aircraft also approaching Europe. So that's very important to understand how United States is also set for this. And we also have a geopolitical expert from Tel Aviv, Terry Newman, Israeli entrepreneur, live from Israel right now. Thank you so much, Mr. Newman, joining us on Republic TV. So, well, this is escalating, and it's, I think, the 5th day of the conflict that we still see strikes happening. In fact, as we speak, there are reports of more strikes that are coming in right now. And there is, of course, when such things happen, there's always the game of information warfare. But I want to understand from you what's really happening. Has Iran stopped its strikes or not? What is the situation in Israel right now?
Good afternoon. Iran is still striking. We had a few hours ago another barrage of ballistic missiles being sent towards us. Israel has, planned this for over 20 years. We have been saying to the free world that a nuclear Iran is something that cannot be accepted. And we are now in the process of removing that threat, both for ourselves, for the region, for India as well, I should say, and for the free world. I think that President Trump has been very wise in effect, letting Israel, as the Iranians call us, the small Satan, do the initial work. He's seen how well we have done it, and now he appears to be joining. And, there are certain areas that we can do by ourselves, but there are certain tasks where we need to be part of a larger coalition. And we can see that the Americans are getting ready to be a part of that if they cannot dismantle the Iranian nuclear threat through other means.
And, also I want to bring your attention to the statement made by Benjamin Netanyahu to an American channel, where he said that, taking out Ayatollah Khamenei is not going to escalate the conflict, but it's only going to end the conflict. So he's once again insinuated that the target can also be Ayatollah Khamenei.
Well, I think when you're dealing with issues at this level, it's useful to look historically. So, the most similar situation to this was perhaps the end of World War II. And you can take the two examples of the Nazis and of the Japanese. So in the Nazi situation, Hitler committed suicide when he lost all his major people around him. In the Japanese situation, the emperor himself was spared, but he was the one that in the end capitulated and then put Japan on a path that has led to decades of success and building a very, very open, fruitful and wealthy country. So it's unclear as to what will happen in Iran, but what we can definitely say for certainty is that all of the major military people, advisors, leaders around Khamenei have been assassinated. Those that have come into their places are also being assassinated. And therefore, he will have to make the choice of either joining the family of nations and stopping his Islamo-fascist genocidal plans, or he will be removed.
Yes, Mr. Newman, we just also want to focus on Iran's wartime chief of staff that has been eliminated. Ali Shadmani has also been eliminated. And, what Israel is saying that it can reach any target. What military intel chief has hinted at, that it's expanding the operation Rising Lion. How do you see this development? Because he was very close to Ayatollah Khamenei as well.
Iran is a remarkable country of 90 million people. I think sometimes people forget what a large and important country it is. And those people that were, before the Islamist revolution, one of the most advanced countries in the area in terms of education, in terms of women's rights, in terms of science, in terms of technology, have been brutally oppressed now for decades. So you can imagine that the way that Israel is getting to these people in Iran is because there are many people, part of that 90 million who have risen up against this evil regime in the past, that want to see it gone. But Israel's role cannot be to remove the regime itself. That is the role of the Iranian people, and they have been given the tools in a similar way to what we have seen in Lebanon, where Israel was able to deliver very, very serious blows on the leadership of Hezbollah, a major terrorist organization. But it was up to the Lebanese government to then step in and take control of the areas in the south of the country, the same as we've seen in Syria. And now it is up to the people of Iran to step up and take advantage of this moment, because Israel will remove threats to itself and to the wider world, but it cannot get involved in the domestic politics of Iran. That is something for the people of Iran to do themselves.
Absolutely, of course, it's very important to understand the support also that is coming in. But the areas hit by Israel, just stay on with us, Mr. Newman. We are just running that visual to help our viewers understand the areas that have been targeted by Israel. The Israeli strikes in Tabriz, in Tehran, in Natanz. That's the main nuclear enrichment facility reportedly that has been attacked. Shah, that refueling plane at the airport hit. Tabriz is where the explosion happened near a nuclear research center. So the nuclear scientists have been targeted. The commanders are being targeted, and these are reports of the Israeli strikes between 12th to 16th of June. Talking about Tehran, Parchin military base, the state broadcaster has been hit. The Shahran fuel depot has also been hit by the Israeli strikes, as we are running those visuals to help you understand, because Israel, especially if we talk about Tehran, we've seen dramatic visuals coming in as far as that city is concerned. Now, Mr. Newman, we understand that the Israeli airstrikes also are happening right now as we speak in multiple areas of Iran, but we also understand that how US has also mobilized its own resources, the US Navy or the US Air Force also. Meanwhile, we see that Donald Trump continues to talk about a deal. He just cut short his G7 visit, and he is now going to head that NSC meeting, the National Security Council meeting as well. So what do we expect from here on? What will be United States' role, if you can share with our viewers?
Well, I can't speak on behalf of the United States, but I can certainly point out that the United States have bought a major aircraft carrier, the Nimitz, from Vietnam to the Middle Eastern arena now. They have sent in, I believe it's 28 air refueling planes into Europe. And as you showed earlier, they are sending other aerial assets across from the United States into the European arena. So they want to be ready in the event that Iran continues its aggressive rhetoric in its race to the nuclear bomb. I don't believe that the free world will have a better opportunity than this to remove the nuclear threat. I have to say I find it sometimes quite alarming at the hypocrisy of certain Western democracies that say we must stop Iran from getting a nuclear bomb, and as soon as we actually do something about that, after decades of warning, they say we have to de-escalate. This is a moment. These moments happen once, perhaps in a decade, in 2 decades, in 3 decades, and we have to make sure that the work is done properly. And I was saying earlier on a different channel that the Nimitz that's being sent in, actually, there's a certain historical irony that this was the same warship, the same aircraft carrier that was sent in 1979 and 80 after the Iranian Revolution to help get rid of the to help those Americans that were taken hostage in Tehran. So I hope that the Americans do what needs to be done and the nuclear threat will be removed.
Absolutely. Terry Newman, thank you so much for joining us once again on Republic TV with your insights and your views on the story. Viewers, we step into a very short break, viewers, but continuing to track more updates from West Asia as the Israeli military has killed Iran's wartime chief of staff. The war is escalating. In the latest, we have Iranian military activate its air defenses following a series of Israeli airstrikes as we speak. We'll get you more on that. Also, we will tell you the details from Canada, where the Prime Minister is attending the G7 summit, all set to meet Zelensky on the sidelines as well.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
הנה, אפילו. וואו, בבתי זיקוק.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
הנה, אפילו. וואו, בבתי זיקוק.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. MDH, you are transferring, say again. With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further.
And the assurance connecting passenger level advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong.
Able right turn right now in 315.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Exclusive input on Ahmedabad plane crash probe. Top sources say black box to be examined in India.
2 बार हमारी ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। अब हम लोग अभी अगली पाल से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं हैं।
Massive crisis hits Air India. Multiple flights report technical snags and cancellations. Passengers left stranded. Goa-Lucknow Indigo flight faces mid-air turbulence 10 minutes after takeoff. Pilot regains control, averts major accident. Israeli military says it killed Iran's wartime chief of staff. Israel-Iran conflict escalates. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Canada to attend G7 summit to meet Zelensky on the sidelines of the summit. Breaking news coming in, viewers. Director General of Civil Aviation is set to chair a virtual meeting with Air India and Air India Express today. Now, this is coming after DGCA's reprimanded Air India over non-compliance of rules related to passenger safety and airline safety checks. DGCA is going to hold this crucial meeting after we are seeing it's been an embarrassing day for both Air India and Air India Express. Multiple cancellations, multiple delays, passengers left stranded. And after that, the DGCA is going to hold this very crucial meeting where and this is coming after they're going to take stock of the situation after multiple cancellations and technical snags that have been reported throughout past 24 hours. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Harsha. Harsha, this is going to be a very crucial meeting today. The DGCA appears to have had it all. They are going to meet the Air India and Air India Express officials, and it's going to be a tough day for them. What more can you tell us?
So, Madhurima, there's an update for all our viewers as well because the meeting is underway. So, the meeting was called at 3 o'clock, and there's a physical meeting, not a virtual meeting. The Air India officials and Air India Express officials have already reached the DGCA office, and there's a first meeting where the DGCA have literally summoned the Air India.
There appears to be a little technical snag over there with Harsha's audio connection. But what she is telling us that the meeting has already begun. It's been an hour since the meeting began, and the DGCA is very serious about this meeting, keeping in mind the fact that it's not a virtual meeting. They have been summoned physically. And DGCA is taking stock of the situation. It's a serious matter over there. This is the update that Harsha has given us. Okay, moving on, viewers, we're getting more breaking. As far as the Air India is concerned, authorities are investigating the Ahmedabad plane crash, are examining the training records and supporting documents that involved the dispatcher, along with detailed data of the cockpit's crew, qualifications, of the flight hours, and the recent performance assessments. And they are also seeking. Directorate General of Civil Aviation has initiated a thorough review of the audio reports as well. So this is also another breaking coming in. Viewers, joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Harsha. I believe Rakshita is joining me from the newsroom. Rakshita, now after these multiple technical snags that have been reported in the past 24 hours, we have seen that crash that claimed life of 242 people who were on board and many who were there inside that hostel. Now the DGCA is taking very serious cognizance after reprimanding the Air India and Air India Express officials. They have also sought that training qualification of those pilots as well who were in that ill-fated Air India aircraft. They're seeking all the details to get to the nadars of this entire crash. Rakshit.
Right, it's very scary, in fact, that the pilot training is coming under lens now. This is one of the oldest airlines that India has, and remember that there were many expectations after the Tatas took over, but it's only going from bad to worse, and now the DGCA, now after 242 people have been killed, we see that DGCA now summons the Air India engineering department head also today. We saw that the engineering officials also rushed to the DGCA office just today, and the meeting has begun with the 171 case and the other Boeing aircraft. The fleet also under scanner. Remember, the checks have been ordered. And if you talk about other airlines, I've interacted with people who are who are in the know-how of aviation sectors in other countries. Those safety checks that DGCA is now ordering, those things are a routine in other countries. It's a sad state of affairs that now all this is being investigated. And yes, there are many things that happen, like turbulence, which is a common thing. It can happen due to weather, but engine failures or the training of the pilots being under scanner, it's an alarming situation. Talking about the preliminary investigation of the Ahmedabad to London flight, it reveals that the minimum equipment list, it was flying with minimum equipment list, that is MEL, and this approval also comes from the DGCA. Now the DGCA also has many questions to answer here, Madhurima, as far as who gave the MEL approval to Air India as well. So both the DGCA also has to answer many questions, and why was there no quality check, no training check up until now? Why is it coming under scanner all of a sudden? Because of course, yes, it is the need of the hour after that biggest aviation tragedy. There is no other option for DGCA to do that. But the fact that there could be questions being raised on the training itself, on the equipment also, that of course speaks volume about how our aviation sector has been functioning, how it could jeopardize the lives of the passengers.
Well, absolutely, Rakshita, because some very tough decisions need to be taken now by the DGCA. They cannot turn a blind eye towards what's really happening. Multiple technical snags, 242 lives cost. Now, moving on, viewers, let us take you through the details of the crisis that has hit Air India. I'll toss it to my colleague Akanksha, who's going to take you through the details. Akanksha, over
Absolutely,
to you.
Madhurima, not just one or two, but 6 such incidents have come to the fore in the last 24 hours. Let me take you through the details and the graphics. I would request my team to pull up those graphics on the screen. The first incident took place yesterday as far as Air India is concerned. This is AI 315, June 16, Hong Kong to Delhi flight made a U-turn right after it took off. 9 minutes after it took off, it took a U-turn. Mid-air glitch issue forces return back to Hong Kong. This was yesterday's Air India technical snag. All the passengers safely deboarded. All the passengers are okay. The inspection of the plane was undertaken by the authorities. Let's take you through another incident that took place yesterday. This is SV3112, June 16, air scare on Jeddah to Lucknow flight. We saw visuals of sparks and smoke coming out from the wheels of this specific plane. This is Saudi Arabian plane, and this in fact took place yesterday. Passengers of SV3112 disembarked safely, but again raises a lot of questions about the quality of the aircraft, because we saw very concerning visuals. The third incident took place yesterday. This is Delhi to Ranchi Air India flight. Plane makes a U-turn to Delhi over technical issue. Another example of technical issue as far as Air India is concerned. Technical issue reported after takeoff from the national capital. This is Delhi to Ranchi Air India flight. Flight operation resumed after inspection and clearance. So in all these cases, inspection was carried out after these very concerning incidents in fact took place. Now let's talk about what happened today. Air India AI 2493 June 17th, air scare on Mumbai Ahmedabad plane. This happened earlier today is what we're learning. Operational issue delays the flight. Passengers faced a lot of issue as far as this another Air India flight is concerned. It got cancelled over FDTL. This is AI 2493. Let's talk about this fourth case, in fact, AI 180, technical snag on San Francisco to Mumbai via Calcutta flight. This again faced the technical snag that was reported in the left engine. Again, an issue related to the engine, technical snag, delayed takeoff from Calcutta. Again, passengers were stranded at the airport. Now, let's pull up another graphic. This is Air India 915. This was Delhi to Dubai AI 915 flight that got cancelled. Again, the reason was that of the technical snag. It got cancelled from both Delhi and Dubai, and the reason it turns out was again the technical issue in Air India Boeing 787. Very important to highlight this here, because this was the same Boeing Dreamliner that suffered the tragic crash 5-6 days back when 241 people lost their life. Again, the focus is on Boeing Dreamliner 787. Let's now talk about AI 143 Air India Delhi to Paris flight got cancelled. Again, the issue was the technical thing. Hydraulic leak reported in Boeing 787, another 787 Dreamliner aircraft which was operated by Air India suffered this a hydraulic leak in the engine. Now this is the last incident, the eighth and the final one. Air India 159, Air India flight from Ahmedabad to London got cancelled, and again the reason was because of the technical snag is what we're learning. Takeoff cancelled after the technical snag. This is AI 159. In the last 24 hours, not just one or two, 6 Air India flights, Madhurima, faced the technical snag. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Akansha, for that detailed report. Moving on, viewers, we're getting more breaking news at the moment. Air India has issued a statement confirming that flight AI 143 from Delhi to Paris, scheduled for June 17th, has been cancelled after mandatory pre-flight check identified as technical issue. While the issue is currently being addressed, the airline stated that due to night operation restrictions at the Paris, the flight could not be rescheduled and therefore was cancelled. So therefore, once again, this time, which could be one of the very few times when that means Air India agrees to a technical snag. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Rakshita. She continues to stay there at the newsroom. Rakshita, now Air India is saying that there was a technical snag, and which is why they could not fly the Delhi to Paris flight. Now, this was the 6th technical snag reported in the past 24 hours. It does not seem to be going well for Air India.
Absolutely. Even the international flights, especially in focus over here, just getting you more details on that flight. This was a mandatory pre-flight check. He identified the issue which is being presently addressed. And remember, there has been just a few days before the DGCA has ordered mandatory safety checks of all the Boeing, especially Boeing 737 Dreamliners. And in view of the flight coming under the restrictions on night operations at the CDG airport, the flight has now been cancelled. Now, Air India goes on to say that they're providing hotel accommodation acceleration, also offering full refunds, and that's what normally any airline should be doing. Consequently, they say that flight from Paris to Delhi stands cancelled. So the other flight, AI 142 from Paris to Delhi on the 18th of June, also stands cancelled. So we understand the effect it has on air travel. The fact that this Boeing Dreamliner has been under scanner, and the technical faults that are being now exposed because of increased vigilance. Now, the fact that we are breaking more and more news about such airlines is because there is more scrutiny now. Had there been no reportage, has there been no pressure, with this coverage, these things could be easily ignored, and we've seen passengers who have been reeling under the circumstances. We have seen multiple airlines who just get away with such cancellations and just not explaining as to what really happened. And now you see the way they even issue these statements and bring more in-depth, understanding of what really happened. So the way they are explaining their reasons also behind the cancellation is also exposing that how they have been very much negligent in the past, and now each and every issue, big or small, but there can be no issue that can be anyway dismissed as small, because it could be jeopardizing the security of those on board. So henceforth we see many flights are now under scan, and the mandatory pre-flight checks which should happen worldwide as far as all airlines are concerned, it happens too. Now we see Air India conducting these mandatory checks all the more and with more scrutiny, and henceforth we see these two flights are now cancelled.
Well, thank you, Rakshita, for those details. Moving on, viewers, in fact, like I said, that there have been multiple snags and cancellations in the past 24 hours. Another flight, AI 159 from Ahmedabad to London, was cancelled after a technical snag yet again was reported. My colleague Gopi was there at the Ahmedabad airport, where she spoke to some of very miffed passengers over there. Take a look.
ये फ़्लाइट कैंसिल क्यों हुई? आपने कितनी बार ये फ़्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है? आप कब आए, कितने बजे आए? आपका परिवार भी आपके साथ आया है, कुछ बताएंगे?
I booked a flight on 14 June because we want to back in London on 14 June. But on the 13th June, I got an email that you have to cancel this flight because of the atmosphere and weather. So they messaged me, emailed me that you have to reschedule your ticket, and on the they emailed me that you have to reschedule on 17 June. I got email on 12 p.m. in the morning that your flight is cancelled. 17 June flight cancelled. So my husband is there on the window, and he's doing that. We want to do new flight, and they are doing.
तो यही सेम फ्लाइट पहले 2 बार और भी कैंसिल हो चुकी है?
हाँ, 2 बार हमारी ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है, और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। हम मैसेज भी करते तो इतना होल्ड होता है, हमको 15-15 मिनट होल्ड रखना पड़ता है, और हमको सामने से भी अच्छा कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आता है एयर इंडिया में से। अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं है।
हम इधर आए तो बता रहे थे कि फ्लाइट है वो डिले हुई है 3 आवर्स, सो हमको 1 PM की जगह 3 PM का टाइम दिया, और अभी जब टाइम बोर्डिंग का आया, अंदर जाने का आया, चेक इन का टाइम आया, तो वो लोग बोल रहे हैं कि अब फ्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई है। सो वो लोग अच्छे से रिफंड का भी आंसर नहीं दे रहे हैं। हम लोग कॉल सेंटर में बात कर रहे हैं, वहाँ भी कोई भी कॉल रिसीव नहीं कर रहा है, और वो लोग यही बता रहे हैं कि हम आपको 10-15 दिन में रिफंड कर देंगे।
Did they tell you what is the reason behind the cancellation of this particular airplane?
Actually, when we reached here, there are 3-4 persons from the Air India Airlines, and the reasons stated by them are different. There are 3 persons who are here to respond, and each and every person is giving a different reply. One is saying that there is some technical issue. The second one is saying that there is a delay in the flight to reach here from Delhi to Ahmedabad. Therefore, today takeoff is not possible, and other reasons are being stated which are not plausible.
More breaking news coming in, viewers. A high-level multidisciplinary committee formed by the Centre to investigate the recent Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad. And now this committee is going to submit its report within 3 months. Moving on, the centre has also said that the safety checks have been completed of the Air India 787 Boeing Dreamliner aircraft fleet. There are 34 of them, and now center is going to submit a report in 3 months. Remember, this was also promised by Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu during the press conference, that it's going to be a time-bound investigation, because an answer in this entire connection is imperative, and which is why now we're learning that the government is that this particular committee is going to give and submit the report within 3 months. Now we're getting more visuals over there on your screens, viewer. Now this is the visual from Ahmedabad plane crash site, and now this is an exclusive visual that Republic Media Network has accessed for you, as you can see, as to how there are people jumping off the roof over there. This has surfaced, and this shows the aftermath of the massive explosion and devastation by fire caused by that incident. This is a heart-wrenching video circulating on social media. Viewers, this reveals the scenes of chaos with students and staff seen jumping off that building, trying to make an effort to save their lives. So you can imagine as to what would have really happened there, that they had to resort to this, that is jumping off and risking their life in such a manner, because at that time there were no options left. And in order to save their lives, you can see on your screens how these men are helping each other to reach the ground. They are jumping off from one balcony to another, and this has happened. This is the aftermath. So the plane has already crashed in the building at this point. This is the back of that particular building, and you can see these men, they are trying a desperate attempt to save their lives, as you can see, by risking it all together, where they are trying to help each other by jumping from one balcony to another in order to reach the ground safely. So these are the visuals you can see, viewers. This is the aftermath. This is the aftermath of what really happened. This is the crash site. This is the backside of that hostel that suffered. Now moving on, viewers, in a new incident that has been highlighted ongoing, the language row in Karnataka has come to fore, where an elderly man went into an argument and therefore followed with a clash with a shop owner over compliance of state government's rule for a commercial signboard. Here's a report. Take a look.
ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದವನು ಈ ನೆಲದವನು ಕನ್ನಡ 60% ಇರಬೇಕು ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಓಕೆ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ
This is India and we are living here. You are nobody to tell me what I have to do.
A fresh language-related confrontation has surfaced in Bengaluru, highlighting the ongoing Kannada language debate. An elderly man clashed with a woman shop owner over the compliance of the state government rules for commercial signboards. In the 44-second clip that has now gone viral, the shop owner accuses the elderly man of torture over English signboard, saying, "This is Kannada land."
ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದವನು ಈ ನೆಲದವನು ಕನ್ನಡ 60% ಇರಬೇಕು ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಓಕೆ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ
This is India and we are living here. You are nobody to tell me what I have to do.
The man then confronted her, demanding to change the signboard to comply with Kannada language rules.
This man is torturing me to change the board to Kannada. Already my board is having Kannada.
The shop owner insisted that a text in Kannada is already written on the board, but the man continues to argue that the Kannada text must cover 60% of it. The man later threatened the shop owner, saying he will file a complaint against her. In the video, the woman is also seen questioning the elderly man over his request.
Who are you to tell me?
I will public. I Karnataka.
To which he replies that he is a public citizen from Karnataka and has every right to point out the signboard. The Kannada Language Comprehensive Development Act of 2024 requires that 60% of all commercial, industrial, institutional and public signboards in Karnataka be in Kannada, which has previously sparked outrage in the state. The Act also says that the Kannada text must occupy the upper half of the board, with the remaining 40% allowed in any other language.
Moving on, viewers, Ambassador Deepak Vora explains India's balanced stance on the Israel-Iran conflict. With strong ties to both nations, India promotes dialogue and diplomacy without choosing sides. He highlights how India's strategic autonomy, its role as a voice for the global south, and the importance of peace in global affairs. Take a look.
Vande Mataram. My name is Ambassador Deepak Vora and I am Special Advisor in some African countries. We are going to talk today about an issue that is exercising a lot of minds, and I read a lot of stuff in the Indian and international media about the challenge that India's diplomacy faces because of the conflict between Israel and Iran, both friends of India. Let me set this in perspective. We never allow our relationship with any one country to determine our relationship with another country. Chanakya had said something very interesting 2,400 years ago, that my enemy's enemy can be my friend. He did not say that my friend's enemy must also be my enemy. We are friends with both. We compartmentalize our relationship. As far as Israel is concerned, the relationship has a very strong defense component. It has a very strong agricultural component and education and high technology. With Iran, we were major importers of oil, but because of American pressure and sanctions, we do not import oil from Iran at the moment. So that can be ruled out. Anybody who says that we're not going to be able to get oil from Iran and oil prices in India, therefore, will rise as a result of that, is talking nonsense. Essentially, I'm sorry to be rough, but that doesn't make any sense. However, the Chabahar port, which we have invested in and which was to provide an alternative route to Central Europe and beyond, bypassing Atta.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। अर्थ हो रहा है तो?
Wow, we got this cool.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Wow, mais battez des coups.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. West Asia is on the edge. We'll get you more updates on the escalation that has been going on in the last 5 days. But first up, as always, the headlines. Exclusive input on Ahmedabad plane crash probe. Top sources say black box to be examined in India.
2 बार हमारी ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं हैं।
Massive crisis hits Air India. Multiple flights report technical snags and cancellation. Passengers have been left stranded. Goa Lucknow Indigo flight faces mid-air turbulence. 10 minutes after takeoff, pilot regains control, averts a major incident. Israeli military says it killed Iran's wartime chief of staff. Israel-Iran conflict has escalated. Prime Minister is in Canada today to attend G7 summit to meet Zelensky as well on the sidelines of the summit. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Let's start the bulletin with the updates coming in from the Middle East. In the wake of the Middle East conflict, several students have been evacuated from Iran. Some of them are students from Kashmir, in fact, who are awaiting their return home as their families await for them. Republic brings you this exclusive report live from, such incidents and such people who are stuck there. Have a look. So a lot of students are stuck in Iran. As many as 10,000 people are in Iran. 6,000 of them are students. Most of them are Kashmiri. In fact, evacuation process is currently underway to relocate them to other parts of the country or to bring them to the Armenian border. And this is the evacuation step that the Indian government is taking as far as bringing people to safer place is concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Zeenat, who brings us the testimonies of such families whose kids are currently in Iran, stuck there. Zeenat, tell us about their stories. Who are these families, and are they worried right now that their kid is stuck there?
See, scores of children are still stuck at Iran, and that have left families worried. The families are moving from pillar to post to get the more information about their kids. Although the communication system is down in the Iran, they're trying the best to get in touch, to know about whereabouts of these kids and how to provide a help. I'm joined by one such family member from Nishat, Srinagar. His niece is stuck in Tehran. पहले तो अपना नाम बताइए और कौन जो है जो तेहरान में फंसे हुए हैं।
जी, मेरा नाम मोहम्मद अयूब है, मैं निशात से हूँ और मेरी भाई की बेटी है वहाँ पर, वो पढ़ रही है, स्टूडेंट है, पिछले साल ही गई है। तो अभी कम्युनिकेशन का जो मसला यहाँ पर अभी हो रहा है, तो उसमें से हमको कल वहाँ उसके बाद बात हुई थी, और उसके बाद सुबह अर्ली मॉर्निंग में हमारे साथ बात हुई थी। तो वहाँ से हमको उनने मैसेज दिया कि हम अभी तेहरान से कुम की तरफ गए हैं, और कुछ इंडियन स्टूडेंट्स को 110 के करीब लगभग आधों को रशिया में लिया है, आधों को अभी 90 के ऊपर से अभी स्टूडेंट को वहाँ पर स्टे कराया है अर्मानिया में। तो मैं भी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से यही अपील करता हूँ जनाब पीएम नरेंद्र मोदी से, एंड एमए मिस्टर जो हमारे फॉरेन मिनिस्टर है एस जयशंकर साहब से, उनके बहुत शुक्रगुजार कि अभी उन्हें एक्यूएट बहुत सारे रिलोकेट किए हैं बच्चे, उसके लिए उनके लिए थैंक्स कर रहे हैं।
तो अभी जो आपकी नीस वहाँ है, कि कुछ फ़ोन पे या कोई मैसेज देके बताया कि किस तरह की डिफ़िकल्टी जो है स्टूडेंट्स को आ रही है, और कितना नंबर है कश्मीरी स्टूडेंट्स का जो अभी भी ईरान में फंसा हुआ है?
अभी स्टूडेंट्स के नंबर है वो JNK की, खासकर मैं JNK की बात अभी कर रहा हूँ, तो अब वो 1300 से लेके 1400 स्टूडेंट्स है, और अभी उनकी जो कम्युनिकेशन की प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, और ऊपर से जो उनकी फूड और वाटर की प्रॉब्लम आ रही है, वो दो प्रॉब्लम है वहाँ। बाकी जो आहिस्ता आहिस्ता अभी आई होप कि जो हमारी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया है वो कोशिश करे कि सब बच्चे वहाँ सेफ से वहाँ दूसरे कंट्री में शिफ्ट कर सकते हैं।
तो अभी जो है कम्युनिकेशन जो है काफ़ी डाउन है, फ़ोन कॉल्स नहीं लग रहे, ना वहाँ से है ना यहाँ से कम्युनिकेशन। तो इसमें किस तरह से आप लोग अपने आप को अपडेट कर रहे हैं, जो फैमिलीज़ आपके इन टच है, तो वो किस तरह से जो है कम्युनिकेशन का प्रोसेस चल रहा है?
अभी आप देख सकते हैं जो कम्युनिकेशन डिपेंड्स, अभी सब जो है वो कम्युनिकेशन पे डिपेंड होता है हर जगह। आप किसी भी चैनल से देखिए, इंटरनेट पे डिपेंड है सारा। अभी हम बीच में जब भी हम बीच में ट्राई मार रहे हैं, कभी वहाँ से भी वो कॉल करते, खाली जस्ट 5 मिनट्स वो टॉक होती है, उसके बाद कम्युनिकेशन नहीं होती है। वहाँ पर भी बैड नेटवर्क है। उनकी जो अभी वहाँ की एयर स्पेस है वो भी उन्होंने बंद की है। अभी टेक्नोलॉजी का दौर है, तो ये डिपेंड्स होता है कम्युनिकेशन पे।
तो अभी जो आपकी नीस ने जब लास्ट टाइम बात की थी, तो कुछ बताया था कि किस तरह का डिस्ट्रक्शन हो रहा है, कहाँ क्या हुआ है, और उन्होंने अभी तक अपनी आंखों से क्या देखा?
2 दिन पहले उसने बताया, जब फर्स्ट डे वहाँ पर बहुत से अभी यूनिवर्सिटी पे भी वहाँ हमला हुआ था, उस टाइम ड्रोन हमला हुआ था, और बॉयज़ हॉस्टल पे भी वहाँ हमला हुआ था। उसमें लगभग हमारी जो इन्फॉर्मेशन आई थी फ्रेंड से या मीडिया थ्रू से, तो वहाँ पर कश्मीरी के 2 बच्चे इंजर्ड हुए थे। तो उसके बाद
इंजर्ड हुए थे किस यूनिवर्सिटी के?
वो तेहरान की यूनिवर्सिटी में बॉयज़ जो हॉस्टल है, बॉयज़ हॉस्टल में, उसमें हमारे यहाँ के MP रोला आगा साहब, हम उसके बड़े शुक्रगुजार हैं। जो भी वो उनके साथ कम्युनिकेशन उनकी बहुत अच्छी है ईरान के साथ, तो वो बीच बीच में हमारे ट्विटर पे वो मैसेज सेंड करते हैं, डिमांड करते हैं क्या क्या है वहाँ पर हालात।
अभी जो है कि कुछ आइडिया है कि जो कश्मीरी स्टूडेंट जैसे अर्मेनिया की तरफ लेके गए हैं, कुछ कौम में कल स्टे करवाया है, तो कितने कश्मीरी स्टूडेंट्स है, और ओवरऑल इंडिया का कितना नंबर है जो अभी भी फंसा है?
अभी मेरे ख्याल से ऑल ओवर इंडिया की बात करेंगे तो वहाँ से तकरीबन 15,000 से 16,000 बच्चे वहाँ पर ऑल इंडिया के हैं। अभी कम से कम उन्होंने 10,000 से ऊपर बच्चे वहाँ से निकाले हैं। हम उसके लिए अप्रिशिएट करते हैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को कि उनके बच्चे इतने बच्चे वहाँ से वो सेफ निकल गए हैं, उसके लिए हम अप्रिशिएट करते हैं।
अभी तो एयर स्पेस बंद है, तो घर आना तो नामुमकिन है, तो ऐसे किस तरह से देखते हैं इस तरह के चैलेंजिंग पीरियड को, और आगे क्या स्ट्रेटजी है पेरेंट्स की तरफ से?
अभी लगभग अभी बहुत सारे कंट्रीज जैसे USA है, अभी रशिया है, चाइना है, दूसरे कंट्रीज है, सऊदी अरब है, इंडिया, हमारा इंडिया है। तो अभी हम आपस में ये बातचीत करते हैं कि सीज फायर होना चाहिए। अगर सीज फायर हुआ तो अभी मेरे ख्याल से उन बच्चों को अगर 1 वीक के लिए आया, 10 दिन के, जब तक सीज फायर हो जाए, अर्मानिया है एक कंट्री है, अजरबैजान है, अफगानिस्तान से, जहाँ से बॉर्डर हमको दूसरे कंट्री से मिलते हैं, जहाँ हमारे रिलेशंस बहुत अच्छे हैं इंडिया के साथ, उनके साथ वहाँ रख सकते हैं। उसके बाद उनको एक्टिवेट दोबारा वहाँ से उनको, क्योंकि एग्जाम्स भी आ रहे हैं उनके, तो वो अच्छा रहेगा, लेकिन वो सेफ होने चाहिए पहले दूसरी कंट्री से। जब तक सीज फायर नहीं होगा, अभी हमारे को भरोसा नहीं है कि क्या हो जाएगा। अभी डिपेंड है इसराइल और ईरान पे।
So the parents are looking for ceasefire between the 2 countries so that evacuation is done, and also the parents are worried because the exams are near.
Absolutely, families there demanding that their family members in Iran should be moved to a safer place. Thank you, Zenat, for getting us that ground report. Now, shifting our focus, in fact, we have breaking news coming in. Israeli Air Force has completed several extensive strikes on military targets of the Iranian regime in western Iran. During the strikes, a dozen of surface-to-surface missile storage and launch infra was struck. In addition to this, surface-to-air missile launchers and UAV storage strikes were also struck in western Iran, and the visuals of that you can see on your screens. IDF, that is Israel Defense Forces, has destroyed the Iran military targets. They have targeted the nuclear facilities there. They have also targeted several top military officials as far as Iran is concerned. We are witnessing escalation in West Asia. It continues to be on the boil. In the last 5 days, we have seen attack and counter-attack coming in from Iran and Israel. Iran has also launched several attacks on Israel, destroying their buildings. Several people there as well losing their life. So this escalation continues as far as West Asia is concerned. In the visuals, you can also see the Israel and Iran war exploding. On the visuals, you can see these are the areas where Israel Defense Forces have launched their attack as far as Iran is concerned, be it military bases or the nuclear facilities, the oil depot in Iran is concerned. And they have, in fact, issued and released these videos that you can see on the screen right there. And this is coming even as the G7 summit is going on. Remember, earlier today on the right side of your screen, you can see Donald Trump, President of United States, cutting short his visit for the G7 summit. He had to head back for a very crucial meeting as far as Israel and Iran conflict is concerned. So it definitely seems that the conflict is now escalating with both sides launching attacks on each other. Now, viewers, let's get you more visuals from across Iran and Israel as far as this conflict is concerned. Let's get you those videos there on the screen. As you can see in the visuals, what IDF has said that they have killed one of their top military officials once again. You can see there on the visuals, Israel Air Force has hit the Tehran air base as well. So be it airport in Iran, nuclear facilities, military bases, their residential buildings as well. So these have been attacked by Israel. You can see there on the map as well, Israel is quite far from Iran. And these missiles have been launched in Tehran at several locations, be it Tabriz, Natanz, where the main nuclear facility is. And these are the visuals that IDF has released that we are showing to you on the screen. Several places there attacked by Israel. Now let's show you more videos as far as this conflict is concerned. This is a video of IDF taking out attack on Iran. Now, let's have a look at this video of Israel destroying the missile launcher troops as well. And this is the video that has been released by Israel military forces. There they are destroying the missile launch troops, as you can see on the screen. Big blast there. And the video on your screen completely shows how this escalation has only grown. Meanwhile, these are the visuals from the aftermath of the Iran attack on Tel Aviv. These are the visuals of just 2 days back when Iran launched an attack on Tel Aviv. Several places, buildings were destroyed. They caught fire. There was damage that was reported in Tel Aviv area as well. Jerusalem was also a place that was attacked by Iran. Now, look at this video as well. These are in fact, high-rise residential area being targeted, and these are the visuals coming in from Tel Aviv. We've been seeing these visuals from the past 5 days. Several deaths have been reported, is what we are learning. Several high-rise buildings have been targeted by Iran. Now have a look at this visual. This is a visual of Israel taking down Iran UAV. Israel has neutralized Iranian drones, and they have released these footages to show the world how much damage they have incurred on Iran. They have neutralized their drones as well, and these are the visuals that we can see on the screen of Iran, in fact, targeting the Israel targeting the Iran UAVs. Now let's have a look at video number 6. These are the visuals of Iran missile launch troops being eliminated. Another video released by Israel Defense Forces. As you can see in the visuals, Iran missile launch troops being eliminated, and a big blast there that we can see on the screen. Now let's have a look at video number 8. Israel's precise strikes have also destroyed the missile launch pads across Iran. This is the part of Israel's mission to obliterate launch pads and other military assets of Iran. Big blast we can see there as well. As far as Iran is concerned, several big and main areas, including the nuclear facilities, have been attacked. And this is last video that we are going to show you. This happened yesterday when the US Embassy in Tel Aviv received minor damage, but there was no casualty that was reported. The missile struck near the Tel Aviv branch, and it was the conclusive force of the missile that damaged the building. There was shattered glass on the floor. There was minor damage, no casualty reported so far, and this comes amid the threat by Donald Trump as well that if any US assets are attacked, then Iran will face the wrath. All right, so we have another breaking news coming in. Iran has reportedly launched a missile strike targeting an Israeli military intelligence logistics center near the Gilot base close to Tel Aviv. According to the Iranian sources, several missiles were launched from Iran, and successfully they have struck in Tel Aviv, marking a significant escalation. And we are showing you visuals of, in fact, that attack that took place. Remember, Iran attacked the US Embassy yesterday, and today we are seeing the new attacks and further escalation. Now let me go across to Dan Pfefferman, who is live from us from Tel Aviv. Dan, thank you for speaking to Republic TV. We are learning that after the attack on US Embassy yesterday, today Iran has attacked new places as far as Israel is concerned. How would you assess this, and how do you believe that the escalation is only growing each and every day?
Actually, I see it the other way. I see the Iranian regime going quite desperate. From what the sources we're seeing is that Israel has managed to neutralize or take out some 40% so far of Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. The regime is desperate. Senior leaders are being assassinated one by one in the military and IRGC. Regime officials are under increasing pressure. Their military infrastructure is under increasing pressure. The nuclear infrastructure is under increasing pressure. So they are really doing what they can. And from what we see also, they're growing quite desperate and seeking a way out of this via the United States.
Absolutely, fresh escalation that we can see there in the visuals as well. And this is also coming at a time, Dan, when a G7 summit is going on. In fact, earlier today, Donald Trump cut short his visit as far as Canada is concerned. He has gone back for a very crucial meeting. And he has said that this is not about the ceasefire. This is about something bigger. How do you see the involvement of the United States as far as this entire escalation is concerned?
It's a bit of a breath of fresh air, seeing the lack of moral courage or clarity over the last year and a half on the war against Hamas. It's refreshing to see the G7 countries led by the United States here very clearly taking a clear stance supporting Israel's strikes on Iran. I think the fact that Israel has been successful in doing this in a pinpoint manner against regime installations and nuclear facilities helps the fact that there's very little civilian collateral damage. But it's clear to the international community, has been for many, many years, that this is a regime that is the engine of all radicalization in the region, and it cannot be allowed to have the world's most dangerous weapon, nuclear weapons. And so there seems to be support for Israel's strikes, something that the world supports but could never do themselves. And I think we're going to see the United States and hopefully the G7 countries, but really led by the United States, pushing the Iranian regime to accept what is essentially surrender. And they're going to need to give up this nuclear program. And actually, I think we're going to see a lot more demands. The pressure is so strong right now on the Iranian regime and the entire leadership infrastructure that we're going to be in a position for the West here and for the international community to make much stronger demands in exchange for the regime's survival.
I also want to get your perspective on the G7 statement that has come. In fact, they have not come out in support of Iran but Israel. They have said that Iran is the principal source of the regional instability and terror. We have been consistently clear that Iran can never have the nuclear weapon. How do you see the G7 countries coming together against Iran?
It's absolutely crucial, and it's a reflection of reality. I think that's absolutely accurate. Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, this regime has been the main engine of instability and radicalization in the Middle East, certainly for the last 20 years. And the fact that they have almost without impunity continued to de-radicalize, attack Israel, attack different moderate or stable regimes in the region, trying to radicalize, trying to promote proxy groups and terrorist groups, and also trying to radicalize a lot of what we see in the West as well, and in different parts of the world. And so it's refreshing, and I think it's encouraging to see such a clear statement from the G7 countries that they can no longer accept this behavior from the Iranian regime, and that they're getting behind the act that Israel undertook.
One more question before I let you go. How do you see this escalation panning out, at least in the coming week? Because in the last 5 days, we have only seen that the escalation is only growing. There have been attacks and counterattacks from Iran on Israel. Several people have lost their life. Where do you see this go in the coming week?
Yeah, I think Israel's strikes over the last 5 days have been an absolute masterclass in how to conduct such a military operation, something the world long warned was never possible with a regime such as Iran. And you can see the combination of intelligence superiority and technological superiority and aerial superiority by Israel over Iran, in that over the course of the last 5 days, they've really, I don't want to say quite brought down Iran to its knees, but very close to it. The pressure is building. So we're not going to see an escalation. I think you're going to see a desperation from the side of Iran. You see their capabilities being degraded day by day by Israeli airstrikes, cyber strikes. I won't be surprised if you see more surprises from within Iran. It could be proxy groups or dissident groups. You saw already Iranian cyber groups taking action against the SEPA bank, which transfers and facilitates a lot of finance for the IRGC and for the regime. I think you're going to possibly even be seeing, as the regime gets more degraded and as more senior leaders and infrastructure are taken out or neutralized, you could even be seeing uprisings among the Iranian people who have been the main victims of this regime for the last 50 years. And you could see the regime itself be in serious existential threat. Who knows? We might even see a scenario just like Assad boarded a plane to Russia. You could see a scenario, and we have seen requests by senior Iranian leaders asking for Russian assistance to secure their potential escape. So it could go even as far as that. I don't want to say that's what's going to happen yet, but that is an increasing possibility as the success of the Israeli strikes and the Israeli intelligence penetration becomes even more clear over the coming days.
Remains to be seen how it pans out in the coming weeks. Thank you, Dan, for all the details, and thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. In fact, we have these fresh visuals coming in from central Israel showing aftermath of the area hit early in the morning today. Following the Iranian missile strike, you can see that the emergency crew is there on the ground assessing the situation. They are taking stock of the situation. Rescue services were seen putting out the fire. On Tuesday morning, we got to know that there were Iranian strike in central Israel. This is quite close to the Tel Aviv area. The Iranian missile have struck on central Israel. Rescue services were putting out fire since morning. Emergency crew is there on the screen as well, taking stock of the situation. Well, the leaders of the G7 nations, Canada, Germany, Italy, Japan, the United Kingdom and United States have voiced their support for Israel and condemned Iran as the primary source of terror. In a statement, European foreign ministers have also urged Iran to return to nuclear negotiation with the United States and avoid escalating conflict with Israel. Donald Trump dramatically left the G7 summit in Canada a day early to rush back to Washington with the French president, claiming that US leader was considering the prospect of a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has condemned Macron's statement by saying that something bigger than ceasefire is coming. India has started evacuating its nationals from Iran amid the escalating tensions between Tehran and Israel. The first batch of 110 Indian nationals who have safely crossed into Armenia will fly to the national capital tomorrow. MEA has urged Indian nationals living in Tehran to evacuate and contact the embassy as well. The military exchanges worsened between Israel and Iran overnight. Israeli strikes hit multiple locations in Iran, including its capital, Tehran. IAF completed several extensive strikes on military targets of the Iranian regime in western Iran, and during the strikes, dozens of surface-to-surface missile storage and launch infra was struck. In addition to this, surface-to-air missile launchers and UAV storage sites were also struck in western Iran. Iran's missiles have struck deep inside Israel, causing significant damage to the key infrastructure there. One of the hardest hit sites is Haifa oil refinery, where pipelines and transmission lines were damaged in the assault. The attack marks a major escalation in the ongoing Israel-Iran conflict, raising concerns over the regional stability and the potential for a broader war as well. Now, despite the damage, Israeli authorities report that there is no casualty and say that the core refinery operations are still active. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, Goa-Lucknow Indigo faces mid-air turbulence 10 minutes after the takeoff. Pilot regains control and averts a major accident. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
Wow, bebate esse cu.
see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
וואו, בבתי זיקוק.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good evening, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you, viewers, and we get you all the latest updates on the war in West Asia. Latest updates coming in on Republic TV and more insights on that. First, the headlines at 5. Exclusive input on Ahmedabad plane crash probe. Top sources say black box to be examined in India.
2 बार हमारी ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं है।
Massive crisis hits Air India. Multiple flight reports, technical snags and cancellations. Passengers left stranded. Goa to Lucknow Indigo flight faces mid-air turbulence. 10 minutes after takeoff, pilot regains control, averts a major accident. Israeli military says it has killed Iran's wartime chief of staff. Israel-Iran conflict escalating. Prime Minister Modi in Canada to attend the G7 summit to meet Zelensky on the sidelines of the summit. All right, we start with breaking news coming in from West Asia. Now, Iran has said that it has attacked Israeli military intelligence logistics center near Tel Aviv. That is the breaking news we have right now. Iran reportedly has attacked Israeli military hub, the Israeli military intel center. That's the big breaking news we have right now. In fact, there are reports of coming in that it has hit the Mossad headquarters as well. These are only reports coming in. That's what Iran is claiming. But the situation, viewers, is only escalating. And we'll try and get more details from Jerusalem, from Tel Aviv, because this is the video that we have that we are getting to you. We have Yeshaya Rosenman, senior journalist, joining us live from Israel, Jerusalem. Now, Yeshaya, we see dramatic visuals coming in from Israel as well. In the latest, Iran is claiming that it has attacked Israeli military intelligence logistics center as well, and also the Mossad headquarters.
Hi, good afternoon from Jerusalem. So, to be honest, I don't have confirmation of this yet. Both the military intelligence and the Mossad headquarters are in the vicinity of Tel Aviv, a place called Glilot, and it's unclear yet. There's no confirmation as of yet what has been hit. A missile has hit in the vicinity. There was also a big movie theater there, so it's unclear yet what has been hit.
What is the situation right now? What we understand that Israeli airstrikes also continue over Tehran and several other areas, and Iran also continues to fire ballistic missiles.
Yes, so Israel has achieved complete aerial superiority over Western Iran, taken out all the air defenses. Israeli planes and drones circle constantly over Iran for surveillance and to hit sites. Beyond ballistic missiles have been coming in every night. Usually they are at night because liquid fuel missiles take a long time to arm, and Iran wants to do it without them being detected, so they shoot ballistic missiles at night. Every night they have been coming in. There have been hits in the greater Tel Aviv area and Haifa up north. Yes, so people are going to the shelters in the middle of the night. It's very unpleasant and causes anxiety. But it's quite clear that Israel has hit much more high-value targets within Iran, and and many of them, a far greater number of them.
Right, and the fact that Israel claims it has also removed the military chief, the top one of the top commanders, the senior commanders of the IRGC, and many such on target as well. Also to understand that Netanyahu made it very clear that even they could expand the operation to the Iranian leadership as well. That eliminating Ayatollah Khamenei could just end the conflict instead of escalate it. So what are you understanding as far as that is concerned?
So the Iranian state has a dual structure of the government, which is appointed by the supreme leader, and the Revolutionary Guards. They have their own parallel government. So Israel has already eliminated a large number of Revolutionary Guard top brass and also military figures. At this point, the most recent developments have been cyber attacks, Israeli cyber attacks on Iranian banks and other installations. It's unclear if and when Supreme Leader Khamenei is will be targeted, and what the result of that will be. At what stage the Iranian people will simply revolt against the regime. Will the Americans join in bombing, given that America has far greater, much more powerful firepower? It's unclear. These are developments that we will see in the coming days.
Yes, Yeshaya, just stay on with us. There's another breaking update that we are tracking right now, viewers. Iran has demanded action from the United Nations Security Council now to stop Israel's, what it calls Israel's war of aggression. So once again, we see that Iran is demanding the condemnation and also appealing that Israel must be held accountable for the strikes. Yeshaya, I would come to you on this as well. Iran continues to say that it is aggression, it is war of aggression from Israel, that it continues to hit its civilian targets. More than 200 have lost their lives, that what Iran has said. But what do you understand as far as the geopolitical support for Israel is concerned? Because the United States earlier had this stance that it did not know about the strikes. Later on, it went to, it in fact demonstrated that its own resources are being mobilized. We see the U.S. Navy and Air Force also being mobilized to different air bases as well. And now we see Donald Trump cutting short his G7 summit trip, and he comes back, chairs a meeting, also talks about a real deal between the two countries. What do you make of the support, and what could be next as far as Israel's operation is concerned?
Yes, so the great Western powers all came out supporting Israel. Britain, even France, which is usually not supportive of Israel, came out supporting us. United States has given full support so far. Donald Trump has been threatening Iran militarily, mobilizing forces. America has veto power at the Security Council, so any threat of Iran at the Security Council will obviously be vetoed. And the only countries that have come out denouncing us are Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, UAE, both for tactical reasons, Saudi Arabia and Pakistan for public opinion. And I believe there was one more country, but as a rule, we have the countries that are important for Israel are all on our side, the great Western powers. And of course, Prime Minister Modi has issued a very cautious statement in line with Indian diplomatic tradition, on one hand supporting Israel, on the other hand calling for peace, regional peace and stability. But it is clear that India is also supportive of Israel and opposes revolutionary violent activities of the Iranian regime. That is a long-standing Indian policy as well.
Before that you go, Yeshaya, we understand that this is only escalating day in and day out. We see that the attacks are only getting intense from both the sides. What is really next, given the fact how there is evacuation on a large level, a massive level that is happening in Tehran as well? What really is going to happen next from here on?
It's clear to me that a full victory means toppling the regime in Iran. Netanyahu is openly speaking about that. Trump is giving veiled threats about that. So the question is, how to achieve that? In other words, if America joins in the battle, they can bomb, for example, the nuclear sites at Fordo and Parchin, which are deep underground, under 70 to 90 meters of rock. So America can bring in greater firepower. But I would be very surprised if America brings boots on the ground. But the question is, if the 100% complete victory would be toppling the regime, how is that to be achieved? I don't know.
Right. Yeshaya Rosen, thanks so much for joining us from Jerusalem with those updates coming in from ground.
Welcome.
Right, viewers, we now show you what US President Donald Trump's reaction has been. It's a sharp escalation of rhetoric, and US President Donald Trump says that he's looking for something better than a ceasefire in the raging Iran-Israel conflict. Speaking aboard Air Force One, he dismissed reports of rushing back from the G7 summit to broker peace, saying that what he wants is an end, a real end, not a ceasefire. Listen in.
Right now, we're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe. Right now, we're doing pretty well. Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon.
What was the thinking on the call for Tehran to evacuate? Is there a threat or is there incoming? What was the thinking on the full evacuation?
I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe.
Now, viewers, the conflict in West Asia dominates the G7 summit that is happening in Canada. And now we are going to take a look at the analysis where the Arab nations moving forward to rapprochement, including with the Palestinians. The only way to block the understand is that Iranian influence has to be blocked and has worked relentlessly to undermine the peace process. We'll get you more analysis on that in this report from Republic Digital.
let's talk about de-escalation. You want to de-escalate? I tell all the leaders of the G7 now, who are convening in Canada, you want to de-escalate like we want to de-escalate? You want to de-escalate? Get the nukes out of Iran's hand. That's all there is to it. It's all very simple. Escalation means rushing to the bomb. Escalation means attacking us with missiles from all over. That's escalation. If you want to change the reality in the Middle East, with Israel and many, many Arab nations moving forward to rapprochement, including with the Palestinians, the only way is to block the Iranian influence. Because the Iranian influence has worked relentlessly to undermine any peace process, relentlessly to undermine any rapprochement between Israel and the Arab world, relentlessly, and they threaten leaders, and they radicalize, and they go to revolutions, and they use other proxies as their basis against Israel and against the United States and Western forces because they want to seek dominance in the Middle East.
אנחנו פגענו בתחילת המלחמה בכוח, בעצם בבחירי המדענים. עד עכשיו חיסלנו 10, עוד היד נטויה, יש כמה שעוד נשלים אותם. אנחנו פגענו במתקן הגרעין ההעשרה המרכזי של איראן, נתנז, פגיעה קשה מאוד. אנחנו פעלנו נגד והשמדנו תעשיות ייצור צנטריפוגות. אני פשוט מקריא, מתקן המרת אורניום, שהוא חיוני לפריצת נשק לגרעין, גם בו פגענו, ועוד היד נטויה, אנחנו ממשיכים להשמיד מטרות גרעין באופן שיטתי.
Il y a deux choses. La première, le président s'est exprimé il y a quelques minutes pour dire qu'il y avait des discussions qui étaient en cours, ce qui est une bonne chose. Et donc, si les États-Unis d'Amérique peuvent obtenir un cessez-le-feu, c'est une très bonne chose. Et la France le soutiendra et nous le souhaitons. Qui se font contre des infrastructures énergétiques, administratives, culturelles et encore plus contre la population civile cessent. Rien ne les justifie, rien. Et elles sont, elles, absolument intolérables.
Well, it is really important that we focus on de-escalation because the risks of the conflict escalating are obvious across the region and beyond the region. The impact that this could and probably will have on Gaza, which is a tinderbox, and of course the impact on the economy. That is why at the G7 there's such a focus on de-escalation. That'll be an intense discussion for our talks today, but we have to find a way to de-escalate the situation, notwithstanding the concerns that we all have about the nuclear program. There's no doubt about that. Notwithstanding, we all accept Israel's right to self-defense, of course, but there must be de-escalation, and that will be the central focus of much of the discussion today.
Israeli claims of surgical strike is false and misleading. In contrast, it has launched a campaign of unlawful and indiscriminate attack targeting civilian infrastructure in Iran. Civilians were killed. Homes, hospitals, and other civilian infrastructure were destroyed. These are facts, not claims. Israel also targeted vital civilians and economic infrastructure. They are not accidents, they are war crimes. The Israeli regime has once again demonstrated that it is the foremost enemy of truth. It holds the disgraceful record of being the world's leading perpetrator of violence against journalists and media professionals. In response to this barbaric attack and aggression, Iran exercised its inherent right to self-defense in line with Article 51 of Charter. Our response was defensive, targeted, and proportionate. It is solely aimed at deterring and preventing the recurrence of such crimes. Iran will resolutely defend its security and territorial integrity. we focused only on military and economic assets involved in the aggression, Iran does not seek war or escalation, but we will not hesitate to defend our people, our territory, and our sovereignty.
Breaking news coming in right now, viewers. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has announced that today the Israel Defense Forces will strike very significant targets in Tehran. A big warning. It's a big signal, and it's an out-and-out statement in public by Israeli Defense Minister, who says that it will hit very, very significant targets in Tehran. Not to forget, him mentioning about the Fordo nuclear facility, saying that it's a matter that will certainly be addressed. Remember, Iran's Fordo fuel enrichment plant has been under massive scrutiny and been for the longest time on the target of the Israelis. And it was, of course, largely, there were a lot of talks about it in connection with the Iran nuclear deal as well. And it is a very well-protected nuclear facility as far as this Fordo nuclear site is concerned. So there will be many targets that will be hit today by the Israeli Defense Forces. That is what Israel Katz, who is the defense minister of the state of Israel, has warned. So this is not going down, viewers. This is only escalating. It's only intensifying. The Israeli strikes are only intensifying, and it is not going to stop Tehran's targets. More targets in Tehran will be hit, and that's why you see there is a massive evacuation that is happening from the city of Tehran. It's a warning is issued by Israel that that there could be strike on Iran's Fordo as well. Remember, there have been bunker buster strikes at several nuclear facilities and other targets. Missile launchers also been decimated by the Israel Defense Forces. And now, okay, my colleague Akanksha is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Akanksha, this is an underground nuclear complex as far as Fordo is concerned. It has been very heavily protected. It's very difficult to, in fact, blow it up. But now, given the fact that how the defense minister of Israel is saying that they will address the issue of Fordo as well, it in fact signals it could be imminent that they strike that nuclear facility and many such targets in Tehran.
Well, absolutely, Rakshita, as you rightly pointed out, Fordo nuclear site is very well protected. It is in the mountainous areas, also what we are learning, but a very specific and strong warning that has come from the Israeli defense minister. He said that, in fact, by tonight, very specific and significant targets in Iran will be targeted. There are 10 nuclear facilities around Tehran, and we are about to destroy these sites. So very clear warning by Israel to Iran just before they are saying that they are going to be launching this attack. And as you also pointed out, he said that the nuclear facility of Fordo is a matter that will certainly be addressed. And in fact, this site is very crucial because this is built inside a mountain and hardened against a bunker. Israel is keeping its eye on the Fordo nuclear site because in the last 5 days they have attacked several nuclear facilities, military bases, be it their top commanders, military commanders are also concerned. They have made precision strikes. Now next they are going to be targeting Fordo nuclear site. They have mentioned 10 nuclear sites are also under their scanner, but a strong warning given to Iran by Israel that tonight they are going to be hitting specific targets. So it remains to be seen what those targets will be, but it appears that it is going to be a very tough night for Iran.
Absolutely, a very secretive and most secretive and heavily protected nuclear facility that is Fordo could be now under the radar. Thank you so much, Akanksha, for joining us with those details coming on that breaking development, viewers. Now, US President Donald Trump has left the Group of Seven, the G7 summit in Canada, just a day early due to this situation in West Asia. French President Emmanuel Macron said that Trump had made an offer for a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. However, Trump has dismissed Macron's claim. Earlier, remember, Trump had urged everyone to immediately evacuate Tehran, reiterating that Iran should have signed a nuclear deal with the United States. He briefly spoke about his experience at the G7 summit also before he left for the United States. Here's more.
U.S. President Donald Trump has left one day early from the G7 summit that is being held in Kananaskis of Canada. Due to the Israel-Iran conflict and the current situation in the Middle East, President Donald Trump headed back to the White House early. Speaking with the press at the G7 summit, Trump shared that he will be heading back after having dinner with the leaders.
Well, I have to be back. Very important. I want to just thank our great host. You did a fantastic show. Thank you, Canada. But you probably see what I see. I have to be back as soon as I can. I'm going to have dinner with these wonderful leaders, and then I get on the plane. I have to be back early.
President Trump reflected on the meeting and said that a lot got done. He said that the other leaders understand that he has to leave early. Trump was seen boarding an airplane at Calgary Airport to head back to the United States.
We're still in a short break, but we continue to track the latest coming in on the aviation sector crisis. Massive crisis hitting Air India. Multiple flights report technical snags and cancellations, and passengers have been left stranded. Also, Goa to Lucknow Indigo flight also faced mid-air turbulence. 10 minutes after the takeoff, pilot regains control, averts a major accident. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
Who is accountable for India's air safety loopholes? Why are red flags being ignored by regulators? How safe is your flight? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. And yes, sorry, say again. Technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back in Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. And yes, you are maintain passion level, advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in the 315.
Strikes, evacuations, civilian casualties, no end in sight. Fifth day of missile attacks between Israel and Iran. Global fallout looms as West Asia conflict widens. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
Wow, we got this cool.
see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians.
Welcome back, friends. The situation in the Middle East is building up to something with Donald Trump cancelling his participation in the G7, returning from Canada back to the Situation Room in the White House. What's up? Is America joining forces with Israel militarily? That's our focus. Let's begin with the headlines. Exclusive input on Ahmedabad plane crash probe. Top sources say black box to be examined in India.
दो बार हमारी ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं हैं।
Embarrassments continue for Air India. Massive crisis now. Multiple flights report technical snags and cancellations. Passengers left stranded. Goa, Lucknow, Indigo flight faces mid-air turbulence 10 minutes after takeoff. Pilot regains control, averts major accident. Israeli military says it killed Iran's wartime chief of staff. Israel-Iran conflict escalates. And Prime Minister Modi in Canada to attend the G7 summit to meet Zelensky on the sidelines, as also Prime Minister Carney of Canada. Another breaking associated with flying in Indian airspace. An Indigo flight flying from Kochi to Delhi was forced to make an emergency landing in Nagpur after the airline received a security alert. So the flight, originally operating from Muscat, was diverted as per protocol and landed safely. Something with our skies, it seems. Technical snags and turbulence, and now a security scare. Somebody perhaps suggested that there could be a bomb on the flight. And so, while flying from Kochi to New Delhi, it had to make an emergency landing in Nagpur in Maharashtra on the flight path. We'll have more details in a while from Harsha, our correspondent. But these are the first details coming in. These are pictures, in fact, from Nagpur, where the flight landed, made the emergency landing, and all the passengers were deboarded. We are yet to hear whether they have been put on board another flight, or whether the same flight after security checks, or the same plane after security checks, is going to make its onwards journey to Delhi. But as of now, this is the information we have. Indigo flight Kochi to New Delhi, making an emergency landing in Nagpur. We'll have a correspondent live just in a bit on this development, but passengers expressing anger at the airport after being deboarded is what we are getting to hear. But this is obviously for their safety. In fact, the entire security apparatus is in a state of high alert, and nobody is taking chances. So whenever there is any technical snag, for example, airlines are preferring to cancel the flight rather than take the risk of flying the aircraft in the aftermath of the AI-171 crash in Ahmedabad. We in fact have Rakshita joining from the newsroom for more on this. Rakshita, what more can you share about this Kochi-Delhi flight which had to make an emergency landing in Nagpur?
Well, there are multiple reports as far as a bomb threat is concerned, but that's on social media. Officially, there's no information as far as the threat is concerned. But yes, as far as the Indigo spokesperson, he says, and I quote, that we confirm receiving a security concern. They only said it's a security concern pertaining to Indigo flight 6E1272 flying from Muscat to Kochi when the aircraft was operating its subsequent sector from Kochi to Delhi as 6E27006 on 17th of June. Now, following the protocol, relevant authorities were informed and the aircraft was diverted to Nagpur. So if there was a threat, of course, there are questions being raised why it was also diverted, but then that's what the procedure they say they had to follow. And the flight safely landed at the Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar International Airport in Nagpur. All the customers were disembarked, fully cooperating with the authorities, and that's what the Indigo spokesperson has told my colleague Harsha, who gets us this information on the breaking news. So yes, the turbulence in our aviation sector just continues, and we just get almost every hour some of the other news about flights being the flight cancellations that are happening, and also flight diversions that are happening. This is the latest we have as far as a security threat. This is a security threat that Indigo is right now talking about. It has not said any more details. It has not given any further detail as to what sort of security threat that is. But yes, this Indigo flight which was coming in from Kochi, from Muscat, had departed, and then it made an emergency landing in Nagpur, and investigation also is currently underway in the matter. Abhishek, that's the limited information we have right now.
Okay, thank you so much, Rakshita, with those details. And we are staying with the aviation story and the kind of crisis every airline is facing. Now it seems the turn of SpiceJet after Air India and Indigo. Angry passengers at the Pune airport confronted SpiceJet staff who were allegedly being given stale food after their flight was delayed. Now from Nagpur to Pune, these pictures coming in from Pune where the staff of the ground staff of SpiceJet is being confronted. Let's listen to them.
ये बिरयानी है क्या है? मैं 2 रुपए वाले पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है, वो पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है। खाओ इसको, दही का टेस्ट देखो, पहले दही का टेस्ट देखो खा के। सब पुलाव है ना? पानी की बोतल मेरे पास है। एक चम्मच में पानी जो काम कर सकता है उसको बुलाओ, मुझे क्यों आते यार? 6 बजे लेकर दिया भाई, 6 बजे तेरी मर्जी कर ले, इसका जहाज तैयार होने वाला नहीं है। बेचारे ने नाश्ता भी नहीं किया, खाना खाने तो चुपचाप। यार आप सवाल कर रहे हो यार। अभी पुणे में एक बंदा भूखा है, बैठ जा भाई, भाग मत। देख दिमाग खराब मत कर, बैठ जा आराम से। भैया जाना नहीं खाएगा तो हम कुत्ते हैं, खाना तू खाएगा, खा, यही सबके सामने खा, तो हमें भी पता चले ना कि हम जानवर हैं या इंसान हैं। क्या है ये? बिरयानी बताओ सर, बिरयानी आप सच्ची बताओ, बिरयानी है ये? बिरयानी है क्या है? मैं 2 रुपए वाले पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है, वो पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है। खाओ इसको, दही का टेस्ट देखो, पहले दही का टेस्ट देखो खा के। सब पुलाव है ना? पानी की बोतल मेरे पास है। एक चम्मच में पानी जो काम कर सकता है उसको बुलाओ, मुझे क्यों आते यार? 6 बजे लेकर दिया भाई, 6 बजे तेरी मर्जी कर ले, इसका जहाज तैयार होने वाला नहीं है। बेचारे ने नाश्ता भी नहीं किया, खाना खाने तो चुपचाप। यार आप सवाल कर रहे हो यार। अभी पुणे में एक बंदा भूखा है, बैठ जा भाई, भाग मत। देख दिमाग खराब नहीं खाएगा तो हम कुत्ते हैं, खाना तू खाएगा, खा, यही सबके सामने खा, तो हमें भी पता चले ना कि हम जानवर हैं या इंसान हैं। क्या है ये? बिरयानी बताओ सर, बिरयानी आप सच्ची बताओ, बिरयानी है ये? बिरयानी है क्या है? मैं 2 रुपए वाले पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है, वो पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है। खाओ इसको, दही का टेस्ट देखो, पहले दही का टेस्ट देखो खा के। सब पुलाव है ना? पानी की बोतल मेरे पास है। एक चम्मच में पानी।
All right, not exactly the fault of the ground staff, but obviously the passengers are agitated, angry and frustrated at the manner in which the quality of services is going down, even compromising safety, as we are seeing in many instances that have come up with even DGCA notices not getting responded to. Joining us, aviation expert Amit Singh. Welcome, Mr. Singh. And, while that ground staff person was not really responsible for the stale food, but this is, in fact, emblematic of the larger malaise facing the aviation sector in the country, perhaps, that safety is getting compromised, quality is getting compromised. Maybe the airlines are under pressure of their bottom lines. And while our overall aviation space has grown tremendously over the last few years, there has been some cutting of corners.
Well, that's a fact because the whole issue is about the culture, be it service culture or safety culture. Both have gone down tremendously, or rather not match the pace at which aviation is growing in India. So if aviation is growing exponentially, India is the third largest after US and China, and we want everybody to fly, then people have to be educated on the etiquettes of flying. On the other hand, the airlines have to be regulated and the adequate oversight has to be there so that service, safety and quality don't go down. So all these things are not matching. We are not investing in training people or educating the public. So when people travel on the trains or buses or aviation, so there has to be a certain line drawn, right. What is permitted, what is not permitted. So it has to be, people have to be told at the basic level, at the grassroots level, at schools, colleges, everywhere. It has to be on the placards, advertisements that this is not done or these are your rights. So they can demand the rights, but on the other hand, they have to be maintain certain civility.
And perhaps the passengers also need to be in that frame of mind that they have to pay more for better services.
Correct. So these are deeply discounted tickets. So passengers feel that they are entitled to everything, but they need to understand that aviation sector cannot be run, or rather runs on very thin margins. Even a slight rise in the oil barrel prices and the whole profits are wiped out. So the airlines look at the long run, try to save money, whereas trying to give or promising to give maximum services. But on the other hand, the passengers also have to cooperate at some point within certain limits, of course. So there, for example, passengers, their cancellation fees. Till a few years back, the rule in DGCA said that if a ticket is cancelled, the option will be given to the passengers, either take the cash back or take credit. But the airlines by default were saying you take credit because nobody was aware of the rules. So somebody has to educate them.
Yeah.
For that, we need institutions. We don't have institutions.
Yeah.
The airline on the very weak foundation because we can't produce enough quality professionals who can run the airlines. We have to get in people from outside who do not match our culture. So that is a bigger problem.
Right. Obviously, as the sector has grown, the commensurate infrastructure has to come up, maybe sooner than later. Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, for joining us with that perspective. Moving on, in fact, another Air India flight, AI 159 from Ahmedabad to London, had to be called off after reported snags. There are passengers stranded at the Ahmedabad Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Airport with no clarity. My colleague Gopi Shah brings to you this report.
ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल क्यों हुई? आपने कितनी बार ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है? आप कब आए, कितने बजे आए? आपका परिवार भी आपके साथ आया है, कुछ बताएंगे?
I booked a flight on 14 June because we want to back in London on 14 June. But on the 13th June, I got an email that you have to cancel this flight because of the atmosphere and weather. So they messaged me, emailed me that you have to reschedule your ticket. And on the, they emailed me that you have to reschedule on 17 June. I got email on 12 p.m. in the morning that your flight is cancelled 17 June flight cancel. So my husband is there on the window, and he's doing that. We want to do new flight, and they are doing.
तो यही सेम फ्लाइट पहले 2 बार और भी कैंसिल हो चुकी है।
हाँ, 2 बार हमारी ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। हम मैसेज भी करते तो इतना होल्ड होता है, हमको 15-15 मिनट होल्ड रखना पड़ता है और हमको सामने से भी अच्छा कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आता है एयर इंडिया में से। अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं है।
हम इधर आए तो बता रहे थे कि फ्लाइट है वो डिले हुई है 3 आवर्स। सो हमको 1 PM की जगह 3 PM का टाइम दिया, और अभी जब टाइम बोर्डिंग का आया, अंदर जाने का है, चेक इन का टाइम आया, तो वो लोग बोल रहे हैं कि अब फ्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई है। सो वो लोग अच्छे से रिफंड का भी आंसर नहीं दे रहे हैं। हम लोग कॉल सेंटर में बात कर रहे हैं, वहाँ भी कोई भी कॉल रिसीव नहीं कर रहा है, और वो लोग यही बता रहे हैं कि हम आपको 10-15 दिन में रिफंड कर देंगे।
Did they tell you what is the reason behind the cancellation of this particular air?
Actually, when we reached here, there are 3-4 persons from the Air India Airlines, and the reasons stated by them are different. There are 3 persons who are here to respond, and each and every person is giving a different reply. One is saying that there is some technical issue. The second one is saying that there is a delay in the flight to reach here from Delhi to Ahmedabad. Therefore, today takeoff is not possible, and other reasons are being stated which are not plausible.
Is it building up to United States joining the war between Israel and Iran, and no second guessing which side United States would be? Is it going to attack Iran? Defense and security expert Claude Moniquet talks about the Middle East conflict. He talks about the implications of the war and if this can turn into a full-fledged world war. That is World War III. Or will it remain to be a largely regional conflict? Take a listen.
Hello and welcome. Today we are joined by Mr. Claude Moniquet, senior journalist and defense and security expert. Mr. Moniquet, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV.
Thank you to have me.
Mr. Moniquet, my first question to you is that Middle East is on a boil. Israel-Iran tensions seems to be flaring up. How do you view the conflict from someone who's sitting in Belgium? A third point, someone as an outsider. How do you view the conflict, sir?
I'm not completely an outsider, actually, because when I was young, I was living in Israel.
Right.
And I know very well this country, of course. I'm working with Israeli. I'm also working with people in the Arab countries in the Middle East. And I analyze this situation since 40 years.
Right,
so
sir.
I'm an outsider in a way, but not completely.
Right.
I think that this new conflict between Israel and Iran is very likely the most important of the 2 last years, because this is the conflict that could completely reshape and change the Middle East. It will clearly undermine and even maybe destroy the Iranian influence, and this will open, I think, a lot of progress in the Middle East.
Okay. I was listening to some of your interviews where you mentioned that this conflict has been something that has been waiting for the past 25 years. And you also mentioned that Iran may face a revolt against the Khomeini government. How could you elaborate a bit on that?
Yes, absolutely. Actually, since the inception of the Iranian Islamic Republic more than 40 years ago, the Iranian leaders said and repeated that they will destroy Israel. Actually, they didn't say Israel. They call it the Zionist entity. They never named the country by its own name. So they said it for 40 years. And when it was clear 25 years ago that they were on the way to try to get the nuclear weapon, Israel was clearly under existential threat. And at this moment, 25 years ago, when I went to Washington or when I went to Tel Aviv, at the time I was an intelligence agent for the French service, 25 years ago, the people I met in Washington and Tel Aviv told me that the war between Israel and Iran was unavoidable and will a day or another day will happen. So we had to wait 25 years, but for 25 years, Iran was repeatedly warned by the US, by the United Nations, by Israel itself, by the European countries, just name it, by quite all the countries of the world. They were warned not to develop a military nuclear program, but they did it. They lied to the world, they lied to the international community, to the International Atomic Energy Agency, they lied to everyone in the world, but at the end of the day, no, it's over for this program.
Right. But then even while addressing in his addresses, Netanyahu has particularly mentioned specifically that his war is not against the people of Iran. How do you substantiate that the people of Iran will actually revolt? Do you think this is going to lead towards that? What is your view on that?
It's difficult to say. It's clearly not a war against the Iranian people. In the past, before the Islamic Republic, the relations between Iran and Israel were very good at the time of the Shah. And there was a very big Jewish community in Iran, and a lot of Iranian people had a very friendly view to Israel. And Israel was not an enemy of Iran, and Israel doesn't want to be an enemy of Iran.
Right.
What the Israeli leaders say today is that they hope that this war will completely undermine the Iranian leadership, and at this time maybe there will be a way for the Iranian people to take their own destiny in their hand and to revolt against this power, which just bring them more than 40 years. This terrible regime just bring repression and confusion and a very, very difficult and sad life for Iranian people. So maybe today, or tomorrow or in a few weeks, maybe it could be the moment for the Iranian people to take their own destiny in their hand.
Okay. Now that it has started, how long do you think the conflict will continue, sir? Do you see a timeline? Do you see that it might end? Do you see there could be a ceasefire, an intervention from US? What do you think happening? What may happen?
Oh, it's very, very complicated to assess. I think it will continue for at least a few days, because from a strategic and a military point of view, Israel decided to attack. If they stop the attacks now, it is absolutely unsure that they could attack again in some weeks or some months. Mm-hmm. And the military, the nuclear military program is not completely destroyed. So they have operation to continue, to pursue, to achieve their goal, to weaken the military force of Iran and to destroy the military nuclear program. So it will continue. And then, of course, we have and we will have the military answer of Iran. It could be missiles, as they fire them since Friday night. Mm-hmm. It could be terrorism in the world. It could be the blockade of the Hormuz Straits. We don't know. We don't know exactly what will be the way chosen by Iran in the next hours and days. And this also, of course, will be taken in account to decide the right response the right answer by Israel. It's possible that the US will intervene. It's possible that France will intervene. 2 hours ago, the French foreign minister said that France is ready to protect and defend Israel.
Who is accountable for India's air safety loopholes? Why are red flags being ignored by regulators? How safe is your flight? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. And yes, you are simultaneous. Maintain passenger level, advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in 315.
ارتصوا رعيدون من الليل ini film wow bebate ziku
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
ارتصوا رعيدون من الليل ini film wow bebate ziku
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
In this context, Israel has the right to defend itself Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
Who is accountable for India's air safety loopholes? Why are red flags being ignored by regulators? How safe is your flight? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Tanisha Avasthi. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 big stories that are making headlines not just nationally but also globally. And today we will tell you about different angles on these 2 top stories that we will be tracking. Number 1, Air India must be answerable to all those passengers who have lost their loved ones in the crash. Air India must answer on back-to-back technical snags and the hydraulic failures that their airlines have been facing. And also Air India must be answerable to those passengers who pay a hefty amount to travel via their airlines only to remain stranded. The aviation crisis, ladies and gentlemen, is unending. Just today, there have been at least 5 incidents of technical snags and hydraulic failures of flights being grounded, and we'll get you inside the details of what all snags have been reported. Meanwhile, what has also been reported are back-to-back bomb scare threats on multiple flights, and the latest being that of an Indigo flight that was grounded in Kolkata. We will also take you through the other big story that we are tracking, which is the Iran-Israel conflict, which is unending. There's no respite that is in sight. There have been damage, destruction and loss of lives in both Iran and Israel in what is now being seen as a tit-for-tat strike. And with the massive escalation of the conflict, are we on the brink of World War III? How are the world leaders reacting to it? We have the top focus on the agenda-setting stories, the top main stories at 6 p.m. today. Let's get started first up with the top story. Ladies and gentlemen, Air India, known as Maharaja, is completely losing on its name now. This after back-to-back incidents of technical snags, hydraulic failure and a lot more. Let's first take you through the 2 major incidents that have been reported today that left passengers worried, stranded. Now the visual that you see on your screen is from the Ahmedabad airport. Air India today cancelled its Ahmedabad to London airline, that was AI-159. The flight was originally scheduled to depart from London at 10 p.m. on June 16 and arrive in Ahmedabad at 9:20 a.m. on June 17. But it departed at 11:16 p.m. from London on June 16 and arrived in Ahmedabad at 1:24 p.m. on June 17. It was rescheduled to depart from Ahmedabad at 3 p.m. but later it was cancelled. The official statement is what they say. The preliminary probe in the report on today's flight cancellation says that the AI-159 Ahmedabad to London was flying with minimum equipment list. As a result, the passengers were stranded and this is their ordeal.
ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल क्यों हुई? आपने कितनी बार ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है? आप कब आए, कितने बजे आए? आपका परिवार भी आपके साथ आया, कुछ बताएंगे?
I booked a flight on 14 June because we want to back in London on 14 June. But on the 13th June, I got an email that you have to cancel this flight because of the atmosphere and weather. So they messaged me, emailed me that you have to reschedule your ticket. And on the they emailed me that you have to reschedule on 17 June. I got email on 12 p.m. in the morning that your flight is cancelled. 17 June flight cancelled. So my husband is there on the window and he's doing that. We want to do new flight and they are doing.
तो यही सेम फ्लाइट पहले 2 बार और भी कैंसिल हो चुकी है।
हाँ, 2 बार हमारी ये फ्लाइट कैंसिल हुई है और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। हम मैसेज भी करते तो इतना होल्ड होता है, हमको 15-15 मिनट होल्ड रखना पड़ता है और हमको सामने से भी अच्छा कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं आता एयर इंडिया में से। अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं है।
हम इधर आए तो बता रहे थे कि फ़्लाइट है वो डिले हुई है 3 आवर्स। सो हमको 1 PM की जगह 3 PM का टाइम दिया और अभी जब टाइम बोर्डिंग का आया, अंदर जाने का है, चेक इन का टाइम आया तो वो लोग बोल रहे हैं कि अब फ़्लाइट कैंसिल हो गई है। सो वो लोग अच्छे से रिफ़ंड का भी आंसर नहीं दे रहे हैं। हम लोग कॉल सेंटर में बात कर रहे हैं, वहाँ भी कोई भी कॉल रिसीव नहीं कर रहा है और वो लोग यही बता रहे हैं कि हम आपको 10-15 दिन में रिफ़ंड कर देंगे।
Did they tell you what is the reason behind the cancellation of this particular air?
Actually, when we reached here, there are 3-4 persons from the Air India Airlines, and the reasons stated by them are different. There are 3 persons who are here to respond, and each and every person is giving a different reply. One is saying that there is some technical issue. The second one is saying that there is a delay in the flight to reach here from Delhi to Ahmedabad. Therefore, today takeoff is not possible, and other reasons are being stated which are not plausible.
Now, you heard what the passengers had to say. They were stranded. They were upset about the services that Air India was providing them. This is just one incident. Another Air India flight, this time from San Francisco to Mumbai via Kolkata, suffered a technical snag in one of its engines, forcing passengers to deplane during the scheduled halt. Now, flight AI 180, a Boeing 777-200LR, landed at Kolkata at around 1:25 a.m. and was scheduled to depart for Mumbai at 2 a.m. However, during its scheduled halt, a technical snag was detected in the aircraft's left engine, delaying its onward journey. At around 5:20 a.m., an announcement was made on board asking all passengers to deplane. The aircraft's captain informed the flyers that the step was being taken in the interest of flight safety. Visuals from Kolkata airport showed the aircraft grounded on the tarmac with airline personnel inspecting the faulty engine. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, it was just yesterday when Air India Dreamliner AI315 flying from Hong Kong to Delhi returned mid-air due to suspected technical issue. Now, the aircraft was a Boeing 787 Dreamliner, the same model that was involved in the recent Air India flight crash 171 near Ahmedabad that killed over more than 200 people. Now, in a separate incident, British Airways flight BA35 bound for Chennai was forced to return to London after a technical fault. Today alone, there have been 5 Air India incidents that have been reported. Let's take a look at what are those 5 incidents that have been reported. We'll take you through the first set of incidents that has been reported. Remember, there are multiple technical snags that have been reported in the Air India flights. This one is from today. It is AI2493. Now, there was an air scare on Mumbai-Ahmedabad plane, another plane which had an air snag. And this was just one of the incidents. As a result, the passengers were told to deplane. There was inspection, there was checks going on. And all of this was happening after the passengers had already boarded the flight. Another incident that we are going to talk about here is again of Air India, where it was again on June 17, that is today, when there was another air scare at the plane, after which the passengers were left stranded. This is from the Ahmedabad to London flight. Now, there were operational issue delays in the flight. We'll quickly move forward about what was other delays that were detected. Flight was cancelled over FDTL. Now, there were some certain technical snags that were reported that Air India had told their passengers after they had boarded the plane already. Now, the tech snag on San Francisco to Mumbai via Kolkata flight had also been reported. The same flight was grounded, after which technical snag was reported in the left engine, which we already have told you about. Another snag that was reported was that the technical snag delayed the flight from Kolkata. So a huge long hours of delay, nearly 5 to 6 hours is what left the passengers stranded. Another incident was of AI 915. Again, this is from today, where Delhi to Dubai AI 915 flight was stranded. Flight was cancelled from both Delhi and Dubai, after which we know that there has been no update from the airlines so far on what is going on. There was a technical issue in Air India Boeing B787 aircraft. Remember, now there are 787 Boeing aircrafts that have been reporting technical snags back to back, and the question remains on why is there no action being taken from Air India? Why are these specific Boeing aircrafts not grounded yet? Another incident is of AI 143, where Air India's Delhi to Paris flight was cancelled. All of these are international airlines. Remember, passengers pay a hefty amount to get on those flights to reach the destination that they want to leave. At the end of the day, they realize that these flights are going to remain grounded. There was a hydraulic leak, in fact, that was reported in the Boeing 787 aircraft, the same hydraulic failure that was reported on other aircrafts as well. Another incident, now this is from June 16, where Hong Kong to Delhi flight makes a U-turn. So yesterday, there were about 3 incidents that were reported. Today, there are nearly 5 Air India planes that have been grounded on certain technical snags that were reported. So there are multiple snags that have been reported. And with that, we move on to the other stories that we're tracking on the broadcast, where we are being joined by an aviation expert. Amit Singh is joining us on the broadcast. He's an aviation expert to give us more insight on what could be the possible reasons of back-to-back hydraulic failures, back-to-back technical snags. Amit Singh, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. Now, these are the specifications that we just detailed out to our viewers, and most of it has been coming for Air India. It seems that no lessons have been learned after the fatal crash that happened in Ahmedabad. Where do you see this going forward?
Basically, the safety culture which is prevailing in the airline and industry as such, it's not that faults were not happening earlier. It's just that fear has set in now. So before, if the pilot was being forced to take a faulty aircraft or an aircraft with multiple faults so that there is no delay or effect on the schedule, now the pilots perhaps are refusing or getting more jittery because they do not know the consequences and they do not want to meet the consequences, what we have seen in the recent past. So this is the reason why suddenly, all of a sudden, a number of faults suddenly crop up. So this is the culture in the airline. We have seen in the past, while in Indian Airlines, there were a spate of hydraulic failures on the Airbus 320. Right. And inquiry revealed that it was the faulty, cheap spare part which was being imported and installed. So that would fail repeatedly. So repeated snags are of serious nature. Absolutely. And I'm sure the aircraft which went down also had certain repeated faults. And it is a very serious issue which the regulator must take it up seriously so that there is some kind of assurance, because nobody is giving an assurance to the public, neither the airline nor the regulator, that flying is still safe. It is safe statistically, but somebody has to come out in the open that yes, right, we have the system under control. Right, sir. Amit Singh, I request you to stay with me because what we're going to do right now for our viewers is we're going to report another incident that happened, and this time this is from an Indigo Airlines. Now, in another incident of a similar case, an Indigo Flight 6E2706 from Muscat to Delhi via Kochi made an emergency landing at the Nagpur airport after a bomb threat was received. Now, the Kochi International Airport Limited said that the bomb threat was received with regard to the Indigo flight, which arrived here from Muscat and departed for Delhi, prompting them to make an emergency landing at Nagpur airport for undergoing inspection. It said that the threat was received on its official email ID about the Indigo flight, which departed for Delhi with 157 passengers and 6 crew at 9:31 a.m. On the same, I am also being joined by Amit Singh, aviation expert, continues to stay with us. Amit Singh, these are concentrated efforts that we see that have been going on, and it's not something new. There have been cases of hoax bomb threats that have been given to airlines. What do you think would be the possible reasons on why these airlines are receiving bomb threats? What could be the intention? Is it an attempt to create panic among the passengers? Generally, to destabilize aviation, when something unfortunate has happened, the airline is under stress, the aviation industry is under stress. So this is the easiest thing to mount some more stress to break basically the system. And aviation as such, we have such a big footprint, and everybody is traveling and they're booked for the summer season. So this is the travel season. That is when people want, who are against the interest of the country basically, to bring the system down. So
Next
that is one of the easiest thing to do.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking to Republic and sharing your views on that. With that, we move forward to the other stories that we're tracking on the broadcast, and this has made headlines globally. Now, Israel and Iran launched a new round of attacks as the conflict between the two heavily armed rivals entered day 5th. Israel said it had killed Ali Shadmani, Iran's new wartime chief of staff and country's most senior military commander. His predecessor was killed in Israel's initial attack, and this happened on Friday. At least 224 people have been killed since Israel began bombing Iran on Friday. Now, Iranian state media reported while Iranian retaliatory strikes have killed at least 24 people in Israel. Let's also take you through the key areas that have been hit in both Iran and Israel. Now remember, there have been loss of lives, there have been destruction as far as the escalation in the conflict is concerned. There seems to be no respite that is in sight, there seems to be no end. The world leaders are raising alarm, and the G7 leaders in fact are also issuing a statement. They have said that they back Israel and that Israel has the right to defend. Let's also take you through the key areas that have been hit by Israel. Now, these are certain key bases that Israel claims it has hit, and this happened in the span of 12th to 16th of June. Number one is Tabriz, where explosion was reported near a nuclear research center. Remember, both of them are nuclear heavy nations. Another strike that was reported was in Tehran, another one which was reported at Natanz, and refueling plane at the airport was also hit. However, it is Iran that claims that no damage has occurred so far after the Israel strike on them. We'll also take you through about the areas that have been hit by Iran. Now, one of the key areas that have been hit is Haifa. And there are several buildings that have been hit. Remember, we got you visuals of destruction that have been seen in Haifa city. Another one is Tel Aviv. It's the major point of flashpoint where there have been certain damages that have been reported. Western Galley also remains one of the areas that Iran claims it has hit. And remember, all of this at a point in time that happened between 12th to 16th of June. So these are the key areas where Iran claims that it has hit. The escalation is only widening. Now, in its latest offensive, Israel has launched targeted airstrikes. What we do know so far is that there are also some Indian students in Iran that are being relocated to safer places within the country. The government has said that in a statement, stressing that other feasible options were also being examined. Now, the development comes as Israel and Iran continue to trade missiles, with neither side showing any sign of backing down. The parents have appealed to the Prime Minister and External Affairs Minister S. Shankar to intervene and facilitate the safe return of these Indian students. The majority, remember, of these students stranded in Tehran and several other cities of Iran are pursuing professional courses, mainly MBBS. We spoke to the family of these students who have been stranded. Listen in.
Daughter of the family who's studying in Shiraz University. And she is the one who's still been stuck there, and I'm joined by her father, Nisar.
जी मैम, वो शिराज मेडिकल यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ रही है. 2-4 दिन पहले जब ये वार स्टार्ट हो गया बिटवीन इसराइल एंड ईरान, तो वो बहुत डरे हुए थे. तो पहले दिन तो उतने डरे हुए नहीं थे, लेकिन जैसे जैसे वो दिन चढ़ता गया तो वहाँ से भी रॉकेट आ रहे हैं, यहाँ से भी रॉकेट आ रहे हैं. तो वो हॉस्टल में स्टक थे. तो फिर वो क्या करते, या हम फ़ोन करते, हम क्या कर सकते थे, फिर यूनिवर्सिटी वालों से कांटेक्ट करें, यूनिवर्सिटी बोलने वाला आप हॉस्टल में रहिए, आप बाहर मत निकले, हम देखते हैं क्या हालात रहेंगे, उसी हिसाब से करेंगे। तो रात को ज़्यादा जब वहाँ रॉकेट वगैरह मिसाइल चलने लगे तो वो बहुत डरे हुए, सहमे हुए थे। तो फिर उन्होंने हमारे साथ कांटेक्ट किया, हम क्या कर सकते थे। फिर लकीली हम थैंकफुल है इंडियन एम्बेसी के जो वहाँ ईरान में है, उनने उनके साथ कांटेक्ट किया, उनको अपना व्हाट्सअप नंबर दिया, कांटेक्ट नंबर, बोला आप घबराइए मत, हम कोशिश करेंगे कि हालात कैसे रहेंगे उस हिसाब से हम कोशिश करेंगे कि आपको सेफ जगह इवैक्यूएट करेंगे।
तो अभी तक इवैक्यूएशन हुआ है क्या?
आज मॉर्निंग में मेरी बेटी के साथ बात हुई, इंडियन स्टैंडर्ड टाइम 7 AM, तो वहाँ तेहरान में 5 AM थे, तो उनको उस टाइम इवैक्यूएट कर रहे थे वहाँ से सेफर प्लेस इंडियन एम्बेसी की तरफ से। उनका फुल सपोर्ट उनसे मिला इंडियन एम्बेसी की तरफ से। वो कंटिन्यू इन दोनों उनके साथ टच में थे। वो 3-4 दिन से सोए नहीं, क्योंकि वहाँ उस होस्ट में लड़कियाँ हैं, 80% कश्मीरी है, लेबनानीज़, इराकी और भी कई कंट्री की लड़कियां हैं, वहाँ लड़कियों का ही हॉस्टल है वो। तो लेकिन सपोर्ट बहुत ही मिला उनको, यूनिवर्सिटी वालों ने भी सपोर्ट किया, तो एम्बेसी वालों ने उनके से
बच्चे जो है वो आपकी बेटी के साथ वहाँ फंसे हुए, कुछ बताया?
वहाँ उसने बताया कि हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी के 200 लड़कियाँ थी। जी जी जी।
Ladies and gentlemen, the Israeli Air Force destroyed more than 20 surface-to-surface missiles last night before they were launched towards the state of Israel by Iran. Now, the Israeli Air Force completed several waves of strike overnight, targeting approximately 100 military targets in central Iran. Now, let's get you the key visuals that are surfacing across Iran and Israel. One of the key videos shows how far the destruction has happened. Remember, there are certain nuclear sites as well that have been hit. There are certain videos that have circulated, and to access and tell us about the damage and destruction that has happened, we are being joined by our reporter Nick, who is joining live from Tel Aviv. Nick, talk to us about what are the kind of destruction that Tel Aviv specifically has gone through since you're reporting from there, and what is the situation so far as the ground is concerned?
Here behind me you can see one of the targets of the Iranian missiles. Here you can see kids supposed to be. This is one of their bird and kangaroo paintings. And inside of this bus, around 70 children supposed to be, because those buses, 10 of them, are taking each morning the children to the kindergartens and to the schools. But all of them, as you can see, are completely destroyed just from one ballistic missile fired from Iran, and it happened in the morning, exactly at the time when those children supposed to go to schools, to kindergartens. And just because Israel decided to close all the schools, kindergartens, and workplaces, because of the emergency situation, no one was here, but otherwise it could be a huge tragedy. You can see how all of those buses are destroyed. And now I will show you a huge hole that this ballistic missile made inside of the area here. And then you can also see behind how close are the residential buildings, kindergarten, schools. They're all here, close to this hole. You see, this is what happened from one ballistic missile that Iran shot towards Israel. I will now go inside so you'll see how huge the hole. This is the hole from one ballistic missile of Iran. And they were targeting civilians in Israel. They were targeting buses that are taking children to the school, to kindergartens, and residential areas here. There are no military targets here all around. And this is what Iran doing for 5 days. They are striking civilian residential areas all across Israel. Back to you.
Thank you very much for getting us those ground reports. All eyes are now on how the situation is going to pan out, because there seems to be no relief, no respite that have been seen. Moving on, the G7 summit has cracked under the pressure of war. And remember, G7 has also released a statement. They have completely backed Israel. We're keeping a very close watch on that, as Prime Minister Modi will also be attending the G7 summit. And that is all that we could pack in this edition of 6 Stories at 6. We will be back tomorrow with more agenda-setting stories at 6 p.m. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next after the break is Live and Breaking.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Wow, we got this cool.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
In this context, Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong. And yes, you are sorry, say again. With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. And yes, you are maintain passion level, advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in the 315.
A very good evening. Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. West Asia is on the boil again. In the last 5 days, we have seen war, in fact, starting between these two countries. We'll get you more details on this. But first up, the headlines. Massive crisis hits Air India. Multiple flights report technical snags and cancellation. Passengers have been left stranded. Indigo flight flying from Kochi to the national capital was forced to make an emergency landing in Nagpur after the airline received a security alert. Israeli military says that it has killed Iran's wartime chief of staff. Israel-Iran conflict has escalated. Iran says that it has destroyed Israel's military intelligence center near Tel Aviv. PM Modi is in Canada to attend the G7 summit. He will be meeting Ukrainian President Zelensky on the sidelines of this summit, and we will keep you updated on that. We have a breaking news coming in. The IDF and Israel's border police have launched a fresh counter-attack operation on the northern Samaria. This comes as a part of the efforts to expand gains made during Operation Iron Wall. So you can see these are the visuals of the fresh anti-terror operation that Israel has launched, even as the conflict between the two nations have escalated in the last few days. What we're learning is that Israeli Defense Forces and Israel Border Police have launched a fresh counter-terror operation in the northern Samaria. Well, this comes as a part of the efforts to expand gains made during the Operation Iron Wall. For more on this, let me go across to, in fact, our guest will be joining in some time. Let me go across to our reporter who joins us from Tel Aviv. Nick, tell us about the situation on the ground, and in fact on this breaking update that we are also getting, that IDF and Israeli Border Police have launched a fresh counter-terror operation in northern Samaria. Tell us about this and then the escalation of the war as far as Israel and Iran is concerned.
I can tell you about the escalation of the war with Iran. I'm now standing at the place where one of the ballistic missiles from Iran hit the ground, and you see the massive damage to all of those buses that's supposed to take children to the school. And
absolutely,
okay.
Nick.
You can see here all the damage, and the Israeli Minister of Defense came here shortly ago, and he said that Israel will continue the war against Iran until Iran will stop attack Israel, and maybe Khomeini, the head of Iran, will be the next one, and his fate will be like Saddam Hussein. That's what said the Minister of Defense of Israel. And Israel says to Iran that they need to stop target civilians, like you can see here behind me. All those buses and this kind of targets is not acceptable. And Israel will continue to try to destroy all the nuclear capabilities of Iran, because Israel understands this is an existential threat. Israel cannot afford that Iran will have a nuclear weapons, and they will continue to strike Iran until they will surrender their plans to develop nuclear weapons. Back to you.
Absolutely, Nick. You continue to get us those details. The ground reports from Tel Aviv as the destruction continues. Thank you for all the details. Now, moving on, as Israel and Iran war continues to escalate, what we're learning is that Indian students continue to leave Iran. Students from University of Isfahan are going to Yazd. Meanwhile, 110 Indian students have evacuated to Armenia from Iran, and they will be flying to the national capital tomorrow is what we are learning. This is even as the escalation in the West Asia is on the boil. That entire region has seen attack and counter-attack in the last 5 days. Now, today India has directed all the Indians living there to either move to a safer location and to other part of Iran, or to move to close to the Armenian border, and that is why External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar was in touch with the Armenian counterpart to get the assistance as far as the evacuation is concerned. What we're learning so far that there are as many as 10,000 Indians living in Iran. 6,000 of them are students, and also at least 1,300 to 1,400 Kashmiri students also studying there, and that is why it is very important, given the escalation between Israel and India, it is very important for them to be evacuated. There are two strategies that India has adopted. Firstly, either to move them to a safer location away from where the attacks are happening, or closer to the Armenian border, so that they can be handed over to the Armenian authorities. And in fact, what we're learning is that 110 students have been evacuated close to the border, and they will be flying to the national capital tomorrow. In fact, we are getting you the ordeal of the students who have been evacuated or who are still stuck there. We have, in fact, a reaction coming in from one student. Listen in.
I am Skanshabi, citizen of India. Right now, I am fourth year medical student in Urmia University of Medical Sciences, Urmia. Right now, exactly 110 students of India who were in the University of Urmia are being accommodated in the capital of Armenia, that is Yerevan. Accommodation arranged by the Embassy of India is very well promising here. 2-3 days ago, we were in such a terrible situation. We had been witnessing missiles in the sky, explosions nearby, explosions in the night time, which was very distressing. But right now, we are very safe. And all the members of embassy are treating us like family, not just the citizens of India.
Medical sciences, as you can see, we are traveling. We are in the bus. We are almost 20 people in the bus, and rest in the another bus, 30 people are there. So overall, roughly we are 50 people. We started our journey. I would like to thank Indian Embassy. Early morning, they just relocated us. First, we got all collected near our university. And after that, now we are getting relocated towards Yas from Isfahan. This journey is almost taking 5 or 6 hours. As Yas is a really safer place than Isfahan. You can see the visuals, the outside of these things where we are traveling. But thanks to Indian Embassy that we are not facing any problems here. They are trying to provide every possible facility here. I would request our Indian Embassy that to evacuate us from Iran, as the situation in Iran is not really that stable.
बहुत खुश हो गया हमारी एम्बेसी जो है हमें बहुत सपोर्ट किया. हम बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, बहुत सारे बिजनेस क्लास पीपल हैं, बहुत सारे टूरिस्ट हैं. सबको एक सेफ प्लेस पे ले जा रहे हैं. डेंजरस प्लेस से वो सेफली हमें पहुंचा रहे हैं. उनका कोऑपरेशन के लिए बहुत थैंक यू उनको.
And meanwhile, Brigade Combat Team and Yahalom unit forces have dismantled an underground Hamas compound beneath the European hospital, which is located in the southern Gaza Strip. Now, this is the same compound where the body of Mohammed Sinwar was found. A targeted operation has been conducted over the past 2 weeks to locate and map out the large-scale underground Hamas infrastructure as well. Here's more on that story.
An underground Hamas compound beneath the European hospital in Gaza has been dismantled by the Golani Brigade Combat Team and Yahalom unit forces. This is the same complex where the body of Mohammed Sinwar was found. The route was dismantled in a complex logistical and engineering operation after the tunnel routes were mapped by the Yahalom unit and additional units. Dozens of trucks and cement mixers were used to seal the tunnel. Approximately 250 cubic meters of concrete was used during the process. The effort was led by the Golani Brigade's Engineering Battalion and with the division's Logistical Support Unit. The operation was carried out with precision and care to avoid damaging the hospital building.
Very short break coming up. On the other side, Prime Minister is in Canada today to attend the G7 summit. He will be meeting with Zelensky on the sidelines of the summit. This and much more on the other side. After this very short break, we'll tell you more.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Say again. With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. And yes, you are maintain passion level, advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in 315.
Ini filo. Wow, we got this coup.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
In this context, Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong.
Welcome back. Now let's focus on G7 summit, which has cracked under the pressure of war. President Donald Trump walked out mid-summit, flying back to Washington, D.C. as tensions with Iran exploded. French President Macron claimed Tehran was ready for talks, but Trump dismissed it, hinting at something far more serious. As fighter jets take to the skies and the allies send mixed signals, the world is watching a summit unravel in real time. Here's more.
The G7 summit, meant to be a gathering of global resolve, was interrupted by a war spiraling out of control in West Asia. In a dramatic turn, US President Donald Trump walked out, abruptly abandoning the summit to focus on the escalating Iran-Israel conflict. Soon after, America wasn't talking, it was moving. Fighter jets, surveillance drones, airlift tankers all scrambled in southern Europe. The message was loud. Washington is preparing for something bigger. While American warplanes took to the skies, the G7 scrambled to salvage diplomacy. The G7 leaders did not mince words. Iran was blamed, Israel was backed, and nuclear red lines were drawn. But here's the bigger picture. Donald Trump, the most powerful president in the world, was forced out of a summit by Tehran's war games. Let's not call it diplomacy. This was geopolitical theater, and Trump blinked first.
Remember, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. You don't have to go too deep into it. They just can't have a nuclear weapon. I want people to be safe. And that's always possible. A thing like that could happen. I just want people to be safe.
Back in Alberta, another diplomatic crack opened wide. French President Emmanuel Macron claimed Iran was ready for a ceasefire, even nuclear negotiations.
Et donc, si les États-Unis d'Amérique peuvent obtenir un cessez-le-feu, c'est une très bonne chose. Et la France le soutiendra et nous le souhaitons. Ensuite, je dis, il est absolument essentiel que toutes les frappes de part et d'autre qui se font contre des infrastructures énergétiques, administratives, culturelles et encore plus contre la population civile cessent. Rien ne les justifie, rien. Et elles sont, elles, absolument intolérables. Et ensuite, dès que le cessez-le-feu sera obtenu, et je pense que les annonces qui ont été faites par le président Trump sont tout à fait positives et le rôle que les États-Unis d'Amérique auront à jouer est clé, les Français, à leur côté, les Britanniques et les Allemands sont disponibles pour reprendre une discussion sérieuse. Discussion que nous n'avons jamais cessée.
But Trump wasn't buying it. Within hours, he publicly humiliated Macron, saying he had no idea what the French leader was talking about, hinting that his G7 exit was far more than just diplomacy. Tonight, the G7 regroups under global tension. Ceasefire chaos, nuclear threats, war rhetoric, all on the table. But in the war room, India isn't just present. India is prepared.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. And yes, you are sorry, say again. Technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. And yes, you are maintain fashion level, advanced and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in 315.
Ini filo. Wow, we got this cool.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
In this context, Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
Strikes, evacuations, civilian casualties, no end in sight. Fifth day of missile attacks between Israel and Iran. Global fallout looms as West Asia conflict widens. Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Ini filho. Uau, vai bater esse cu.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
In this context, Israel has the right to defend itself. Iran is the principal source of regional instability, and we've always been very clear. Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. We have voiced our strong concerns over Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program.
Technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Say again. With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. And yes, you are maintain fashion level advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in the 315.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Tuesday edition of This is Exclusive with me, Shavan Sen. It's no longer a shadow conflict. It's an all-out war between Israel and Iran. But how long can this continue? Will Iran be able to perhaps carry on with the endurance battle? Tonight on This is Exclusive, we get you both sides. What's really happening in Israel as well as Iran. The only Indian news network to give you a 360-degree view as to what's really happening in West Asia. But up first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. No sign of a ceasefire soon. Israeli Defense Minister Katz announces that the IDF will strike very significant targets in Tehran later today. Republic is the only channel live from Ground Zero in Tel Aviv, rolling coverage and exclusive reports from both the countries.
और एयर इंडिया कोई जवाब नहीं देते। अब हम लोग अभी अगली बार से एयर इंडिया में आने वाले नहीं हैं।
Massive crisis hits Air India. Multiple flights reports technical snags and cancellation. Passengers left stranded. Prime Minister Modi in Canada to attend a G7 summit to meet President Zelensky on the sidelines of the summit. Ladies and gentlemen, in the last 24 hours, the Iran-Israel conflict has escalated sharply, with both nations exchanging direct military strikes in what is being described as the most intense confrontation between the two powers in recent years. Iran has launched a barrage of missiles and drones targeting major Israeli cities, including Tel Aviv as well as the port city of Haifa, causing civilian casualties and extensive damage to military intelligence infrastructure. Now, in a swift and forceful retaliation, Israel conducted targeted airstrikes on Iranian military sites, including a hit on Iran's state broadcaster. What you see on your screens right now, these are the images coming in of the Israeli Defense Forces, which has once again gone on to send its most stern warning now. International responses have been swift and divided. Now, what you see on your screens are how resources in Iran have also been targeted. The United Nations has called for an immediate ceasefire, and the US has also urged for a de-escalation. Former President have also now stepped in. In fact, as far as United States of America is concerned, important to point out here what is happening on the ground. Iran has already retaliated. On your screens, these are latest images of multiple military sites being targeted in Israel. Iran says that if at all United States of America is into diplomacy, then it is time for them to pick up the call with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and call in for a ceasefire. Is there a ceasefire anytime soon? It's unlikely, given the fact that what you see on your screens right now, it's an all-out war that's actually going on. Viewers, Republic TV is providing first-hand coverage of the aftermath of the Iran-Israel conflict. The report that we're going to play out in a short while from now is from Tel Aviv, which captures the immediate impact on residents and cities' infrastructure following Iranian missile strikes, offering a poignant look at the resilience of the people of Israel amidst the chaos. Now, not just in Israel, but also in Iran, there has been large-scale devastation that's taken place. If you go by the numbers that have been put out by the Iranian, it goes into hundreds. As far as Israel is concerned, perhaps it's a little different, but tonight we'll break it down for you. First, take a look at what's happening in Israel.
This is the hole that made just one ballistic missile that was fired from Iran towards a residential area in the center of Israel. Meters from here, there are kindergarten, schools, a lot of buildings with innocent people living there. And you can see the impact. One blast of a ballistic missile destroys anything with the shock wave in a radius of around 500 meters. And Iran continued to bombard Israel with hundreds of those kind of missiles for 5 days. Israel tries to destroy the nuclear capability of Iran because they also can use the nuclear weapons and to strike the same areas, but the impact will be much more bigger. Here behind me you can see the residential area in the center of Israel, and one of the ballistic missiles of Iran targeted this area where there is a schools, kindergartens, many residential buildings, and see what a huge hole, just one rocket did. You can see the impact just of one rocket. See how big is that? And there are 10 buses here which were completely destroyed by this rocket. And in those buses, each morning, children are taken to the school, and you can see it is completely destroyed. You can see the destruction. And if the children was here now, they probably all would be dead. And this is what Iran is doing. They are targeting those kind of places where residential places are, where there's so many infrastructure, public places, regular people are living here. And you can see the destruction, how many of the buses were destroyed completely. And now some Jewish Orthodox Jews came here to cheer up the people of Israel. They probably want to say to them that God with us, with Israel, this is the promised land, and Israel will prevail. And you can see what a huge damage to all those buses, 10 buses, each of them with about 70 or even more places. And those buses at this hour when the rockets strike, usually taking children to the kindergartens and to the schools. But because Israel declared a military situation, emergency situation, the kindergarten, schools and workplaces are not open, and that's why there were no one here, no children, and this is a miracle that no one was killed from this ballistic attack by Iran. But you can understand what a huge disaster that could be. Nikol Yochin, center of Israel. This bus was one of the targets of the Iranian ballistic missiles. In this bus supposed to be about 70 children, and also there are another 9 buses that are completely destroyed from one Iranian ballistic missile. It happened in the morning when usually those buses take children to kindergartens and to schools all around the city. But just because Israel was now in an emergency situation, the kindergartens, the schools and also the workplaces are closed. That's why nobody was here, and just because of that, it is not a big tragedy that could happen here. Nikol Yochin, the center of Israel. И все, последний раз я выхожу. See a residential area, there are schools, kindergartens, and this is a huge hole here behind me that made just one ballistic missile. And you can see here around how many buses are impacted by just one missile. You can see it is completely destroyed, and just by fortune there was nobody here inside of those buses. But if somebody was inside, no one will survive it for sure. You can see how huge the blast was, and more than 10 buses are completely destroyed. You can go and see here all around a complete destruction. In one bus there could be more than 70 people, and you see it is completely burned. And you can see here there are more of those buses. There are so much of them. This one here completely burned, but also the other ones. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 buses that were destroyed. If there were people inside of them, so the casualties could be massive. And those are the targets of Iranians. They are targeting civilians. You can see those are buses that civilians use them. This is not a military target. It is just civilian buses. And you can see here the impact. For hundreds of meters, you see the impact of those rockets. You can see here everything completely destroyed. And Iran continue to target civilians all across Israel. Nikol Yochin, Central Israel.
Well, that was what happened in Israel. Now let me take you through what's really happening on the ground in Iran. In fact, Ali Akbar Dareni, he's a writer, joining us from Tehran, only Indian network to get you both sides, Israel as well as Iran. Mr. Dareni, thank you very much for joining us from Tehran. I believe you'll have to unmute yourself. I want to begin by asking you about what's the situation like in Iran right now. Given the fact that President Trump has already announced asking people in Tehran to leave the city, an indication that there could be a massive escalation by the end of the day.
Iranians have suffered as a result of the Israeli act of aggression. Israel started an unprovoked war against Iran right in the middle of negotiations between Iran and the United States. And this war has been directly assisted by the United States. Israel, under no circumstances, was able to carry out such an act of aggression without logistical, intelligence, military, and diplomatic support from the United States. Iran did not start a war. It is Israel that started the war. The pictures you showed highlighted that Iran is targeting civilian areas in Israel. Iran is retaliating to Israel, targeting civilian areas and residential buildings in Tehran and other Iranian cities. Look at what Israel has done from the first moment it attacked Iran. They claim that it has everything to do with Iran's nuclear program. That's sheer lies. It has nothing to do with Iran's nuclear program. Israel possesses nuclear weapons. Iran doesn't. Israel is targeting civilian areas. Can you build nuclear weapons with hospitals? Yesterday,
can I then ask you, Mr. Dareni,
it targeted Iran's broadcaster organization. Can you build a nuclear weapon with a media organization? Can you build a nuclear weapon with civilian areas?
They say, I'm not getting into the specifics of that because the Israelis are claiming that it is used by the Iranian military, but that's not the point that I want to, focus on. But what I want to ask you is that, what's the end game? Because there were reports that were coming in that Iran essentially wants some sort of a mediation to take place. You've been urging United States of America to make that call to Prime Minister Netanyahu, hoping for a ceasefire. Is that what Iran is looking forward to? Is there a possibility of some sort of a ceasefire in the coming few days?
Iran did not start a war. It didn't want a war.
Is it willing to come? Is it willing? Is Iran willing for a ceasefire agreement?
Who are pushing the United States to enter the war. So Iran has not asked for a ceasefire, although it doesn't want the war to expand. Israel has killed civilians in Iran, started an unprovoked war. If Iran does not impose a heavy cost on Israel, Israel is not going to stop. So Iran's priority is to punish Israel and inflict unbearable pain on Israel so that Israel stops its acts of aggression. At the same time, if that stops, Iran will be open to diplomacy. Iran was in the process of diplomacy. Iran was about to enter a sixth round of negotiations with the United States. It was Israel that derailed the talks, and it was the United States and the Trump administration that allowed Israel to derail the talks and allow Israel to carry out such an act of aggression. And now it is killing diplomacy. I hope the Trump administration is wise enough not to fall in the trap by war-hungry Netanyahu. This is a key issue, but Iran is prepared for all eventualities.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Durini, for getting us the view from Tehran, the only Indian news network to put across both sides, what's happening in Israel as well as in Iran. In fact, earlier today, I spoke to an Israeli parliamentarian to get you a sense of what's really happening in Israel. In fact, the parliamentarian, when she spoke to me, was at an attack site. This is what she had to tell me. Israeli Member of Parliament Nina Shatta is joining us on this broadcast. Ms. Shatta, let me first begin by asking you, what's the situation like on the ground? I'm given to understand that you visited certain sites that were attacked by the Iranians. What's the current situation like? Because the Iranians are claiming that several of your defense facilities have now been targeted. Is that true?
Thank you, Mr. Sharon Shan, to you, and hello to the audience. I can say that I am now in the site that attacked aggressively by Iran, but Iran regime. Unfortunately, last night it was the 5 days that we are dealing with a very aggressive regime that send missiles through the innocent people and innocent civilians. This is what they are done. In this site, you can see that there is a lot of damage, if you can see. And unfortunately, 4 innocent people died in this site. Some of them elderly, and we are dealing with a big threat from Iran. And I want to tell that the job that Israel done now with Iran and the war that we open against this unfortunately evil regime that tried to threaten by terror, by nuclear bombs, it is not a job and it is not a mission only for Israel. It is to bring a peace for the Middle East, but not the Middle East, also to all the countries that believe in peace and believe in democracy and believe that people need a safetyness.
Ms. Shatta, has Israel been able to achieve its goal? You have to now depend on the United States of America, because if at all you want to cripple Iran's nuclear program, you cannot do so because you do not have the resources at this point in time. You would want US intervention.
As you know, since the war outbreak, we have a lot of achievement from our army. The Air Force Army of Israel is a strong army, and we do our best to damage the plane of Iran to get a nuclear bomb. And we know that it is threatened of the safety of the world, not only the safety of Israel. Because of that, we will continue until we achieve our mission. One of them, it is to stop and remove the threat of a nuclear bomb. The second one, as you see the damage of the missiles that Iran sent, you understand that their goal is to hurt and to destroy Israel, and it won't happen. And because of that, we will continue until we achieve our mission.
Now, let me tell you what's the cost of this war. The escalating conflict between Israel and Iran has exacted a significant economic toll on both the nations and the global economy. Israel's military expenditures have surged, with costs associated with missile defense systems, airstrikes escalating into billions. Bank of Israel estimates that the war could cost the country up to $67 billion by 2025, including military outlays and civilian expenses. Now, the financial strain has led to an increased budget deficit and rise in government borrowing costs. Iran, already grappling with economic challenges, faces further strain due to international sanctions and the depreciation of its currency. Now, as the situation continues to develop, the economic ramifications are becoming increasingly evident, affecting markets and economies worldwide. Columnist Terry Newman explains.
As we enter day 5 of this Iran-Israel war, the costs from the Israeli side of executing this war are in the region of about 800 million to $1 billion per day. Now, that number splits approximately 50% on offensive costs, i.e. the costs of Israel sending its aeroplanes nearly 2,000 kilometers from Israel all the way across to Iran, and the munitions required in order to take out the various nuclear installations, the ballistic missile installations, and also the targeted assassinations of the military leadership of the Iranian regime and the Revolutionary Guards. That obviously, in addition to the local costs of various operatives that have been reported or not been reported to be working on the ground there. In parallel, you also have the costs of defending the home front. So as your viewers are probably aware, Israel operates a multi-layered, multi-tiered air defense system, which includes the most famous Iron Dome, but then you also have the Arrow 1 and the Arrow 2, which go outside of the atmosphere and into space. We have David Sling. We have the American THAAD system. And there's also the laser system, and so that's also, at peak nights when there have been hundreds of surface-to-surface missiles and also ballistic missiles. There have been evenings where it's been $1.5 billion of expenses because of the cost of the interceptions. Just to sort of put in, numbers, the cost of a Iron Dome missile is in the region of about $50,000 a missile. The cost of an Arrow 1 is in the region of about $3 to $4 million a missile, and the cost of an Arrow 3 is around $5 to $6 million in order to take those down. So that obviously explains why the laser, which is costs $1 or so, is such an important addition to the defensive arsenal of countries that want to protect themselves from incoming rockets and missiles. Obviously, those costs are the direct costs of both offense and defense. In addition to that, you have the costs of repairing the buildings that have fallen and lost GDP. So that's an overall picture. I hope that's useful.
Well, in fact, what's the impact on India? In fact, government sources already indicating that the crude oil stocks are enough and it does not have any direct impact. In fact, I'm just going to quickly take you through the details that we've just got from our sources in terms of how exactly is the government responding to this entire thing. Point number 1, we have been given to understand global crude supply. There is currently an oversupply of crude oil globally with no risk of shortage. OPEC plus production, the group is producing 120 million barrels per day. Through production has been slightly reduced by 5 million barrels, bringing the current levels to approximately 97 million. And rising supplies from the Western Hemisphere, countries like Guyana, Brazil and US have emerged as major oil suppliers. So there is no direct impact. In fact, Strait of Hormuz's dependency of India's 5.6 million barrels per day oil consumption, only 1.5 to 2 million barrels comes through the Strait of Hormuz. So there is no disruption in it. Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. Coming up, trending with my colleague Rakshita.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा जीरा सिप।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. NTHP 157, say again. With technical reasons, sir, would like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. NTHP 157, maintain passenger level, advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in 315.
הנה, אפילו. וואו, בבתי זיקוק.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
From your smart screens to your smart television, the trending stories are breaking the internet. Civil aviation safety has become a major cause of concern after back-to-back technical snags. Meanwhile, tensions in West Asia have seen an unprecedented escalation as the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has issued an unmissable warning. Not just that, in a major embarrassment for Asim Munir, he was seen being heckled by the Pakistanis in the United States. We'll get you all this and much more in this Power Pack Bulletin. I'm Rakshita Mishra and this is what is trending today. It has been another day and another series of aviation incidents. Earlier today, flight AI-180, a long-haul Boeing 777 from San Francisco to Mumbai, made a scheduled stop in Kolkata. Now, a technical fault was detected in the left engine just after landing. For hours, passengers sat on board. At 5:20 a.m., they were finally asked to deplane. The captain cited safety concerns. Engineers were seen inspecting the aircraft on the tarmac, a now familiar scene. And viewers, this is not just an isolated incident. In fact, it's part of a string of troubling disruptions. Flight AI-2493 from Mumbai to Ahmedabad cancelled. The reason? Operational delays led to the crew to exceed their legal duty limits as defined by the FDTL regulations. The same AI-180 flight. A transcontinental journey halted midway, engine trouble again. Question that lingers is, was the aircraft airworthy to begin with? Meanwhile, viewers, the turbulence in the skies continues, and so does the uncertainty on the ground. From short-haul domestic to high-profile international routes, failures seem to follow the Air India logo across skies and runways. And these are just incidents from the last few days. And despite this, a templated response is all that follows from the airliners. And meanwhile, in another incident, this time surrounding SpiceJet, the angry passengers at the Pune airport confronted the SpiceJet staff over allegedly being given stale food after their flight was delayed. Watch this video that's going viral.
खाना तू खाएगा खा यही सबके सामने खा तो हमें भी पता चले ना कि हम जानवर हैं या इंसान हैं क्या है ये बिरयानी बताओ सर बिरयानी आप सच्ची बताओ बिरयानी है ये बिरयानी है क्या है? हमें 2 रुपए वाले
पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है वो, पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है।
खाओ इसको।
दही का टेस्ट देखो, पहले दही का टेस्ट देखो खा के। सब पुलाव है ना?
पानी की बोतल
मेरे पास है। एक चम्मच में पानी
जो काम कर सकता है उसको बुलाओ। 6 बजे से लेकर 6 बजे
तेरी जल्दी करने से का जहाज तैयार होने वाला नहीं। बेचारे ने नाश्ता भी नहीं किया, तो खाना
खाने तो चुपचाप।
क्या बात सवाल कर रहे हो यार?
अभी पुणे में
एक बंदा भूखा है, बैठ जा भाई, भाग मत। देख दिमाग खराब मत कर, बैठ जा आराम से।
भैया जाना
नहीं खाएगा तो हम कुत्ते हैं। ये खाना तू खाएगा? खा, यही सबके सामने खा, तो हमें भी पता चले ना कि हम जानवर हैं या इंसान हैं। क्या है ये? बिरयानी?
बताओ सर, बिरयानी आप सच्ची बताओ, बिरयानी है?
ये बिरयानी है क्या है? हमें 2 रुपए वाले
पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है वो, पुलाव के भी लायक नहीं है।
खाओ इसको।
दही का टेस्ट देखो, पहले दही का टेस्ट देखो खा के। सब पुलाव है ना?
पानी की बोतल
मेरे पास है। एक चम्मच में पानी
जो काम कर सकता है उसको बुलाओ। 6 बजे से लेकर 6 बजे
तेरी जल्दी करने से का जहाज तैयार होने वाला नहीं। बेचारे ने नाश्ता भी नहीं किया, तो
खाने तो चुपचाप।
क्या बात सवाल कर रहे हो यार?
अभी पुणे में
एक बंदा भूखा है, बैठ जा भाई, भाग मत।
All right, I'm being joined by Captain Surjit Panesar, former Director of Flight Safety and Training, Indian Airlines. And thanks so much, Captain Panesar, for joining us. Sir, it's become a trend now. All of a sudden, we see that one after the other, there are technical snags. And of course, issues like not there being no ACs in flights, stale foods, seatbelt issues have been recurring. They have been persistent. Captain Panesar, can you hear me? We'll try and connect, just fix that audio. Can you hear me, sir, Captain Panesar? All right, I will just try and fix that audio issue, viewers, because we see that one after the other, these are complaints that are coming in, and the flyers are furious. The flyers are angry. The flyers have had enough. And they are on the edge whenever they take a flight. We've seen that how many people have been protesting against stale food, even during one of the flights recently that was that had to, the passengers had to be deboarded because of some technical issue. Their whole schedule goes for a toss. Their money also, they suffer. It's at the end of the day, it's the flyers who are suffering, and this is becoming a persistent problem. And of course, after the Air India tragedy, this becomes even more important to address each and every issue. And the passengers are just left stranded. And these woes, these problems for them are unending. Their safety, more than anything, this safety is something that everyone would say that should be ensured by these airlines. But what is really happening? Because in the latest, what we have is that the DGC has also sought a report from Air India, also the engineering head of Air India as well. So the DGC has sought response on the pilot's training as well. So you can understand how the airlines is under lens now after the tragedy that happened in Gujarat, and also these multiple snags, the emergency landings, the U-turns that are being reported. All right, Captain, I think Captain Surjit Panesar is back with us. He's former Director of Flight Safety and Training in the Indian Airlines. Thank you so much, Captain Panesar. Well, it's becoming a recurring and persistent issue. And after the tragedy, we see that, every snag is now looked at with more suspicion. The fact that DGC is now seeking report on the pilot's training as well, speaks volumes of what has been happening. You feel that there needs to be in-depth investigation and a sort of a overhaul, because these are recurring issues, and it's high time that these issues end once and for all. Captain Sabharwal. Captain Surjit Panesar. I think there's a problem with the connection, but we shift our focus to now the on trending that we're bringing to you today is the story from West Asia. Israel's airstrike hit Iranian state news channel yesterday. The footage extremely dramatic, going viral. News anchor who was busy lambasting the state of Israel was interrupted by a deafening blast, sending her scrambling for cover. The studio descended into chaos with debris and dust filling the air. This dramatic escalation between Israel and Iran was the world watching closely. Take a look.
معاونت سیاسی صدا و سیمای جمهوری اسلامی ایران هدف حمله متجاوز قرار گرفت. الله اکبر، الله اکبر، الله اکبر. مردم شریف ایران آگاه باشید. آنچه که دیدید، صدایی که شنیدید، صدای متجاوز به خاک وطن، صدای متجاوز به صدای حق و حقیقت است. آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید، فضای غبارآلود استودیو.
There you have the dramatic visual. Now, global evacuation efforts are underway as tensions between Israel and Iran continue to escalate. The US and India have advised their citizens to leave Tehran immediately due to the safety concerns. Indian embassy is actively coordinating evacuation plans and has asked nationals in Iran to register their locations. On your screens is the visual of huge traffic queues as people flee the Iranian capital. You can see that people are running for cover because you see that in Iran they don't really have bunkers. They have to just flee from their homes. And Iran has also reportedly attacked the Israeli military intelligence logistics center near Tel Aviv. That's what at least Iran is claiming. There's no confirmation from Israel yet on that. Meanwhile, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has announced that tonight, the IDF will strike very significant targets in Tehran. It's a significant warning, and he's also cautioned Iran's leader Ayatollah Khamenei might meet a fate like Saddam Hussein's. And don't forget that they also said that another nuclear facility might also be on the target. At least they will address the issue. That's what he said. And Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu did not rule out plans to assassinate Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, saying it would end the conflict between the two arch foes. So the war between Iran and Israel is only escalating, and West Asia continues to be on the edge, and Republic TV continues to get you more updates on that, viewers. Meanwhile, we will take a quick look at all the trends that are running hot on social media and breaking the internet today. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman laid wreath and paid tribute to the martyrs who laid down their lives in service of the nation at the Rezangla War Memorial in Ladakh. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni and French President Emmanuel Macron were spotted sharing whispered conversations during the G7 summit, leaving everyone wondering what did they really discuss. The private exchange has sparked curiosity among the observers, with many speculating about the topics they might have covered. That includes Iran and Israel. Looks like some A-listers are in hot water. The ED has questioned, reportedly, Harbhajan Singh, Yuvraj Singh, Suresh Raina. However, there's been no confirmation on that. Meet Shravan Kumar, a 19-year-old factory worker from Rajasthan now who has cleared the NEET exam despite facing financial hardships. His parents wash dishes at village ceremonies and he works in a factory to support his family. Shravan's determination and hard work have paid off securing a rank of 4,071 in the OBC category. He now aims to become a doctor in service community where healthcare is a luxury. A rare 30-feet oarfish, also known as the doomsday fish, has been spotted in Tamil Nadu. Now, this deep-sea dweller is a rare sight and its appearance has got everyone talking. Dr. Salvador Plasencia, accused of supplying Matthew Perry with ketamine, has agreed to plead guilty to 4 counts of distribution. Now, this could land him up to 40 years in prison. The doctor allegedly called Perry a moron in text messages, exploiting the actor's vulnerability for financial gain. Plasencia admitted to supplying Perry with 20 vials of ketamine worth thousands of dollars despite knowing the risks. Now, a video of Pakistan's Chief of Army Staff, Asim Munir, has gone completely viral on social media. He was heckled by the Pakistani diaspora in the United States. In fact, his whole hotel was geared out. You can see on your screens, they installed a large electronic billboard across the hotel that he was staying in. The billboard is flashing screens calling him a mass murderer, saying, Asim Munir, your time is up. He's in Washington, D.C. to attend an event, and the protesters in front of the hotel, you can see, were shouting slogans against him, calling him a mass murderer. Shame on you, free Pakistan, Pakistaniyon ka qatil, they said. Islamabad ka qatil, they said. Just take a look at this dramatic sequence and a major embarrassment and humiliation for Asim Munir.
This is Washington Four Seasons Hotel, telling him what he has done to Pakistan. Pakistan will rise, inshallah.
And as you can guess, viewers, the videos have gone completely viral on social media. Twitter users have called him a disgrace and a failed marshal. One Twitter user said, and I quote, failed Kate Marshal. Asim Munir getting cursed and heckled by angry Pakistanis in America. Public outrage follows him overseas, a symbol of growing discontent with Pakistan's military leadership, unquote. Another user has shared the video with the caption, and I quote, Asim Munir is getting jeered by Imran Khan supporters, unquote. And of course, there are people talking about General Asim Munir and the state of affairs in Pakistan and how he had hoped for red carpets in Washington, D.C. And instead, he got trolled, heckled and humiliated from Pakistanis abroad. That from GHQ's powered corridors to public shame on foreign streets, the mask has fallen, writes one writer. As a prelude to International Yoga Day, the Indian Army organized special yoga sessions across various UN peacekeeping missions with participation from local communities and international peacekeepers, celebrating unity, health and harmony. Watch these visuals as I say goodbye.
Chest up, spread your hand.
Please lie on your back, fold your legs at the knees and place flat.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar.
Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong. NDH 3157, say again. With technical reasons, sir, we'd like to stay closer to Hong Kong. Maybe we will come back and land back into Hong Kong once we sort out the problem. We don't want to continue further. NDH 3157, maintain fashion level, advance and able for right turn to Hong Kong. Able right turn right now in the 315.
Vieni, filo. Wow, voi fate sicuro.
As you can see behind me, this is the result of the latest barrage of rockets fired at our residential communities by Iran. It's continuing the pattern as we're seeing. Each and every one of these scenes are targeting residential communities, civilians in their homes.
אחרי שקיבלנו את ההתראות בלילה, נכנסנו לממ"ד, המתנו, היה את האזעקה, המתנו.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime, Raho Befikar.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Ini, filho. Uau, vai bater esse cu.
As you can see behind